This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed.
the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Members, please take your seats. The first item of business on the order paper is the consideration of executive business not concluded on Tuesday the 15th of March. However, as all business was disposed of last week, we will quickly move on. The next item in the order paper is a motion to suspend Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for the 21st of March 2022.
And I call Joanne Bunting to move the motion. Before we proceed to the question, remind members that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. And as there are ayes from all sides of the House and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. The motion is agreed. The next item of business on the order paper is a motion tabled by the Business Committee on amendments to the flag regulations. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly takes note of the proposed changes to the Flags Regulations Northern Ireland 2000 as set out in the Draft Flags Northern Ireland Amendment No. 2 Regulations 2022.
And I call Joanne Bunting to move the motion on behalf of the Business Committee.
Thank you. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limits for this debate. The proposer will have up to 5 minutes to propose the motion and up to 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have up to 3 minutes. So I call Joanne Bunting to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Flags Regulations Northern Ireland 2000 make provision in relation to the flying of flags at government buildings on specified days. Under the Flags Northern Ireland Order 2000, it is the Secretary of State who has the power to make and amend such regulations. However, in so doing, the Secretary of State is required to refer a draft of the proposed regulations to the Assembly. The Assembly must then report back to him the views expressed in it on the proposed regulations by the date he specified. The Secretary of State has a duty to consider the Assembly's report and may amend the proposed regulations as a result of it, before laying the regulations for approval by resolution of each House of Parliament. The Business Committee was made aware at its meeting on Tuesday the 15th of March that the Secretary of State had written to the Speaker advising that he intended to make amendments to the Flags Regulations Northern Ireland 2000 to reflect the latest list of designated days for flag flying published by the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport on the 11th of February. In accordance with the wishes of the Palace, the 2022 list states that Her Majesty the Queen's 2 birthdays and the birthday of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales are the only 2 royal birthdays to be observed for the purposes of flag flying. The Government has now drafted amendments to the Flags Regulation Northern Ireland 2000 to reflect the current list of designated days and bring Northern Ireland into line with the rest of the UK. A copy of the proposed regulations was circulated to all members last week and is available in hard copy in the Business Office. The Secretary of State has asked for the Assembly to be able to consider these draft regulations and provide a report of its views by the 22nd of March 2022. The Business Committee did not take a view on these proposals. In line with previous practice, it instead agreed to bring forward today's motion in order to create an opportunity for members to consider the draft regulations. The official report of this debate will record the views expressed in the Assembly on the proposals. I will now make some remarks on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party. We on these benches believe the display of our national flag is an important and legitimate form of expression of our Britishness and of Northern Ireland's membership of the United Kingdom. That right has too often become the focus of the culture war of the parties opposite, and sadly of those parties who claim to represent all traditions, but are content to trample the principle of consent contained in the Belfast Agreement. As a party, we greet any reduction in flag flying provision with sadness. However, we understand that these amendments will keep Northern Ireland aligned with the designated days provision published by the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport in February, and come at the request of the Palace and Her Gracious Majesty. It is fitting that the guidance for 2022 elevates Her Majesty the Queen's 2 birthdays and that of her heir in what is a huge personal milestone for her and for us as a nation as our monarch celebrates her Platinum Jubilee. My party colleagues Jonathan Buckley, Mervyn Story and Keith Buchanan have also written to the Speaker requesting the Commission to approve the flying of the Union flag on the 28th of May to mark the Orange Institution's flagship centennial parade to mark and celebrate the centenary of Northern Ireland. The response of parties and members returned to this House after the 5th of May to this modest request will ultimately be a test of their credentials and commitment to a truly shared future. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear that the DUP continues to hold serious concerns regarding the regulation of flag flying in our province. Nowhere else in the United Kingdom has dedicated flags legislation. The fact remains that this system is unwieldy and is not fit for purpose. One practical example of this is that Northern Ireland's regulations do not permit the flying of the Union flag to mark the patron saints' holidays of other regions in the United Kingdom. This does not allow our province to celebrate the common and historic bonds that we share with other regions of our nation. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst I respect the DCMS guidance and the steps taken in response by the Secretary of State to bring forward these regulations, let me say unambiguously that Northern Ireland's Britishness must be respected and the right of unionist communities to express national pride should not be held to ransom. The DUP regards the display of our national symbols as a central expression of pride in Northern Ireland's Britishness and membership of the United Kingdom. Thank you.
I call John O'Dowd.
I suspect as we debate this topic this morning, there will be many families and workers around the north who will have more important things on their mind than flags in terms of how to heat and eat and keep a roof over their family's head. So it will not be the top of their priority list, I suspect. But this debate has been brought to us courtesy of Brandon Lewis, the Secretary of State, who again, in his presentation of this motion, completely fails to recognise the need for parity of esteem set out in the Good Friday Agreement. The British Government have failed completely to acknowledge the fact that there are many, many people on this island, on this part of the island, who identify as Irish and expect to see their cultural identity, their allegiances and their culture to be not only identifiable but to be protected and on display. It's also worth noting that the British Government has continued to fail to bring forward Acna Gaeilge, despite their agreement that they would do so last year. That's another act of bad faith by the British Government in relation to their responsibilities under the Good Friday Agreement to have party esteem for all traditions on this island. So our position in relation to the flying of the Union flag is clear. We want to see parity of esteem for all identities on this island, and we expect this British Government to act. But I also have no doubt that they'll act in bad faith as well, because we've all come, no matter what side of the House you represent here, we acknowledge that this British Government honouring agreements is not in their forte. So thank you.
I call John Stuart.
Deputy Speaker, members will be all too aware of the challenges we face in getting any kind of consensus on flying flags here in Northern Ireland. Up to now, we've been subject to 18 days as per DCMS list, and today we're to lose 7 of those, which is almost a third. I think it would be a reasonable suggestion, and my party thinks it would be a reasonable suggestion in that context, that we look to add some other days to mitigate the loss of 7. There's already been a suggestion from the member for East Belfast, and I think also days like St Patrick's Day, the 1st of July, to mark the Battle of the Somme, and potentially the 12th of July as well, would be days that should be considered by the Commission, and I think that would be a reasonable recommendation and something they could look at, hopefully. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. As others have said, this list does reflect that received from DCMS following liaison with the Royal Household, and the Alliance Party will support this here today, as we did in the previous update, following the passing, and the very sad passing, of the Duke of Edinburgh. The Alliance Party's support for designated days is well known and a long-established party policy. We have written to DCMS requesting that the Battle of the Somme is considered a designated day. There was unanimity in City Hall to fly the Union flag on the Battle of the Somme, and also not to fly the flag on the Duke of York's birthday. And we hope today there can be some consensus in relation to what's been tabled here today. Thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, I very much regret the diminution in the number of days. I can understand in relation to the Duke of York, but I must say that to see the Duke of Cambridge and the Duchess of Cambridge removed from this list is to me surprising and unnecessary, and something that I do not endorse, likewise with the Princess Royal and others. It is quite clear that this is a one-way process. There are no additions, when patently there are days which should be added if Northern Ireland is indeed a full and integral part of the United Kingdom. And yet we have this selective reduction of days within a province where it apparently is a matter of shame to fly the national flag of the United Kingdom on government buildings within Northern Ireland. And of course now we have Sinn Féin ever looking for more, in the words of Mr O'Dowd, demanding parity. Let me be very clear. There is no equivocation, there is no scope for parity on the fact that Northern Ireland is a part of the United Kingdom, and therefore there is no place for the flying of any flag other than the flag of the United Kingdom on government buildings. And that is emphatic and, I believe, unalterable as far as our position within the United Kingdom is concerned. So it is pious, dressed up as pious nonsense, to talk about seeking parity for a foreign flag, that of a foreign country, to fly with equality within Northern Ireland. So long as we're a part of the United Kingdom, then it is and must be the flag of that United Kingdom that flies, and flies alone, on government buildings in this country. I very much regret that the Secretary of State, in typical reverse gear, is reducing the number of days, and I think it is a retrograde step which is not befitting of our position within the United Kingdom.
I now call on Robbie Butler to conclude and wind up the motion on behalf of the Business Committee. And your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thanks to all those members who have made a contribution this morning. I intend to be very brief in concluding this debate. The Business Committee's intention in bringing forward this motion today was to give members an opportunity to express its views on proposed amendments to the Flags Regulations Northern Ireland 2000. The Business Committee has not itself considered the proposals or indeed taken a view on them. And as previously detailed in the debate, the Secretary of State wrote to the Speaker on the 15th of March asking that the Assembly consider these draft regulations and to provide a report of its views by Tuesday the 22nd of March 2022. Consequently, in order to meet that deadline, the Business Committee was required to ensure that the Assembly had an opportunity to debate the proposals today. Members have now set out their views on them. I do not intend to run through any or all of those views again. The official report records those views. The Business Committee has been advised, Mr Deputy Speaker, that you will today send a copy of the official report to the Secretary of State, who may then choose to amend the proposed regulations before laying them for approval by resolution of each House of Parliament. On behalf of the Business Committee, I ask all members to support the motion. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I'm hearing a solitary no from Mr Allister. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Education that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask the question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber should also do this, but may also do by rising in their place as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate, but rather an opportunity to question the Minister on her statement, so please avoid overly long introductions. They will not be allowed. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedures, points of orders are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterward. So I now call the Minister of Education. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My department is responsible for the planning, management and delivery of a fit-for-purpose schools estate that is both viable and sustainable in the context of the Sustainable Schools Policy and the outworking of area planning. In this context, I would like to make a statement to this Assembly regarding my major capital investment plans for the schools estate. I visited many schools and witnessed firsthand not only the tremendous work that takes place in each and every school, but also the need for an appropriate level of investment in the fabric of our schools, whether this is a new building, the extension and refurbishment of existing school buildings, or through a programme of smaller-scale minor capital works. Such investment is essential to provide the first-class educational experience our pupils, staff and wider school communities both deserve and need to ensure our young people can achieve their full potential. As Minister for Education and within budget constraints, it's my responsibility to ensure that this essential capital investment is facilitated as far as possible. So my announcement today will permit a further programme of major works to advance in planning and support the delivery of modern, fit-for-purpose schools. Mr Deputy Speaker, since 2012 there has been a total of 75 projects announced to advance in planning under the Major Capital Works programme. Each project represents an individual programme requiring significant investment of time and money to plan and deliver. This includes time to identify and secure sites, progressing through the design and statutory planning stages, procurement, and of course ensuring best value for the public purse throughout and within approved budget envelopes. I'm pleased to confirm that good progress is being made in the delivery of announced projects, with 28 of these projects now complete, 7 projects currently on site, 5 projects currently in procurement, a further 3 moving to procurement in the coming weeks, 28 projects are in design, 1 project has been temporarily suspended, and 3 projects have transferred to the Fresh Start Agreement programme, 2 of which are also complete. Anticipated spend on these projects across the next 5 years is estimated at £482 million. In addition, 76 projects are currently being progressed under the School Enhancement Programme, and a further 27 major capital projects are being progressed under the Fresh Start Agreement programme. Mr Speaker, in this financial year, the gross capital budget that has been available to me amounts to some £200 million. My officials have planned and profiled capital spend through the year to ensure we maximise the use of the funds available to me across each of the main capital programmes. Whilst my department, like others, has no visibility of its future budget position, my delivery teams in both the department and its arm's-length bodies continue to work hard to progress projects across all of these programmes in anticipation of similar levels of capital budget in the medium term. Mr Deputy Speaker, you will note that many of the already announced major works projects are progressing well. However, given the time required to develop individual projects from concept through to actual build, it's essential that there are sufficient projects advancing to the point where they could effectively utilise capital funds that may be available in the future. Therefore, to address the need for much greater capital investment in our schools, it is essential that I ensure that I have sufficient announced projects at an early development stage to ensure that available capital budget can be used to greatest effect. It is therefore essential that there is a steady pipeline of projects in design, which in turn will ensure the continued modernisation of the school's estate in future years, and these projects move to construction. Mr Deputy Speaker, like my predecessors, I take the selection of major works projects to advance in planning very seriously. It's critical that the process used to select projects is documented and followed. This has been achieved in previous years through the development of a protocol for the selection of projects. Therefore, in advance of this call for projects, the protocol for selection was reviewed and published on the department's website. Mr Speaker, the 2021 call for projects opened on the 23rd of December 2021, and by the closing date of the 14th of January 2022, 34 school nominations were received. Gateway checks were undertaken to ensure that schools considered for major capital investment are viable and sustainable, that there was certainty with regard to the school's future development, and that the schools had not been announced for major capital funding under the School Enhancement Programme. 28 schools passed the Gateway stage. These schools progressed to the scoring stage and were ranked in merit order based on the scoring system, which is detailed in the published protocol. In deciding the number of schools to advance in planning under the Major Capital Programme, I considered the capital budget required to build these schools, the department's current capital works programmes, and the capacity of the resources required to develop and deliver the projects. In this regard, I fully understand that there are many competing pressures for the capital budget available to me, and indeed on the capacity to deliver. However, I believe that it's important to keep a focus on the future, and through my announcement today, I hope to bring some much-needed good news, not just to schools and their wider school communities, but also the contractors and professionals in the construction industry, and indeed the wider economy, which I expect will benefit from this announcement. Whilst construction spend on the projects I will soon announce will not be realised until the end of this decade at the earliest, making this announcement today will ensure a steady pipeline of projects in design, which will in turn ensure the continued modernisation of the school's estate into the future. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to the list of major works projects that I wish to announce to advance in planning. I'm today announcing that 28 schools are to advance in planning under the Major Capital Works programme. These schools will benefit from a capital investment in the region of £794 million, with deliverability subject to the level of capital resources available to the Department towards the end of this decade and into the next. In no priority order, the schools are as follows: Ballyclare High School, Ballyclare Secondary School, Ballymena Academy, Belfast High School, Cambridge House Ballymena, Carrickfergus Academy, Dean McGurk College, Drummoor High School, Edmund Rice College, Friends School Lisburn, Hunter House College, Killycumane Junior High School, Larne Grammar, Larne High School, Lisnagarvey High School, Loretto College in Coleraine, Lumen Christi College Londonderry, Malone Integrated College, Mercy College, Portadown College, Sperrin Integrated College, St Bridget's College Londonderry, St Catherine's College Armagh, St Kieran's College Ballygawley, St Joseph's College, St Louise's Comprehensive College, St Paul's High School Newry, St Pius College Macrofeld. Mr Deputy Speaker, in making this announcement today, it's my intention that these projects would be taken through to construction. However, I should stress that authorisation to proceed to construction on any individual project will be based on the level of capital funding available at the point when a design is complete and all necessary approvals have been secured. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the projects I have announced today to advance in planning will benefit over 25,000 pupils across the school's estate. These projects have been carefully selected in line with my department's strategy for capital investment, which continues to be shaped by the outworking of area planning and the delivery of a modern, fit-for-purpose estate of viable and sustainable schools. Thank you.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement today. The announcement is obviously, on the face of it, very positive news for 28 out of approximately 1,000 schools in Northern Ireland. However, I do have concerns, and I would like to ask the Education Minister, why have only a third of major school building works since 2012 been completed, over a decade after the start of those works? And also, given that the total budget announced today appears to be in the region of £800 million for 28 schools, which I think is on average about £28 million per school, in the midst of a financial crisis for education, does the Education Minister actually have the budget to ensure that this funding at this scale will be delivered? Could I also ask if there will be a call for special schools capital works as soon as possible?
Thank you for the Chair for his questions, and I just want to pay tribute to the Chairman of the Committee. Obviously, this may be his last opportunity to engage with me, particularly in this forum, but I would like to thank him for the work that he has done as Chair of the Committee, and I would like to wish him well in whatever the future brings for him and his family. With regards to the announcement today, it is a significant announcement. I'm very mindful that there are a number of projects which are still in the pipeline that were from previous announcements. Again, as he will understand, they are progressing. There have been some issues quite recently with regards to budget pressures, particularly for those who had bid forward to undertake those particular schemes forward, and they have been stalled as a consequence of other factors which are out with I suppose out with my control. There are pressures, obviously, in all budgets going forward, but as he will recognise even from the statement and from the discussion that I did have with him earlier, I'm very clear that there is a need for investment in our schools, that it's incredibly important that we have schools that are then essentially ready, shovel-ready, whenever capital funding does become available. And this is a good news announcement, and I know that it will bring smiles to a number of members in this chamber, but also to schools and school communities. With regards to special schools, you'll also be aware that this was a post-primary school call. The handbook for those schools does not fit with special schools, which require very much a bespoke design to meet their particular needs. My department's very cognisant of the challenges for special schools and the need for capital investment, and they are working at pace in order to bring forward suggestions as to how next to move that forward. And I would anticipate, certainly obviously not in my time, but in a future minister's time, that a call will be made for special schools.
Members, it's custom and practice that some latitude is shown to the chair of the committee. I would urge members, because of the interest that's been shown in this, if they could concisely come to their question. I call Pat Sheehan.
On the cusp of an election, the Minister has announced a capital investment plan for 28 schools at a cost of almost $800 million, with no delivery targets or timeframes. And there are hundreds of schools across the north that are in bad need of investment to bring them up to standards that our young people deserve. However, without a plan or timeframe, many of these schools will be left in limbo. In relation to St Louise's in my own constituency, can the Minister provide some clarity as to when the school, the pupils and young people in it can expect to see the benefit of this announcement?
I thank the member for his question. I think he's probably saying that I'm electioneering, and I think if I was electioneering, I might be announcing some good news from my own constituency, but sadly that's not the case. He will know from our first engagement in question time back in June, I was quite taken by the condition of our school estate right across Northern Ireland and right across all sectors. And I've made that call to him and to his colleagues in finance as well, that we should be looking to invest heavily within our school estate and ensuring that every child has access to a fit-for-purpose building, and also for the staff who work with them on a daily basis. So I am really very positive about this announcement. I think that this is a good news story. I think that what we can see is that investment in the future, and actually it gives a good sign from this assembly that we do value our schools, we value our pupils, we value our staff. With regards to St Louise's, as with every other school, my officials will be working very closely with those schools. They will receive a letter today, and obviously notifying them of the good news if they haven't already heard so from some very excited members. But work will start immediately with regards to engagement, and obviously then we will go through the various processes of procurement with regards to design staff and so on. It's anticipated, as you know, these processes do not happen overnight, that it could be a lag of between 6 to 8 years, very much depending on the circumstances. But it's important for those schools to be on that list today.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the statement brought to this House by the Minister today. It is good to see you back with us, Minister. Will this announcement of a large number of post-primary schools prevent future capital calls being made for the next decade, Minister? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
No, and thank the member for his question, and absolutely not, because the need for calls within the department will continue, be that for minor works, for school enhancement, and also for major capital programmes. The member may be aware that previous announcements for major capital works took place in 2013 and 2014, and we're seeing the outworkings of those announcements today. So there will always be a need, as we have identified, a need for investment in our schools, and certainly today's announcement just helps 28 of those on their way.
I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, this is a good news day. Fantastic news for my own constituency of Newry and Armagh. Two wonderful schools, St Catherine's Armagh and St Paul's High School in Bestbrook. My mum and dad were both teachers at St Paul's High School in Bestbrook for a generation almost, so it's a very, very positive news story for them. In terms of teachers, Minister, teachers feel undervalued, feel overworked, especially in the context of the COVID pandemic we've just come through. How are you going to reach out to them, and how are you going to help them feel valued and get the proper remuneration for the work and their efforts they've been through and on the influence they're having on our children for the future? How are they going to be thanked for that and valued for that?
The question is beyond the statement, but the Minister may wish to comment.
Well, I absolutely recognise, but I'm glad that I've brought a smile to the member's face today, and obviously there are two schools which are very close to his heart, particularly St Paul's. He will appreciate that. I very much appreciate the work that teachers undertake. I'm a former teacher, although it's nearly a lifetime ago now, but I very much value the work that they do, along with our classroom assistants and all those who work within schools who make them a safe space for our young people, and obviously try to make their best efforts to set them on the right pathways through life. He has referred to remuneration, and he will know that I've been working alongside my colleagues in order to try to come to agreement, and obviously that work will be ongoing, engagement between management side and obviously the unions. But I do value the contribution that all staff make in schools.
I call Steve Aiken.
For remarks as well, and indeed, sorry, may I make a declaration of interest? As sort of one of my children will either be going to Ballyclare High or Ballyclare Secondary, and indeed I thank you very much indeed for that. My question is, Minister, obviously with the region of something around about £50 million being invested in Ballyclare, which is well deserved, one of the questions we have to have is future ring fencing to make sure that this funding goes through. Has the Minister had any commitments from any other political parties that this investment will be supported as we go through? And indeed, if there isn't any great commitment to this, whether we'll be looking to things like FTC or RRI to make sure the funding is there to make sure these vital schools are made.
I thank the member for his question, and I know he's obviously shown commitment to a number of the schools that are on the list as well. Certainly, the soundings that I get from all parties is that they are committed to investment, and obviously it's very much about whether we see the value of that money at a later date. I do think that there's a certain amount of pressure that could also maybe be placed with regards to the Secretary of State, particularly if we're looking for levelling up. And I think it's incumbent, I suppose, really for them to understand the NIO, also to understand the value of all our schools and all the sectors within our education system. And certainly I think today's announcement should go some way to do that. Obviously, before I leave office, I will be making contact where I can in order to ensure that any capital there is available should be directed to our schools and our school infrastructure.
I call Declan McAleer.
Margaret, and I welcome the inclusion of the Dean McGurk College in Carrickmore in the Minister's list today for major capital works. And should declare that just as a parent and a former pupil myself there many years ago. And the Minister will be aware from her visit to Dean McGurk in December that the college is in bad need of substantial investment and upgrade of facilities to cater for the ever-surging demand in places there. So I suppose the burning question is, is there any indication as to how much of the 794 million might be earmarked for the school, and when? Any indicative timeline?
And I thank the member for his question, and obviously I did have the pleasure actually of having a really good visit to Dean McGurk just before Christmas, where I was able to meet a number of other principals from primary schools as well. Obviously very cognizant of the needs for Dean McGurk, and that was drawn to my attention on that particular visit. My understanding is it's probably somewhere in the region of £14 million for Dean McGurk, although at this stage obviously that's incredibly early, and I suppose it's not a precise figure at this point, because we obviously have to go through quite a considerable amount of work with regards to a business case being brought together on the basis of the need for the school. But again, as with other schools, we'll be working closely, department officials will be working closely with any teams that are appointed, working closely with the school to ensure that they get the accommodation which they need.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Can I say today is a good day for education, but it's a great day for education in Upper Bann. And can I thank the Minister for not only listening but delivering on the major works programme the inclusion of Portadown College and Killigamane Junior High School on today's list. 25 million for Portadown College, 21 million for Killigamane. It will go in a serious way in helping education. So can I ask the Minister, in light there's been many false dawns, as she knows these schools are in urgent need of rebuilds and indeed major works. So how long will it be before construction work commences for the projects such as Portadown College and Killigamane Junior High School?
Thank the member for his question, and I had the pleasure of visiting of both schools, and a particularly good visit along with the member to Portadown College, which I know that he has been working very hard alongside the principal and the Board of Governors in order to promote the case for the school. As I've said, with other schools, there is a lead-in time for all of these projects. Some will be very much dependent on sites being allocated or being searched for. Some are in a much more sort of beneficial position than others. But as he will be aware from other school projects, it's somewhere in the region of 6 to 8 years before that comes to fruition, and it's obviously very much dependent on budget. But again, this is the first step on the right direction for both of the schools that he's mentioned.
Thank you. And I call Aisling Riley.
Despite not meeting the sustainable enrolment criteria at the gateway stage, the Minister could have used her statutory duty to ensure Gael College Gagura was placed on the capital announcement plan. Can I ask the Minister why she has ignored her statutory duty to Irish medium education and why she has ignored the needs of the Irish medium sector?
I thank the member for her question, and obviously today is a good news day for schools right across Northern Ireland, and I have to say that I haven't ignored my statutory duty with regards to any school or any sector. As I had a meeting before this with the chair and the deputy chair of the committee, and we spoke at length in relation to. I know the disappointment that there is that the Irish medium school in Dungiven did not make the list, but certainly that was not because of anything which I did to prevent that happening. The actual enrolment for the school is 272 pupils. The projected enrolment is 389 pupils, which falls well below the sustainability threshold and also for capital viability. And I appreciate that that is disappointing to the member and also to the school. There are a number of schemes which are being undertaken within the school, which will be completed in 2024-25. And I understand that once that work is completed, that there will be a 28 school classroom or class school. So there is quite considerable investment going on at the school. And while I appreciate it hasn't met the list today, that does not mean that the school is being ignored. And I understand from speaking to my officials that they have had quite a considerable number of meetings with the school, and the school understand the situation that they currently find themselves in.
I call Paul Given.
This Education Minister for the single biggest announcement of major capital projects in well over 20 years, led by the Democratic Unionist Party. I am delighted in particular in Lagan Valley the announcement of 3 new builds, Dromore High School, Friends School Lisburn and Lisnagarvey, and paid tribute to Mr McConaughey and his predecessor Mr Wilkinson, Mr Moore at Friends and Mr Sheeran at Lisnagarvey. This is a red letter day for the children
and can we have
of
a
my
question,
constituency.
please?
This will benefit 2,500 children with £73 million of investment. Can the Minister outline how there will be a prioritisation, because Dromore High School has a site secured, is at a very advanced stage? When can we see shovels going into the ground? And I commend again the Minister for her excellent work in leading this department.
And I very much thank the member for his praise. He may not be so keen on my answer, in that while schools were prioritised on a list from 1 to 28, once this announcement is made, they are all equal. and it will be very much dependent, obviously, on the circumstances within which they find themselves. And I do appreciate, however, that Drumore High School is in a very good position in that they have already identified and purchased a site, so I would like to think that they would be able to move forward at pace. But as with all schools who have been announced today, I'm not in a position to give them any date for sod cuttings, but I do think that there's something to be celebrated for all the schools announced today, that they are actually on the list and they will be moving forward.
I call Mark Durgan.
Speaker, and to thank the member for the statement, which contains a lot of good news for a lot of schools. I'm particularly pleased to see schools from my own constituency, St Bridget's College and Lumen Christi, on the approved list. I'm, however, a wee bit disappointed not to see St Joseph's Boys. I have been in touch with the Minister on this and appreciate her time has been short. Could the Minister outline, just because a school's not on this list, what steps they must take or hoops they must jump through to get on the list for improvements, vital investment, particularly in their antiquated sports facilities?
I thank the member for his question. And St Joseph Boys Schools, unfortunately, was not put forward for the list, so it may just have crept in had that been the case. Look, I appreciate that, and I've made these comments on a number of occasions just with regards to underinvestment generally right across the school's estate, and I know I've visited a number of schools where there's inadequate sport facilities as well, and the member will be aware of a number of projects, particularly even working sort of alongside community and local council and Sport NI, which obviously a number of schools have been able to have benefit for. While this is a major capital announcement, there are a number of other announcements which may come with a future executive and a future minister, and obviously the priorities may also change depending on the budget which is available, because as he knows at present with regards to the likes of minor works, it's very much around DDA and also health and safety, but protocols around that may change with a future budget.
I call Doug Beattie.
So thank you for this statement. Genuinely, it is a good statement, but there are no smiling faces at the Lurgan campus of Craigavon Senior High School. Some of the most vulnerable children in the Upper Bann who still eat their lunch, packed meals between parked cars, where there are still safeguarding issues. And you said you would make a decision on their future as early as possible, and you still have not in the last week of this mandate. Can I therefore ask you, will you commit to telling the community within Lurgan what the decision is going to be in regards to Lurgan campus of Craigavon Senior High School? Are they going to be bus deported down purely because they were not given a grammar education?
Thank the member for his question, and a decision with regards to the Lurgan campus will be made and will be announced this week, although there is actually very good news for his constituency, and I'd like to think that he recognises that as well.
I call Linda Dillon.
And I'm delighted for all of the schools that are getting investment, because there's no doubt that many of our schools are underinvested in. However, your predecessor visited St Joseph's Primary School in Galway. They had the foresight to amalgamate 50 years ago. Their numbers are increasing year on year. They're well oversubscribed and really struggling for space. They also have serious health and safety issues, and NICI have done a report in relation to this. So can the Minister explain to me why St Joseph's Primary School Galway is not on the list today?
Thank the member for her question. This list was put together for post-primary schools rather than primary schools for this call, although I'd like to think that in a future Education Minister may then take the opportunity then to bring forward a call for primary schools. She may understand that when I looked at the list that was currently being going through for design and also for procurement, that there was there weren't as many post-primary schools on that list, and I felt that it was necessary to bring forward a list to address that at this point. So I'd be hopeful that a future Executive and Education Minister will look to primary schools for the next call.
I call David Hilditch.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I certainly welcome the statement today. I don't want to dilute the joy of Mr Given, but East Antrim, as you know, has 4 compared to his 3, so just certainly it's a very good day for the education sector in my constituency of East Antrim in general, and Carrickfergus in particular, and Mr Deputy Speaker, you will know the problems at Carrickfergus Academy in relation to having to work over 2 separate sites after the merger for several years, so that in particular is very, very welcome indeed. So having written, questioned, lobbied and organised various ministerial visits, today is indeed a very welcome day of educational news. Minister, has the budget of 794 million been allocated to any of these projects, or has any part of that money been allocated to any of the projects?
I thank the member for his question. Obviously, the capital budget isn't known beyond March 2022. However, I am content to announce these projects really on the assumption that the department's allocation will be made in due course and will remain at sort of a broadly similar level to what it has been in previous years. Given the lead-in time to construction, it's important that there is a continual flow of projects into the programme to utilise capital funds as they become available. And I suppose there are 2 primary stages in the completion of a major capital project. There's the development and design phase, and then there's the construction phase. All projects announced today are to advance in planning. However, progression to construction is really very much dependent on the available budget. But anything that is announced will then start into the process, and there will be a considerable amount of money will then be spent and will be used throughout the design and development stage as well. So there will be, I suppose, a drip feed of budget into these projects over the forthcoming years.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement today. I'm absolutely delighted to see Hunter House, Malone College and St Joseph's on the list, and I would pay tribute not just to your departmental officials but also the leadership in those 3 schools. I know they've been lobbying for many years. Minister, you'll be aware there is huge pressure on post-primary places in South Belfast, and in your statement you referenced their area planning, and I'm just wondering, given that a lot of these projects will take many years for completion, how you're going to cope with increased demand year on year for places in those schools and around them. Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and I very recently have been out to St Joseph's actually to see the condition there and the incredible work that's being undertaken by the principal and the staff. And just with regards to Hunter House, I suppose I have a little bit of a vested interest in that. I went to Ashley House, which was the precursor to that, and it's actually waited 37 years for investment from its amalgamation back in 1987. I appreciate that there are pressures in schools in South Belfast, and the member will be aware that within the area planning process there's quite a piece of work that is being undertaken at present, and I would be hopeful that some of that will maybe come to fruition in the not too distant future as to how numbers will be allocated and so on as well.
I call Nicola Brogan.
And again, I thank the Minister for her statement here today, and I'm really glad that the Dean McGurk College has been included in your announcements. But Minister, you'll be aware that another key project in West Tyrone is a truly shared education campus, NOMA, and something that I've been campaigning with you for as your tenure. Can the Minister offer me an update on the progress of the truly shared education campus, please?
Okay, I thank the member for her question, and obviously work continues with the Struel campus. It is a flagship programme which over 4,000 pupils will be able to benefit from, and with the bringing together of 6 schools. Obviously we remain very much committed to the project, and my understanding is that things are going to plan in that the current programme timetable, assuming successful appointment of a main works contractor, following the pre-construction design period. Campus construction is due to begin on site in spring 2023. It's currently planned to complete early 2026, with a potential partial opening of some of the facilities in the academic year of 2025-26, and the full campus opened for September 2026.
Call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And like others, can I say I'm very pleased with this announcement today, Minister. There's 2 things strikes me about it. First of all, 2 schools in my constituency, that of Ballyclare Secondary and Ballyclare High. But actually, in response to another member, you talked about sustainability. So to be actually announced today, you have to be one of those sustainable schools, and I think that's testament to those schools that's actually made the list. Minister, you've been asked a number of times today in different ways about how and when these particular programmes will be advanced. Have you any indication if any of these are ready to move? And indeed, if you're struggling for suggestion, can I suggest that you take them in alphabetical order?
The other way around.
And I thank the member for his question. Obviously, I had the pleasure of visiting both Ballyclare Secondary School and Ballyclare High School in the not-so-distant past. And obviously, there was a need was demonstrated on those visits, but and obviously very much taken by the conditions that the pupils and staff work in both of those schools. So I'm very much looking forward to the day whenever those schools are eventually opened. I will just reiterate the point that I've made to so many members here today. This is a long process, and really this is just day one.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First and foremost, it's great news today, particularly for those within the Foyle constituency, with regards to the announcement of Lumen Christi and St Bridget's College. I'm sure the pupils, the families, the schools, the Board of Governors will be delighted on that news. And I'm sure they're listening here today. Could you provide an indication of the budget that will be directed towards Lumen Christi and St Bridget's College? And then secondly, you said all schools have an equal footing now. What resources within the department has been committed to assist in the progress of these projects from design to planning? Thank you.
Thank the member for her question. Again, these are only indicative costs because obviously it's based on today and there's no VAT included in it, and there's obviously site costs and everything else. But I suppose as a broad estimate for St Bridget's College is £22.7 million, and Lumen Christi College is £26.5 million. I am very mindful that there are pressures obviously within the department with regards to resource and manpower in particular, so obviously that will be something which will need to be looked at. But alongside that, obviously, CCMS and EA will also be involved, and of course we'll be going out for to look for those who would be keen to be involved in the development and design of these projects. So obviously there'll be experts brought on board in order to make sure that these are brought forward.
I call Paul Free.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the built form can transform teaching and learning, and the Minister is not only listening but delivering for North Antrim and for Ballymena in particular, with Ballymena Academy and Cambridge House schools being on those lists. Can I ask, Minister, what must the schools do now with regards to this process?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously there will be a letter will go out to each of the schools today to inform them, if they don't already know, of the success that they're on this list. And my department, along with EA, or dependent really, or I suppose one of the schools is a voluntary grammar, but we'll be working very closely with the Board of Governors, with the school, in order to take them through to the next stage. So there's a very intense piece of work which will follow this announcement.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, and I welcome this news today. Especially good to see St Kieran's and Ballygawley on the list. I'm wondering if you can give me an update. I don't see Enniskillen Royal Grammar School. Perhaps you could give me an update on the progress there, please.
I thank the member for her question. Unfortunately, I don't have information on that project at hand today, but I'm happy to come back to the member.
I call Edmund Poots.
Thank you very much, and this is just such an exciting day today, as the Minister has brought such good news to this House of an £800 million investment over 10 years in the future of our children. And I am delighted that she has announced 3 new schools in South Belfast: Hunter House, St Joseph's and Malone College. My sisters went to Hunter House, my daughter went to Malone College, so I have an interest in both of them. I have also an interest in Dromore High School because my son went there, and I started working with Mr Wilkinson 20 years ago. But what is the spend for those 3 South Belfast schools, and how many children are in the development plan for those schools, so that we know what is the intentions of the department in this piece of work?
Thank the member for his question. Malone Integrated College has an approved enrolment of 800 pupils and an estimated construction cost of £25.3 million. St Joseph's has 760 approved enrolment with an estimated construction cost of £24 million, and Lumen Christi College, Hunter House College, in Belfast has 710 as an admission approved enrolment and an estimated cost of £22.4 million. And as he's also interested and has spoken to me on many occasions with regards to Drumore High School, the estimated construction cost of Drumore High School is somewhere in the region of £26.8 million.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, I'm in the unusual position of being able to say I fully agree with my constituency colleague from South Belfast that it's great to see Hunter House, Malone Integrated and St Joseph's. We're having some unfortunate, the final week of the mandate, we're having some very unfortunate hectoring from the member for North Antrim. Unusual for him to be so uncharitable, Mr Deputy Speaker. But
Order. Would the member come to a question, please? Mr O'Toole.
Trying to lighten the mood, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the final week of our mandate. I'm delighted that 3 schools in South Belfast have been forward. St Joseph's in particular has been waiting a very long time for a new building, a brilliant school in the Ravenhill Road, but also Malone and Hunter House are great schools. Can I ask, Minister, whether you are certain that the fact that we currently do not have a sitting executive and may not have one immediately after the election will in any way disrupt these capital projects being signed off and delivered?
Thank the member for his question. He may have missed the initial statement. Obviously, these projects will take some time to come to fruition, but as of from today, there will be work will be done working alongside the schools. So there's actually quite an intensive piece of work will be required with regards to getting a business plan in place and obviously design and procurement. So we're talking probably a lead-in of somewhere in the region between 6 and 8 years. So really today is really that first day, but it's vitally important that we do make this announcement in order to ensure that there's a pipeline of schools then coming through, that whenever capital is available, that those schools are ready to go. And I believe, obviously, that the schools will appreciate that this will not happen overnight, so they will not be expecting a new school this time next year. They understand that this is a lengthy process, but this is an important day that they are now on the list and they're working towards that.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement in relation to capital projects. In relation to capital projects, on the 20th of December last year, I wrote to the Minister about restrictions on the borrowing powers of Sullivan Upper School in Holywood and other similar voluntary grammar and grant-maintained integrated schools in Northern Ireland, and the impact that will have upon their delivery of major capital projects. When can I expect a reply to that letter?
I thank the member for his question. I wasn't aware that you hadn't received a response to the letter, but this is obviously something that we're very cognizant of, and it creates massive pressures and challenges to those particular schools. And there's obviously an impact, on my department as well in the manner in which this has now been designed. I will happily to chase that up. I wasn't aware that you hadn't received a response.
And I call John Stuart.
I thought you'd forgotten about me there, but I'm sure you'll join me in welcoming the news for Belfast High, for Carrickfergus Academy, Larne Grammar and Larne High School, and will implore the Minister and the Department to do all they can to see those projects come to fruition as quickly as possible. Minister, what changes do you want to see to ensure that these projects aren't plagued by the same delays as Island McGee Primary School in my constituency, which received a similar announcement over 10 years ago and still doesn't have the first sod dug in the ground? Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank the member for his question, and obviously there have been a number of delays in recent years for a number of projects, and I think that is regrettable. I understand that the department has reviewed its governance procedures at programme and also at project level, just to ensure that major capital projects are delivered much more effectively and efficiently. So I would like to think that lessons will have been learned, and particularly given the size and scale of the announcement that we're making today, that all efforts will be put in place in order to ensure that there is, as well as it can be, seamless delivery.
I call Jim Allister.
The statement refers to the fact that the various applicant schools were ranked in merit order. Is that at all reflected then in how we go forward? Or is that something there's no prioritising within these? And could the Minister give me an update on where we are with Dunclug College and Cullybackey College? And what is which project is it referred to in the statement that has been suspended?
I will I'll try to remember all those questions. There is no priority once the announcement is made, because obviously each school will then be at a different stage. As I've indicated, the likes of Drummoor High School will already have a site identified and purchased. Other schools will have to look at either an existing site or looking to other sites. So that in itself obviously creates problems for them. I was out with Dunclug quite recently. Obviously there has been a delay as a consequence of the contractor moving away from the project. I suppose the indication that I got was that we were likely then to have a delay of around 12 months with regards to that. I can get the member a precise update with regards to both Dunclug and Cullibackie as well.
And that is all the questions to the Minister on her statement. I would point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The DUP members of the House seem to have access to specific amounts of money that have been allocated to each school. If I'm not wrong, that is information that isn't accessible publicly just yet, and perhaps through you could ensure that that information is made public as soon as possible.
The member has made a valid point. His point is on the record, and I hope that in future that will be addressed appropriately. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members. I have received notice from the Minister for the Economy that he wishes to make a statement. I therefore call the Minister for the Economy. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and with your permission I would like to make a brief statement to the Chamber to update members on the latest developments arising from the reprehensible actions of P&O last week. I recognise the announcement last week will cut across a number of departments here. Indeed, a cross-departmental group of officials has already convened to make sure we join up on our respective responses. I certainly don't want to cut across the work of ministerial colleagues, so the purpose of my statement today is primarily to focus on the employment law aspects of what has taken place. At the outset, let me be clear, neither I, as a constituency representative in East Antrim, or as Minister for the Economy, or my officials in the department were afforded the courtesy of advance notice of the P&O announcement. I regard their actions as disgraceful. P&O has literally ripped up the employment rulebook and in the process simply discarded 800 of their loyal and most diligent workforce. Even now, I can scarcely believe how callously they behaved. I understand that there could be up to 50 staff from Northern Ireland directly impacted by this announcement. Many of us in East Antrim know some of the workforce. The stories I heard of staff being escorted off ships by men in balaclavas carrying handcuffs was as sinister as it was outrageous. Deploying such a tactic here in Northern Ireland to an unsuspecting workforce is so ill-judged and shocking, our condemnation alone is simply not enough. P&O's announcement last week affected 4 routes: Dover-Calais, Dublin-Liverpool, Hull-Rotterdam and Larne-Cairnryan. Clearly, it is the last route that I and members will be most concerned about. Great Britain is by far the largest market for both sales and purchases here. In 2019, we sold approximately £11 billion worth of goods into Great Britain and purchased nearly £13.5 billion in return. The Port of Larne, a port I know very well within my own constituency, accounted for approximately 10% of the total tonnage through all Northern Ireland ports. Nearly 400,000 passengers travelled through Cairnryan last year. As P&O are the biggest operators at Larne Port, you can immediately see why their announcement last week had such immediate consequences for both the wider supply chain and the connectivity of business and travel across Northern Ireland. However, as I said at the outset, I don't want to tread across the responsibilities of others who are already engaged on many of these supply and connectivity issues. I want to focus on the employment aspects for the 800 staff impacted by this announcement. Employment law is a devolved responsibility for this Assembly, so we have every right to be concerned about what P&O did last week. I have heard much made about the financial situation within P&O, and I have some sympathy with any business operating in these challenging times. But that does not mean that they can just break the law. The law actually recognises that businesses may need to restructure or downsize, and that has happened many times before. Our laws allow for that, but they recognise that there is a process to be followed. They make it clear in regulation what that process involves. So I do not believe that P&O have acted either within the spirit or the letter of our employment law. They seem to recognise this themselves by offering what have been reported as enhanced payments to staff. But let us not be fooled into thinking that this is a generous step forward. It is not. Indeed, it is an even more cynical way of an employer simply seeking to circumvent their statutory obligations. When any employer falls foul of their obligations to give notice and consult, they are legally required to properly compensate their workforce accordingly. That is all they are doing here. It is not an enhanced payment. In truth, it could be considered nothing more than a bribe to stave off the threat of legal action by employees who have been denied their rights. The law requires employers to engage and consult when they plan to make these numbers of staff redundant. No such engagement took place. There was no consultation. The law also requires the employer to notify the department through NISRA when making these numbers of staff redundant. No such notification took place. I understand there may have been some communication on Wednesday evening with the Department for Transport in London, but I repeat, there was no sharing of that news or engagement from the employer with us. So here we have an employer who has deliberately flouted employment law, seeking to buy their way out of the statutory obligations and failing to consult or notify the responsible authorities along the way. It is simply not good enough. Of course, this is not the first time we have seen this sort of sharp practice in this industry on these islands. Back in 2005, members may recall Irish ferries unilaterally issued proposals to replace 543 directly employed seafarers with a predominantly cheaper Eastern European agency workforce. Their ships would also be reflagged to Cyprus in the process. That dispute was only eventually settled after the intervention of the Irish Labour Relations Commission. So, perhaps P&O have failed to learn the lessons from that dispute. But even now, at this late stage, I would encourage them to come to the table and to discuss this with us. Earlier today, I met with our own Labour Relations Agency. They stand ready and willing to meet immediately with P&O to see how they can turn around what is a terrible situation. It must be in P&O's interests to engage. But let us be in no doubt, their reputation, not to mention their future commercial viability, stands to take a massive hit here if they do not change course. They might want to hide behind the small print of maritime law that might, in their eyes, justify what they have done. But the court of public opinion will not be so sympathetic. In terms of going forward, not only do we stand ready through the Labour Relations Agency to intervene, but if P&O fail to take me up on that offer locally, I have already asked my officials to investigate what remedies we may have for breaches of our devolved employment law. I understand that a similar piece of work is now underway in Whitehall, and I will be writing to ministers there to make sure we are kept up to speed with their own investigations. As far as the staff themselves are concerned, my own career service are immediately available to help anyone who has been affected. We have also been in contact with our counterparts in communities who can stand up redundancy clinics and job fairs. So our first and our foremost priority must be for the staff involved, and again, my department will do all it can to assist and support them in the coming days. Members will also have heard me talk about the work of my department to take forward a comprehensive employment bill in the next mandate. I have already asked officials to look at the emerging issues from this dispute to identify what more we can do in legislation to ensure employers do the right thing by their workforce. And we will look closely at fire and rehire practices. There is no immediate suggestion that that is happening here, but I want to make sure it hasn't been an underlying issue. We will also look further at increasing the financial penalty for those employers who think they can simply buy their way out of employment obligations. If employers want to pay a price to avoid the law, I want to make sure it is a price that will deter, not encourage, more of this behaviour. Finally, I want to turn briefly to consumer protection issues that also arise out of the announcement last week. Yesterday, I read that P&O were in effect leaving customers with existing bookings to make their own arrangements. They were offering no further support or assistance to reschedule. They are treating their customers with the same disdain that they treated their workforce. They are nothing if not consistent. However, they cannot just do that. I would ask any customers with bookings that have not been honoured to contact the Consumer Council and make sure you are aware of your rights here. Compensation may well be payable for customers who have had to reschedule, in addition to the reimbursement of the cost of alternative travel arrangements. Mr Deputy Speaker, my thanks for allowing me time in an already congested order paper to make this statement. I hope members will appreciate that because of the lack of engagement with P&O, this remains a very fluid situation which we are still learning about and investigating. However, given the concerns already expressed across this place, I wanted to share my immediate thoughts with members, and of course I will do all I can in the coming days to work with everyone to try and find a better way forward. I commend the statement to the House.
Agus Iramar Keith Archibald Hon Kenshin, Cahilan Kostiak Namiak. I now call Keith Archibald, Chair of the Economy Committee.
And I want to thank the Minister for his statement. I think it's really important that there is strong and unanimous condemnation of P&O's scandalous actions. They showed utter contempt for their workers and workers' rights and employment procedures. And I'm sure the Minister would agree that it would be a very dangerous precedent if it went unchallenged. So strong words are one thing, but we do need action as well. In relation to those bogus so-called enhanced payments, I've heard reports that those could be time-limited or conditional, that workers don't take unfair dismissal claims. What is the legal position in relation to that, and what can be done to challenge it, either via your department or the Labour Relations Agency? Because that is essentially bribing workers not to do what they are entitled to do. And I'm sure the Minister would join with me in encouraging workers to engage with their trade unions and the Labour Relations Agency before taking any decisions, to ensure they're fully informed.
First of all, I absolutely do agree that it is important that we send out a very strong message, not just to P&O, but indeed to all of those companies who might think of getting involved in a practice like this in some way. We need to send the message this is not acceptable, and just because it's happened once doesn't mean that it should happen again. I think it is absolutely right that we have that cross-party support. I think it's absolutely right also that we investigate exactly what is going on, that where appropriate my department takes action to make sure that the law is followed, and where the law hasn't followed, that there are penalties for that. And the member will be aware of the employment bill that the department hopes to bring forward in the next mandate, and I hope that there will be cross-party support to ensure that any potential issues that have arisen out of this that isn't already covered by employment law is covered in that bill.
I call Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and I join with him in his strong words of condemnation of the disgraceful actions of P&O towards their staff. The Minister has obviously touched on the exploration of legal options that are there in terms of what action can be taken against P&O. But can I also ask the Minister what examination there is to ensure that this is not something which is used by other employers, to ensure that this is not something which could happen again in another sphere of employment law?
The member is absolutely right to raise this issue because I do not want our response to this in any way to give cover or succour to those employers that might be thinking of doing this again in the future. I think it's absolutely reprehensible that any company or employer might think that they can get around employment law by, as I and others have already said, some sort of a bribe. So I think that it is absolutely right that we take all of the action that we can as a department, and that's why I'll be working very closely as well with the Department for Transport to make sure that the law is followed, and where the law is not followed, that appropriate penalties are put in place, and that nothing that has taken place over the course of the last week or will happen next week will in any way give any cover to other employers like this in the future.
Matthew O'Toole on case to correct. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for coming and giving us this statement today. My party, I'm pleased to say, was the only party in this chamber that showed up to vote against, to vote in favour of banning fire and rehire in Westminster in the House of Commons last year. I know I'm glad to see others are now on board with that, and I welcome the fact that the Minister is saying he's looking at it for legislation in the new mandate. Would he agree? He said earlier that correctly that that labour law, employment law was devolved here. Given the concern that one of the promises made by Brexiteers was that they would use Brexit to basically water down labour laws, will he make a pledge here that even if the Tory government in England decides to water down labour laws further, that we will be strengthening our employment laws in a new mandate?
Well, I've already committed to this House, and it may well be the case that I'm not going to be in post, but I think that there is, and I know the member would want me to stay on, I think there is broad acceptance that we do need to address a number of employment issues that we weren't able to take up in this mandate that we would have liked to have taken up. So it is a devolved issue, so ultimately it's up to us to decide what the laws that we have around employment actually are. In terms of Brexit, or if had Brexit changed anything, it's absolutely not the case, because of course there has been no change to that retained EU regulation in terms of employment law.
Call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, and I also thank the Minister, who has made clear that his department got no heads up from the employers. But did the department get advance notice from any other source? And could he tell the House the exact laws that P&O have breached?
No, Mr Speaker, I don't believe that we had got any advance notice or warning from any source whatsoever. I found out when I saw it, or when actually a member of staff had, in my constituency actually, had sent it through to me. In terms of the laws that are actually have been broken, it will be for the court to ultimately adjudicate on that. However, it is the case that we have basic statutory requirements in regards to redundancy. If an employer is making more than 20 employees redundant within any 90-day period, a consultation should take place between that employer and a representative. It's quite clear that that has not happened, and that's very disappointing. And I think it's quite a, in my view, this is quite a clear breach of Northern Ireland employment law, ultimately up to the courts to decide.
Can we bring Stuart Dixon on the screens, please? I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your statement to the House today. Minister, while I very much welcome the information that you've given the House that a next mandate will be certainly looking at strengthening employment law in Northern Ireland around the issue particularly of fire and rehire. But Minister, the reality is that you and your party participated in wasted years when this type of legislation could have been introduced in this mandate, and that we're now left without the strength of protection.
Can I
that
bring
could
the
and
member
should have
to
been
a question,
provided.
please?
My question, Mr. Speaker,
the member will be.
Sorry, Minister. Sorry. Continue, Mr. Dixon.
My question, quite simply, is this: what action is the Minister going to take now to meet with P&O to discuss these issues?
Thank you.
Well, to address the member's first point, he will be aware because he's been in the chamber 2 or 3 times whenever I've addressed this issue before. We only had 2 years in this chamber in order to bring through legislation. He knows the pressures that were on our time in regards to employment law. We got through the parental bereavement leave and pay bill. I would have liked to have gone further. However, I have committed that we will do those in the next mandate. I have requested a meeting with P&O. I have said that I will be willing to work with them. I've met with the Labour Relations Agency. I have suggested that they would be an intermediary for this issue. I haven't received any response as of yet.
Jim Dolan on Cancha. I call Jim Dolan.
The Minister has touched on the fire and rehire concept, and I look forward to that coming through in the next mandate. I'm disappointed it hasn't happened so far in this mandate, given that there was complaints to your predecessor from councils. But Minister, you mentioned and you've directed people with bookings to P&O to go to the Consumer Council. Have you been in contact with the Consumer Council around what consumers may be entitled to?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch on this fire and rehire issue. Yes, we are going to look at employment law in the next mandate, and we are wanting to address potential issues that can come from that. However, let's be clear, we have employment law in Northern Ireland right now, and that's what seems to have been breached. So let's not in any way allow anybody to get away with this based on what may or may not be in our law right now. It's absolutely the case that in terms of what is in our law right now, that appears to me to have been breached. I haven't directly spoken to the Consumer Council at this time. I'm more than happy to do that. However, they are well positioned to hear directly from consumers themselves, and I would very strongly encourage those who would be affected to get in touch with the Consumer Council so that they know their rights and they know how they can proceed.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, in your statement you referred to up to 50 staff from Northern Ireland could be directly impacted. Obviously those staff will cover a range of tasks within the ferry. Have you any concerns going forward whenever the ferries start to sail again between obviously Northern Ireland and Scotland, that there's a safety issue there, bearing in mind these are new staff, newly trained in a very, very short period of time?
Well, it absolutely is the case that we have had on ferries, not just between Northern Ireland and Scotland, but I'm sure right around the UK and Ireland. Competent staff that have had many years, and in fact in some cases decades of experience. I will want to make sure that any staff that are brought on and agency workers that are hired to do this job are properly trained. We need to make sure that there are no corners that are cut, but they have all of the necessary experience, because not only is it a huge disservice what is currently being done to existing customers and staff, but I think it's also imperative that we look out for the safety of those that will be travelling again with P&O in the future. So it's absolutely right that the member has raised this issue, and P&O need to be aware of their need to follow all of the regulations that may be in place in regards to the standard of training required, but also minimum wage entitlements and other entitlements as well for staff.
John O'Dowd, I call John O'Dowd.
Minister, I'm actually pleasantly surprised at the strength of your statement.
It is as strong a statement as I've heard from someone in your position and from your party in relation to employment law. So well done on the statement. But what we need to see now is also strong action as well as strong words. So will the Minister take action in regards public funds that P&O have received? And I have no doubt this company, despite making £1.3 billion worth of profits last year, will have their hand out again looking more public money. Will the Minister ensure they do not receive public money until the practices they've been involved in are dealt with and they have been punished for what they have done to these workers?
The member's throwing me off a little bit by actually being complimentary towards me. So I appreciate his words, but I think it's because we all should be united on what has happened. It has been reprehensible. It's disgusting, actually, what has happened, especially to those staff that had been serving the company for so long. So it is right that we have strong words, and I completely agree with him that we need strong actions as well. Some of the financial support that will have been provided to this company in the past would have been via the Treasury or elsewhere in HMG. But I think it's right that they look into that. But certainly, I'm more than happy to look at what support has been given and how we can ensure that we're not supporting companies that disregard employment law in this way.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for the statement. I too concur with the disgraceful treatment from P&O towards long-serving and loyal staff. Is the Minister concerned with supply chains in light of this recent activity?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I've outlined, I suppose, the volume of our freight that comes in via these ferries, and that will inevitably have a knock-on effect. I think you are seeing additional sailings taking place by other companies. You are seeing some of that, some of the hole being filled in that way, but I will be working very, very closely with the Department of Transport. I'm getting their regular updates from them. I'll be working with the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs as well on these issues to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to ensure that that supply comes in. But I think it does bring up a further question about what role and responsibilities a private company should have when they are responsible for a strategic national asset like this, and then go ahead to close it down at a moment's notice. And I think that's something else that we're going to have to look at.
I call John Stewart.
Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement today and echo completely what he said about the deplorable way P&O have treated customers and their staff. It is absolutely disgraceful. Minister, I don't think any of us could maybe understand the notion that Belfast City Airport would be owned by Flybe or would be owned by British Airways, or Belfast Aldergrove would be owned by EasyJet. It seems almost impossible to accept in the interest of competition and delivery for customers, yet that's exactly what we see in Larne. With an owner-operator, the only person using the Port of Larne is the owner. It can't be good for competition, it's not good for delivery to the public. Can you tell me what conversations you've had about alternatives and potentially looking at a free port in Larne?
Well, absolutely. A free port in Larne is something that I would be very keen to explore, and another opportunity that exists for us. Ultimately, my aim is to see much more competition between not just Larne and Scotland, but indeed all ports in Northern Ireland. I think if you look at the cost of travel between Northern Ireland and Scotland, it is very, very high, because we do not have the same competition as you might see, for example, on the English Channel. So I think we do need to be doing all that we can to increase that competition. I've been pleased to work with councillors and MSPs in Scotland to look at the A75 and the A77, because the improvement of those roads is what's going to be key to getting more traffic there, and that will help make the ports more sustainable, certainly in terms of transport and passenger transport in particular. But I think we should be exploring all of the options, and a free port is something that I'm very keen to see how we can ensure that we harness the opportunities that can come from them.
Philip McGuigan, I call Philip
McGuigan. Minister, you've quite rightly called out the shameful and disgraceful behaviour of P&O, and in your statement you're saying that our first and foremost priority must be the staff involved, and again that's quite rightly, but there's no mention in your statement and no mention in the questions asked of engagement between yourself and the trade unions that are supporting the workers. So given that P&O is trying to divide workers and pick them off with pay offers, it is absolutely crucial, in my view, that the Minister does engage with the relevant trade unions. So could he confirm today that that is the case?
I'm more than happy to confirm that I had requested a meeting with the RMT this morning. Unfortunately, weren't able to attend that meeting, but I'm more than happy to engage with any of the trade unions that have an interest in this, and there's no barrier to doing that whatsoever.
I call John Blair.
Can I also thank the Minister for the statement and the detail contained in that statement regarding planned actions. I want also to associate myself and my party with comments made from across the House in relation to the workers involved and those working to help those affected members of the workforce. My question, Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Euro Committee, relates mainly to supply chains. I'm aware that some of the parties, including the Minister's own, it would seem, on the local council, thought resources should not be shared with Belfast Port at this time of need, and I've raised these matters with DAERA also for clarification regarding its intentions. Does the Minister believe, Deputy Speaker, that good practice might involve resource sharing between ports and between agencies at this time to ensure supply chain sustainability?
Mr. Speaker, of course I want to see the sustainability of the supply chains, which is why I'm an opponent of the Northern Ireland Protocol, because of course it is the protocol that has caused so many of the issues and the problems that we are seeing over the course of the last year. It's what's contributing to the increase in costs. Road Haulage Associations have estimated that's anywhere between 10 and 25% of the costs that have been added on. So I hope that if the member wants to see a more secure supply chain between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, he would join us in our efforts to dump the border in the Irish Sea.
I call Roy Beggs.
Speaker, P&O brutally cast their workforce aside in a Dickensian fashion, no consultation, no notice, and delivering an instantaneous message by video link. So my question to the Minister, can he clarify if the P&O redundancy announcement is covered by maritime law, Northern Ireland employment law, or indeed GB employment law? There seems to be a variety of thoughts around that. And secondly, in terms of disruption to trade, we are exposed, our supply chain is exposed because there is not a replacement crew who have been approved to safely operate that passenger vessel. Will the Minister get in touch with Her Majesty's Government so that nothing like this can ever expose Northern Ireland again?
Well, look, the member's right to raise the issues that he has. I have already said in my answer to Mr Dunn that I think that when we have such a strategic asset like this, there needs to be ways in which that is protected. And in terms of his questions in regards to redundancy and what employment law is covered here, yes, there may be some discussions that go on about whether this is covered by maritime law or not. However, the ferry in question, in terms of Lauren Conryan, spends all of its time sailing between UK ports in UK waters. So it is likely that either Northern Ireland or Great Britain employment law would apply. Even if it is Jersey law that applies, there are still redundancy requirements there as well. So it's absolutely right that people are held to account to that law in the jurisdictions in which they operate.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too thank the Minister for his very strong statement, and also, Minister, for your written reply to the cross-committee letter that was issued on Friday, both of which, unfortunately, we're still waiting a response from your South Belfast colleague and DAERA Minister on. But, Minister, when you make the statement that P&O has literally ripped up the employment rulebook and in the process simply discarded 800 of their loyal and most diligent workforce, I don't think even P&O could disagree with that. And it's largely accepted that P&O have calculated this move to be their cheapest option. So when we're looking into remedies to breaches, I imagine that this has already been costed. So financial penalties aside, Minister, I want to push you on the question raised by Mr O'Dowd and really call for you to see how will you make sure that P&O will not profit from public funding with any and all efforts to clean up the mess that they've deliberately made, particularly given that they own the port?
Well, look, Mr. Speaker, I hope I was clear in answer to Mr. O'Dowd, but I reiterate, if it's a role for the UK Government, I strongly support them taking action. If there's a role for us to play in that as well, I'm more than happy to do that as well. If they are getting public money or a receipt of public money and continue to act in that way, if there is a role for us to play, then I'm certainly keen to look at all of the options that are available to us, because I do think that they have acted in an absolutely disgraceful way. What irks me even more is the fact that they knew that this was going to happen a long time ago, because 6 weeks ago they engaged a security firm to come on to these boats in the event that there would be or could be some trouble. They were told to ensure that they had their utility belts there. They were told to ensure that they had handcuffs. They knew the difficult situation that they were going to send that security firm into 6 weeks ago, yet they were not prepared to give their staff any notice ahead of time. So they have acted in a reprehensible way, and there needs to be consequences for that, and I will do. Well, the members asked me, well, you know, what is that action going to be? Well, that depends. I don't know what the levels of public funding that they get at the minute, but and this is still, as you'll be able to understand, we haven't been able to have that engagement yet with P&O, but we'll be taking whatever action that we can. And I hope that she hears the strength of my words today, and anything that I can do to support the workers and to ensure that no company thinks they can get away with this again in the future, I'm prepared to do that.
I call Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we all agree that any company dealing in a decent fashion with their workers don't need balaclavas or handcuffs. But I want to focus the Minister's attention on the current economic consequences of this. There are hauliers at their wits' end as to how they're going to get their goods transported, some of them perishable. Could I read to the Minister a comment just sent to me by a haulier who's listened to the Minister's statement? And you'll get the frustration. All very nice words, but he'd be better focusing his attention on actually doing something about it before small business goes to the wall while Stormont watches them. There are not enough spaces on the surviving services to transport necessary goods.
Can I ask the member for his question,
what
please?
What is the department able to do to bring pressure on other companies to alleviate that situation?
Mr. Speaker, can I say, first of all, I understand the frustration not just of the member but of the haulier that he has spoken to as well. I am aware of those difficulties. I don't want to tread on the responsibilities of other ministers. That being said, I have had engagement already with those that might be considered alternative providers to see what it is that we can do to support some of the hold-ups that we're seeing, and I know that that will have consequences. I know it's a frustration to the member and to the haulier involved. I'm dealing with the employment law side of this because it's primarily my responsibility, but I do recognise the impact that it is having on the wider economy, and although supply chain issues are the responsibility of the Department of Agriculture, we are working together to see how we can ensure that there is the capacity there that is required, and I'll do everything that I can, and my department will do everything that we can to get that capacity up to where it was before as soon as possible.
Jerry Carroll,
Deputy Speaker, I was proud to stand with RMT workers, former P&O workers at Larne Harbour on Friday past against this despicable decision. Minister, their union are calling for public ownership of P&O and its fleet to keep the jobs and allow the service to maintain. Do you support that call? And Minister, people will find your talk of making employers do the right thing a bit hollow, considering you and your party voted against the Trade Union Freedom Bill only a matter of weeks ago.
Well, of course, it's just nonsense to suggest that the trade union bill that he brought forward would in any way have prevented this situation. It's just absolute nonsense, again, from the member to suggest that. There is one problem that we have here right now, and it's that, in my view, the employment law that we have has not been followed. Now, I'm more than happy to look at what else it is that we might be able to do to make sure that our employment law is completely fit for purpose. But let's make it very, very clear. The responsibility here lies on the company to follow its obligations. That hasn't been done, and that's the root of this problem.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. So if we just take our ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Okay, members, we're now quorate anyway, so we'll get started. The next item on the order paper is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Occupational Pension Schemes Administration, Investment and Charges and Governance Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I'd initiate him side in the bubble. Leishan Roon, or Huntossi Gohofigul, Lid Hall. I now call the Minister for Communities to formally move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call the Minister to open debate on the motion, please.
Thanks very much. The rule we're considering today is somewhat technical. The rule places an administration and governance requirements on trustees of occupational defined contribution pension schemes. In particular, to require trustees of certain schemes to disclose their investment returns and demonstrate that they are providing value for their members. It also increases flexibility for defined contribution schemes to take account of performance fees payable to fund managers when calculating the cap on charges that apply to default investment arrangements. These are funds into which members are automatically placed by the scheme. It makes other changes, for example, to the ways in which specific types of pension schemes must comply with the requirements to produce a statement of investment principles. It also includes provision to control the level and range of charges. The regulation requires trustees of relevant schemes with less than £100 million in assets and which have been in existence for at least 3 years to conduct an annual assessment of the value that the scheme offers to its members. They specify the criteria that must form part of the assessment. This includes the quality of the scheme's record keeping, the promptness of accuracy of administration, and the extent of which existing requirements concerning trustees' knowledge and understanding are being met. These measures aim to encourage consolidation of defined contribution pension schemes so that members are able to benefit from economies of scale and across to a diverse range of asset class that larger schemes bring. They have been introduced alongside guidance to help trustees of schemes that are in scope to meet the requirements. The regulations also clarify the statement of investment principles, for example, the requirement for default investment funds. They may also make consequential amendments, for example, to the information that must be published on a publicly available website. They amend the definition of charges and make changes to the way that performance fees may be taken into account when assessing whether or not a scheme complies with the charge cap, that the limit of the charges that can be applied to default investment funds. They also provide for a cap on an early exit charges and a ban on member-borne commission charges arising under existing arrangements. In complying with the requirements to assess the value for the members that their scheme provides, to report net investment returns and to report on costs and charges, trustees and managers are required to have regard to the guidance issued by the Department, and I beg to move.
And the next speaker is Paula Bradley, Chair of the Communities. And before you speak, I would just like to pay tribute to you, Paula, and wish you all the very best with you and your family. The place will be the lesser place for your absence, but you'll probably contribute just as well elsewhere to other people's, to the improvement of other people's lives, particularly that of your family. So I wish you well in that.
Thank you, and thank you for those kind words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and apologies for my slight lateness getting down to the chamber. Everything went a wee bit ahead of time there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 7th of October 2021 and understands that these regulations amend a number of existing sets of regulations and will place administration and governance requirements on trustees of occupational defined contribution pension schemes. It will also increase flexibility of these schemes to take account of performance fees of fund managers when calculated the cap on charges that applies to default investment arrangements. There are other small technical changes, including to the ways in which specific types of pension schemes must comply with the requirements to produce a statement of investment principles. The regulations also include provision in consequence of the Pension Schemes Act Northern Ireland 2021 to control the level and range of charges. It seems that I am regularly speaking on pensions regulations, and whilst the regulations that have come before the Assembly in recent weeks are technical in nature, they are no less important to protect the individuals that have money invested in these schemes. The aim is to ensure that occupational defined contribution pension scheme members benefit from efficient administration, sound investment governance and access to innovative and diversified investment strategies. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee agreed to recommend that the Occupational Pension Schemes Administration, Investment and Charges and Governance Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be confirmed by the Assembly.
Thank you. There are no other notified speakers. Sorry, is Mr Turkin indicating that he wants to speak? Okay.
I was only going to say a few words in terms of the regulations before us today. The Minister and the Chair have ably outlined the technical nature of those, and then you stole my thunder in terms of your tribute to the Chair of our Communities Committee, Paula Bradley. Paula was elected here the same time as me, and we were thrust into the old DSD and Health Committees at the same time, and here 11 years on, I'm on a committee that she has chaired so well, dealing with extremely important, emotive issues. I have to say I've always been struck by how Paula's sense of social justice and her passion for putting people first. Well, now she's putting the people closest to her first. I wish her well with that, and they're lucky to have her.
And Minister, if we have a quick wind, we could probably get this
I'll
done
be
just
very
before
quick.
question time.
Her Mark got the SDLP election mantra in there in the middle of congratulating you, Paula, but obviously you will be missed. There's no doubt about that in terms of the contribution you've made, and particularly to the Communities Committee as well. And I've enjoyed working with you over the time that I've been here also. But again, just like the Deputy Speaker, wish you well in terms of the more important role that you're taking on in terms of your mummy and daddy as well. So just wish you well in the time ahead. And again, nothing less to be said about the regulations other than I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you for that, Minister. And the question now is that the Occupational Pension Schemes Administration, Investment and Charges and Governance Amendment Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And members, just take their ease while we move to question time at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. Members, it's time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Paul Frew to ask the first question. Mr. Frew.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Infrastructure. I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Following the road traffic collisions and tragic fatalities in 2015 and 2016, my department carried out a detailed safety review of the A26, Lisnavena Road, including the junctions between Dunsilla and Bally roundabouts. As a result of this review, a number of safety measures have already been implemented along the route. Measures implemented at Wood Green Junction include the application of a high-friction surface on the approach to the A26, enhancements to signage and lines, and an upgrade to the street lighting. I am pleased to advise that since 2016 there have been no injury collisions recorded at the Wood Green Junction, and therefore there are no plans to carry out any further work at the junction at this time. I have, however, asked officials to keep the situation under review.
Supplementary for Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her update on this junction, which has concerned many residents and drivers and pedestrians for many years. Minister, there was plans at the time to stop off right turns, similar to what they did 2 miles down the road at the Crumkill junction. Has the Minister now ruled that out completely?
The member is right. There was a proposal to prohibit right turns out of the junction, and that was given consideration, but it received a number of objections. A further review of the proposal by the Department and PSNI has identified other potential safety issues, and as such it has been decided on balance that it should not be progressed.
I call Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, I've been raising this issue. I was looking back there in 2016 following the tragic death of young Carla Cameron, and at that point the Infrastructure Minister promised there was going to be definitive real action taken to this junction. This junction has proved to be a death trap. I suspect if it was on the A21, on the A1, there would have been a flyover years ago, but all we've got at the Wood Green Junction is a few extra lights and some friction surface. It's totally inappropriate for a junction that has this record.
Does the member have a question?
So is that the best the Minister can offer us? That she's really abandoned all hope for improving this junction?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take great exception to the use of language by the member. As I set out very clearly in my response to Mr. Frew, the Department has taken a number of measures, and what is really important is the fact that since 2016 there have been no injury collisions recorded at this junction. My department will continue to do what we can to improve road safety, and as I said in my initial response, I have asked my officials to keep this particular junction and stretch of road under review.
Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, can I ask for an update on any other transport plans your department are currently working on? Thank you.
My department is developing a suite of local transport plans, including the sub-regional transport plan, the North West transport plan and the Belfast Metropolitan Transport Plan. These local transport plans will be developed alongside the Council's local development plans and will reflect the Council's growth ambitions. This proactive planning and design approach will be able to facilitate real changes and a holistic consideration of which transport solutions can best deliver our desired outcomes, including reduced carbon emissions and creating high-quality urban spaces that benefit communities. As the local transport plans are to be developed alongside the Council's development plans, their delivery dates will be influenced by that process.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, whether it's the improvements at the road linking my constituency with North Antrim, which is subject of the original question, or progress on the various active travel routes that I looked at around my constituency yesterday, and I'll welcome some progress on those. Can I ask the Minister how failure to agree a budget will impact upon her departmental capital infrastructure spending priorities across the board and across constituencies?
I thank the member for his question, and he raises a crucial point. Of course, I had concerns with the draft multi-year budget that was presented and was going out for consultation, and had highlighted the reasons for that concern. But the purpose of having hopefully an agreed multi-year budget was to enable departments to be able to forward plan and to deliver change in their communities with a greater degree of certainty than had went before. It is therefore deeply, deeply frustrating that without an executive and agreed budget cannot be brought forward, because the real people who will suffer in all of this are our citizens in every single constituency right across the north.
Anya Murphy, when you can, I call Anya Murphy.
Gormail, a question to you, please.
As the Infrastructure Minister, I take safety on our rural roads very seriously. My department continues to be actively committed to improving safety on our roads and continues to work closely with our road safety partners to deliver a programme of road safety education, engineering and enforcement activities. My department has a rolling programme of maintenance and repairs across the road network. All roads are inspected on a regular basis, and defects which meet my department's current intervention levels are recorded and prioritised for repair. The forecasted spend for capital structural maintenance in 2021-22 is £85 million. This includes £17 million for a roads recovery fund, with £15 million of this allocated to rural roads, which is a 50% increase on last year and is the highest level of funding allocated specifically to this rural roads initiative by any minister to date. Significant programmes of work have been delivered across all areas in 21-22, in particular on rural roads. From a road safety perspective, we know from the evidence that regrettably 2/3 of people killed or seriously injured in road collisions in Northern Ireland occur on rural roads. My department has a campaign within its current public information campaign portfolio which specifically challenges drivers to be aware of the hidden dangers on rural roads, underpinned with the warning, "Your risky driving catches up with you." This message is delivered frequently across the year. I continue to remind all road users that we all have a responsibility as a driver to adapt our driving to the weather, the road conditions, our own ability, and always expect the unexpected.
Okay, Brescia, Anya Murphy. Supplementary question for Anya Murphy.
Gormail, last can Collier and Minister, in 2020, 73% of fatalities occurred on rural roads. The Fermanagh district had the highest per population rate of people tragically killed or seriously injured. Does the Minister agree that improving road safety in rural areas going forward must be a priority?
I absolutely agree with the member, and as she has highlighted and I did in my response, we do have particular challenges on our rural roads. Part of that falls to quality of our rural roads, and that is an issue that I've been trying to address, and it will take some time because of historic underinvestment, but it is also about ensuring that we have the right infrastructure, but we're also doing what we can to encourage all road users to be safe in their actions. So I will continue to do what I can. The forthcoming road safety strategy as well will play a crucial role in helping to achieve that also. And I do thank members right across this House, because road safety, Mr Deputy Speaker, has been an issue that, regardless of where people sit within this chamber, it is something that everybody feels very strongly about and has been very proactive in terms of spreading that important road safety message.
Justin McNulty case to I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, I'm aware of the budgetary constraints you're operating under, but I have mentioned the state of the roads in near Armagh many times here. Traversing some of the country roads and back roads, you feel sometimes like you're traversing the far side of the moon. The potholes are not potholes, they're more like craters. Will your new asphalt contracts do anything to alleviate that? Now, can you give some information on how that will improve our roads?
The interim asphalt resurfacing procurement strategy consists of 4 phases of 6-term contracts, as well as a number of larger one-off contract packages. The first phase of term contracts, with a total maximum estimated value of over £35 million over the next 2 years, was released for tender on the 19th of November 21. Tenders have been received and are currently being assessed. The development of the Phase 2 competition is well advanced, and this competition will be released for tender in the coming days. A one-off contract package for Skew Road and roundabout resurfacing was awarded in January. An intention to award letters for a resurfacing contract for the Cookstown area will be issued later this week. Contracts for the Coleraine Ring Road and cycle path and for resurfacing part of the A6 at Castle Dawson have been tendered, and tenders are currently being assessed. A contract for resurfacing in the Ballygolly area has also been recently released for tender. It is anticipated that these contracts will be awarded in April and May this year. In addition to this, further one-off contracts, including for resurfacing part of the A3 Portadown Road, are also currently being prepared.
I call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge that it's important that there are widespread resurfacing schemes, but it's equally important that potholes are repaired on a timely basis in order to remove the risk to road safety that they present. And along with that, there's a significant cost of having to repair such a deep gouge in a road and possible cost of damage to vehicles. So what assessment has been made of the overall cost of allowing potholes to get to 50 millimetres before they are repaired on rural roads?
The member will know, particularly being a member of the Infrastructure Committee, that the Barton report carried out a number of years ago identified a minimum level of funding of £140 million per annum to maintain the road network. The allocations to the department and its predecessor have fallen significantly short of that year on year, and we now find ourselves in the untenable situation where we have seen significant deterioration on our road network, and the department has had to implement a limited service in terms of repair compared to what it was able to do before. The department continues to do what it can within the resources that are allocated to it, and certainly in respect of defects. Our current standards specify response times for the repair of defects that range from 1 calendar day for the most serious defects to periods of 5 working days and 4 weeks for less serious defects. But I want to reassure the member that I will continue to make the case at the Executive to ensure that we do have sufficient funding so that we can not only maintain the road network, but that we can seek to improve upon it with new infrastructure.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this is probably the Minister's last question time, so I would say whilst we've had our differences, it's always been a pleasure to work with the Minister. During her tenure as Infrastructure Minister, you announced an independent investigation in relation to roads procurement and surfacing contracts, which plays a key element in terms of road safety. Can I ask if the outcome of that will be reported before the end of this mandate?
First of all, I want to thank Mr Muir and particularly all of the members of the Infrastructure Committee for having very constructive, at times tense working relationships, but always very constructive, and I do mean that. And I also, given the fact that this could be my last question time as Infrastructure Minister, I want to place on record my appreciation for all of the hard work of my officials. I have certainly pushed them, and I want to pay tribute to their determination and their commitment to the communities within which they live and the people of Northern Ireland. In respect of the independent investigation, this is a really important piece of work, and the members will know that in my statement to the Assembly on the 15th of June, I announced that I was establishing an independent investigation to ensure that the Department and others learned from that court judgment. The investigation, which is being led by Ms Sarah Hannaford QC, has been completed, and I expect to receive the report in coming days. And my intention then is to ensure that this House is updated on the investigating's findings, and my commitment, as I have laid out to officials, is that we do so later this week.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Just on a similar theme, what lessons have been learned by the Department following the Court of Appeal ruling that the Department engaged in a clandestine preferential process, which did cause significant delay to quite a number of significant road resurfacing schemes right across Northern Ireland?
I agree with Mr Dunn on the seriousness of that court judgment, and that is what led me to coming to the House to make an oral statement, and that is what led me to the establishment of the independent investigation, details of which I've just outlined in response to Mr Muir. I am very keen to receive that report. I haven't received it as yet, but at the time when I made the statement to the House, I gave a commitment that I would report back to the House and I would update them on the findings of that investigation. I've also been very clear with my officials that we have 1 week potentially remaining in this mandate, and therefore we need to ensure that my commitment to every member in this House is honoured and that they are given that clear update.
I call Early Flynn.
Question number 3, Littlehill, please.
I am very keen to improve facilities for pedestrians, and I recently visited Hannistown to listen about concerns and see for myself the difficulties being experienced by road users and in particular pedestrians. I have given my commitment to the delivery of a new footway through Hannistown Village, and my department is currently progressing the design. I have also instructed my officials to assess the suitability of the existing speed limit in Hannistown Village. A traffic survey to determine the mean speed and traffic volumes in the village was carried out in January, and the results are currently being analysed as part of a speed limit assessment. My officials will also be carrying out a survey to determine the need for a pedestrian crossing in the village, which I know is an issue that the member has also raised.
Supplementary question for Leah Flynn.
And thanks very much to the Minister for her answer. And the Minister will know that the Hannistown Village, there is an increase in population of young families and also elderly residents, and they are desperate to have that facility of a footpath and then hopefully those additional road safety measures. So the Minister mentioned in her answer there just around the work that's being done to progress the footpath, and I'm just wondering if she has any recent update on the timescale of delivery. I know there was some complications with officials accessing lands for surveys and stuff, but just if there's any update on that, that would be brilliant. Thank you.
The member will know that there are a number of complexities to this particular project in terms of topography, the presence of a number of adjacent private residential properties and the access of land, which was resolved last month, and also public utility equipment and the existing narrow masonry bridge. What I have said to the local residents and also said very clearly to my officials, as we need to work hard to complete the design. A consultant has now been appointed to take that work forward, so that should hopefully progress things further. And I would be keen, given all of the different processes that have to be completed, I would be keen to see work on the ground started at the earliest opportunity. While it will fall into the new financial year, I've also made it clear that it sits perfectly with the Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund, so hopefully whoever the Minister is in place will recognise a very clear need for and multiple benefits from this, and will continue to push it forward.
Nicola Brogan hon ceist I call Nicola Brogan to ask a question.
Question number 4, please.
I have had the very moving opportunity to meet with families who have tragically lost a loved one on this stretch of road, and that was an important opportunity for me to hear it firsthand, their experience, but also the experiences of the local community as they try to go about their everyday business, living in close proximity to a key transport corridor. I want to assure the member and all of the families who have been affected and have lost a loved one along the stretch of road that I reaffirm my commitment to the delivery of the A5. It is a project which will transform things in terms of improving road safety, but it will also deliver multiple benefits to those who live around it. Last week, I published the new Environmental Statement, Addendum and associated documentation as the next vital steps for the progression of the A5 dual carriageway scheme. This has commenced a consultation process that is open until the 6th of May, and I would encourage anyone with an interest in this significant project to make their views known during the consultation period. But in advance of this major upgrade, it is important that we do what we can to improve road safety. And I've asked my officials to progress a programme of work which will include interventions at this location, including the provision of street lighting and gateway signage on the approach to Garvahi. A temporary traffic counter has recently gathered information on the speed of traffic at this location, and this information will be shared with the PSNI and will be used to help inform further safety interventions. I have also asked my officials to liaise with the PSNI and the PCSP to consider placing a speed indicator device at this location as well. I can assure the member that under my watch, my department remains committed to improving road safety along the existing A5 until such times as the long-awaited A5 dual carriageway is constructed and fully operational.
Nicola Brogan, supplementary question for Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer, and thank you for meeting with the families so you can see for yourself just how busy that road is and how much these temporary safety measures are needed. So thank you for that there. Minister, as you said, the temporary safety measures are important, but what we really need to see is upgrade of the A5, and I know you have published the the environmental statement last week, but can you give us an update on the actual progress of the entire project, please?
Sure. Yes, so obviously I've published the new addendum and the associated documentation, and the public consultation process is now underway and it will run up to the 6th of May. As a Minister for Infrastructure, I have no authority over when the Planning and Appeals Commission will reconvene the public inquiry, but it is hoped that it can take place later this year, and my officials have been in discussions with the PAC to try to secure an early date for that. Receipt of the PAC's final report from the inquiry should then allow a new ministerial decision to be taken, and subject to the successful completion of all of the necessary statutory processes and environmental assessments, the construction of Phase 1A could then commence later that year. The programme for scheme delivery in recent years has alluded to full scheme completion by 2028, and although some slippage has occurred, this timeframe remains achievable, and certainly that is the timeframe that I have instructed my officials to work to.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, Minister, my question is not about the A5, it's about traffic calming measures that I've written to you twice in the private office about, and I'm just conscious that it's nearly the end of the mandate. And it's about Orpin Park. I know your officials were consulting with local residents around traffic calming measures. I'm just wondering, do you have an update? Thank you.
And as the member will know, and the Minister knows, it's not related to the question, but it's at the Minister's discretion what way she wishes to answer it. Thank you.
I'm happy to provide a written update so that the member has the latest position in terms of Orpin Drive.
Thank you. Question number 5. The member's not in her place, and I know that's due to a sad family bereavement. Question number 6. The member's not in his place. And I call George Robinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question 7, please.
Construction of the new 25.5-kilometre section of dual carriageway between Drumahoe and Dungiven, which includes a bypass of Dungiven, is now well advanced, with earthworks, drainage and all 22 structures substantially complete. Work also commenced in November 2021, laying the final surface course, and to date, more than 30% of the final road surface has now been laid. Work is continuing on the remaining elements of the project, including the provision of safety barrier, road marking, signage, street lighting at junctions, landscaping and accommodation works, and I am pleased to say that these will be completed this year, largely as planned.
Supplementary for George Robinson.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Will the Minister consider a similar scheme at Greystill in my constituency to alleviate significant traffic congestions on the main route from Limavady to Londonderry?
The member will know that the Regional Strategic Network Transport Plan is currently being developed with the aim of going out to public consultation. That will set strategic priorities up to 2035 for road, bus and rail. So when that goes out to public consultation, I would encourage the member to make representations in terms of the project that he has just cited, but the others I know that he has raised with me, and that can be given consideration within that framework.
I called Cara Hunter.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister again for her answers so far. Can I ask the Minister to detail what active travel measures will benefit the people of East Derry as a direct result of this scheme? Thank you.
To help promote active travel in line with my department's commitment to create greener infrastructure and encourage people to walk and cycle, this scheme provides a continuous route for cyclists and pedestrians between Claudy and Drumahoe. This will be a combination of proposed new and existing footpaths, new shared use access lanes and existing roads, which will also provide a link to the Oaks and Bruntulla Woods. Between Dungiven and Claudy, cyclists and pedestrians will use the existing shared paths, footpaths and hard shoulder on the old A6 Four Glen Road, which will have significantly reduced traffic flows following the opening of the new dual carriageway. My department proposes further upgrades to some of these sections to footway and cycleways under separate schemes. 2 park and ride facilities are also being provided as part of the scheme to provide local commuters with more sustainable, cleaner and greener transport options. One is in Drumahoe, which became operational last year, and the other at Claudy, which is nearing completion. Covered cycle shelters are provided at both of these park and ride facilities as well.
Call Porrig Largy, Iramur Porrig Largy.
Minister, I welcome the announcement and the development on the A6 and the work of both yourself as Minister and of previous Minister Chris Hazzard as well. One of the other key developments that's needed in the North West is for better rail links between Derry and Belfast. So could you give us an update on where that's at?
Yeah, so the member will be aware that I have initiated a number of feasibility studies. One is on the phase 3 of the Derry Coleraine. That has been completed and the business case is now being worked upon. The feasibility for the additional rail halts, the 3 rail halts, and the half-hourly service will be completed in the summer. Overlaying all of that, there is also the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, which is looking at how we can improve existing rail connectivity on the island, where we can have new rail links, the role of rail in terms of freight, and also rail connectivity to our ports and airports. I'm actually due to go to Dublin tomorrow to get an update with Minister Eamon Ryan and the consultants on that piece of work, and I'm very committed to driving that forward. As we have discussed before, there has been historic underinvestment in the North West, but nowhere is it more stark when you look at a map of rail connectivity on the island, so I'm very committed to doing what I can, working with partners to address that.
Iarmar Pachihan Fáinne Céiste, call Pachihan.
Céiste Hacht. Question 8, please.
I have announced my intention to extend the concessionary fare scheme to provide free travel for people with disabilities who currently pay half fare, and to new operators who have already indicated or expressed an interest in joining. I am aware that many people with a disability have limited travel options, and I took the decision to extend free travel to those currently receiving half fare, as for me, it's not just an economic, societal and environmental issue, but it's also a social justice issue too, and I am keen to see more people benefit. In response to my bid for funding to do this, the draft 2022-25 budget consultation included a proposal for ring-fenced funding to support extending free travel and extending the scheme to those new operators that have already indicated or expressed the interest in joining. Regrettably, the draft 2022-25 budget consultation has now been paused by the Finance Minister in the absence of an executive. However, I am committed to continuing the work towards completing the necessary steps to enable the scheme to be extended. These steps include engagement with TransLink on issues such as changes to ticketing infrastructure, targeted consultation with key stakeholders and the completion of the necessary approval processes.
Thank the Minister for that. And I welcome the steps taken to extend the concessionary fare to black taxis and the people with disabilities who currently only access a half-fare concession. I wonder, could the Minister give some more detail on the timeline for putting this into action?
Well, I want the extension to free travel for people with a disability to come into effect and to those new operators as soon as possible, and so that's the timescale that I'm working on. As I've said, I intend to work towards completing the necessary steps to enable the scheme to be extended in the new financial year. I've outlined what steps are required, and I will continue to work to try to secure the funding, but in the absence of that, from our perspective, all of the necessary steps that are required are being taken forward, and I am clear that the timescale is the new financial year.
And I have time for a brief question and answer from Mervyn Storey.
For answers, she has mentioned, obviously, for the continuation of this scheme, it will be vitally important that we have an infrastructure to deliver the scheme through. When will the Regional Strategic Transport Network Plan be published? Because she has promised this House on a number of occasions that it would be, and now we're told today it's going out to consultation.
It has always been the case that the Regional Strategic Transport Network Plan would have to go out to public consultation. It's a key strategic document that will set out infrastructure priorities up to 2035. Given it is such a complex and important piece of work, I'm sure the member will agree with me that it is very important that we get that right. And so that's the work that officials have been undertaking. The intention is that when that is completed, it will go out to public consultation, and then every member and citizen will have the opportunity to feed back their views, and then the plan can be adopted accordingly.
Very briefly, Justin McNulty. I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, given your ambitions in relation to moving people towards public transport, do you have enough money to do that going forward?
The short answer is no. Obviously, I mean, it's been well rehearsed and it's in the public domain that TransLink wasn't in receipt of sufficient funding over many years, which then required it to eat into its reserves. There was significant funding provided during COVID, as was the case for transport providers and operators right across these islands, given the significant drop in passenger numbers, which impacted on demand. But making sure that we, first of all, have a publicly owned public transport network, for me, is crucial. That ensures that we're able to service areas that are not profit-driven routes, and that's really important, particularly for our rural communities. But it's also really important that we get as many people out of their private vehicles and onto public transport. And the only way that we can do that is ensuring that we have sufficient funding to maintain the existing network, but also that we're able to improve and enhance the transport offering right across the north and through the All-Island Strategic Rail Review through the island. So certainly I will continue to make the case with executive colleagues. Difficult choices have to be made. We do have a difficult budget and we have a number of priorities, but I would argue that public transport is right up there in terms of its impact on the economy, society, the environment, and also in terms of social justice as well.
That ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Agus Nishira Mar Colm Gillingham. I call Colm Gillingham.
Gormagad last can Corlia, Agus Gormagad Lishanaira. Could I ask you, Minister, for an update on the A4 Enniskillen bypass?
Yep. So the Enniskillen bypass was one of the key strategic projects that I committed to taking forward. Work has started on the ground. I'm sure the member will have seen that. And it's very important that this project advances, and crucial to that will be ensuring that there is the funding to do so. I refer back to my previous comments around my frustration, which I know is shared at the absence of an agreed budget and the missed opportunity of having a multi-year budget. So the progress and the pace of this project will be dictated by the funding that's made available to the department. But I hope that the member has seen, since I've taken up office, this was a project that I've prioritised, and I certainly am pleased to see work starting on the ground.
Cash Brescia, Colm Gillingham. Supplementary question for Colm Gillingham.
And I thank the Minister for that, and I do indeed welcome the fact that initial works have begun, and I support your indication there that we need to see sustained investment in it. Can you provide, Minister, more detail about the project, such as what active travel provision is being included and when construction might start in full?
In respect of construction, so we would hope to be able to move to full procurement and construction. Of course, that will be dependent on the funding that comes across, certainly for the forthcoming financial year. In terms of active travel, it's very important to me that when we're looking at bypasses, we just don't look at them in a very narrow sense of building a road away from a town. It's really important that we breathe life into those towns and that we make them places where people are comfortable and enjoy walking, spending time, shopping, visiting, socialising. So parallel to the work on the structure of the bypass, the road, my department has also taken forward a feasibility study to look to see what we can do to maximise the space within the town centre and to revitalise it. I think it's very important that both of those progress in parallel.
Nicola Brogan. Question for Nicola Brogan.
Laskin Corda, can I ask the Minister whether she has engaged with the Minister of Education over the impact of soaring fuel costs on school bus operators?
The member raises a very important point. Certainly, from my perspective, it's an issue that I'm concerned about with TransLink, although TransLink have bought and secured fuel in advance. But members will know that it is a massive issue for Northern Ireland Water, which is the single biggest electricity consumer here in the north. In respect of school transport, that's a matter that falls within the department, between the Department of Education and the Education Authority. But certainly, I'm happy to have engagement with the Education Minister on that issue and to provide her with support, because I do know how pressing an issue it is, and sadly it looks set to only escalate further.
Cash Brescia, Nicola Brogan. Supplementary question for Nicola Brogan.
Thank the Minister for her answer there. And she's right, I've been contacted by a number of school bus operators who simply, they've got contracts with the Education Authority and are now afraid that they won't be able to maintain those contracts because of the cost of fuel. So can the Minister confirm that she will provide some support to bus operators who are really struggling because of this increased cost of fuel at the moment?
Notwithstanding, you have to be respectful of the Education Minister's role and responsibility in this, but in respect of private coaches, the member will know that we have initiated a third scheme for private bus and coach operators who have been impacted in terms of significant reductions in their income during the pandemic. The applications for that closed earlier this month, and we've received 90 applications to date, so they're all being processed so that payments can issue as quickly as possible to those who qualify for support. So I will continue to engage with the sector, but I'm happy, if the Education Minister wishes to discuss the matter with me, I'm very happy to do so, given our experiences in terms of Northern Ireland Water.
Iarmar Keith Archibald, Cashtacher, I call Keith Archibald.
Last Concordia, and I thank the Minister for her responses so far. Could I ask the Minister for an update on the Phase 3 Derry to Coleraine feasibility study, and specifically in relation to the provision of a rail halt at Ballykelly?
This is an important piece of work, and the feasibility studies in respect of the half-hourly service between Derry and Belfast, but also the 3 rail halts, is ongoing. It's due for completion in the summer, and then that will enable us to move to the next stages so that we can get to the point where this is being realised and that the local community there can get to enjoy the benefits of having improved access to rail to enable them to get to and from work or anything else that they wish to do. So that piece of work is progressing as planned.
Keith Archibald, supplementary question for Keith Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for that response, and I think there is obviously need for improvement on that rail stretch. I think everybody would agree it's a very picturesque train journey, but it is a long one. So just in relation to obviously the provision of public transport being important for people access to work, tackling the climate emergency, obviously the feasibility study has been undertaken. Is there a time frame beyond the completion of the feasibility study for when we might see some delivery on it?
Yeah, so all of the required steps that are needed to be taken in advance of construction on the ground are being taken. The issue here in terms of how quickly progress will be made will be dependent on the funding that comes across to the department. I've been very clear that as Minister, rail it's a huge untapped opportunity that we've been missing, and so I'm very keen that we do what we can to expand the rail network, particularly in the northwest area. So my hope would be that, I hope against hope, that after the election we have an executive formed, that we can have ministers in post, and that the Minister for Infrastructure would be able to then move to the construction parts of the rail projects that we have been working on. I think that would be hugely beneficial, and I know that rail is an issue that many members across this House feel passionately about.
Mark Durkin, Cashtacher, I call Mark Durkin.
I'll ask Concordia, like I'm sure many members, I've been out on the doors engaging with constituents a fair bit of late, and for once potholes and parking issues aren't the hot topics. People here are really struggling with the cost of living, and it's incumbent upon our ministers to work collectively and individually within their own departments to help people. Can the Minister outline her own actions in this regard?
The member is absolutely right. We bandy about terms like a cost of living crisis, but the reality is that so many households are being crippled by soaring food bills, soaring fuel, soaring energy bills. People who are on social security are absolutely struggling. People who are not in receipt of social security are absolutely struggling, many saying that they have had it at this moment really challenging in terms of their finances like never before. So there's a responsibility on all of us to do what we can to try to mitigate that and to make sure we keep money in people's pockets and that we get money into people's pockets. I was pleased to be able, before Christmas, to bring forward regulations in this House to protect people, families from having to pay water charges. It was important to me to bring forward the motor insurance legislation to try to protect people against a hike in their motor insurance premiums of up to £50. And then members will be aware also that I took the decision to freeze any hike in public transport fares, because I recognise that for many people who can't afford a car, they are completely reliant on public transport. But I also hope that by freezing fares, it will make life easier for people who have to run a car and are facing huge and escalating petrol and diesel prices to be able to afford and travel on our public transport network. I'm also very conscious of the private members bill that Mark H is working on, emergency legislation that in the absence of an executive would see emergency energy payments going into households right across the north. And I'm also very pleased that that has been able to date to secure the political support of every party in this House. I think at this time people are looking to their politicians to act to help them, and certainly we should be doing everything, even in the very difficult political circumstances within which we find ourselves, we should be doing everything to help them.
Mark Durgan.
Thank the Minister for her answer and even more for her actions. The Minister has referred there to a piece of private members' legislation that I am working on. I'm still awaiting green light or white smoke from the Speaker's office's legal team as to whether that will be a goer or not. But should it be, can the Minister assure me of her support?
The member can be absolutely assured of my support. All of us have constituents who are contacting us. All of us know how difficult and tight people are getting it. And I think all of us want to make sure that we're doing everything that we possibly can to help our citizens at this really difficult time.
I call John Stewart.
Minister, at the risk of sounding ridiculously parochial, can I raise the traffic lights in Victoria Road and Carrickfergus? I do jest, but they're on one of the busiest junctions, Minister, from Victoria Road on to the main road in Carrickfergus. They have failed over 20 times in the last 6 months. Despite constant communication with your department and Siemens, still nothing has been done. In the interest of public safety, can you look into the matter for me?
All politics is local, and these issues are hugely important. I'm not aware of this particular instance. My instinct leads me to think that there may be an electrical fault if the outage has been that frequent, but certainly I give a commitment to taking this issue away, asking my officials for an update and then providing you with an update in writing.
Supplementary question from Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. Moving slightly further up the coast now, on to Larne. Could I ask the question, last week's disgraceful actions by P&O have really shone a light on the questionable ownership of a port. We wouldn't allow an airline company to own an airport in Northern Ireland. There certainly would raise eyebrows over it. Yet in Northern Ireland we have a port of Larne being operated by the owners. Doesn't seem right to me in the interests of fairness and delivering for the public. Can you look into the option of a free port for that and the other options that may be available?
I do realise there may be some sort of a tenuous link between the lights and the supplementary question, but it is supposed to be a supplementary question, the original question, but it's up to yourself, Minister, at your discretion what your response would be.
No, look, I think like everybody, I was shocked and appalled at how P&O workers have been treated. I mean, who thinks that it is acceptable to treat people in that way, stripping them of their dignity and treating them like a cheap commodity? And I think we need to reflect very, very carefully on where we are going as a society in terms of workers' rights and workers' protections, particularly in the globalised world in which we live. In respect of Larne, the member will know that my department has a very limited role because it is a privately owned port. We don't have statutory responsibilities for ferries or shipping, but in saying that, while I am conscious that maritime and shipping is a reserved function of the Department for Transport, and I'm calling on the Secretary of State for Transport to take every possible step to save jobs and maintain connectivity for passengers and critical goods on the Irish sea routes, my department is working with the Department for Economy and DERA as well to ensure that we are minimising any risks to supply chains for critical goods, and my officials will continue to do what they can, working with colleagues right across government as well.
Mr. Humphrey isn't in his place, therefore I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can the Minister provide a long-awaited update on when the Regional Strategic Transport Network Plan will be published? I know she may have answered that, but I'll ask it anyway.
As I was saying, this is a really important document because it is going to set out the infrastructure priorities for road, bus and rail up to 2035. So officials have been working with consultant partners to try to bring further detail to that. I'm very clear that we need to make sure that we get it as right as we can before it goes out to public consultation. But members will have the opportunity to respond and to make their views known when it does go out for public consultation, because I think it's really important that we have a genuine consultation process, and that then the Minister and my department is able to reflect on the views and, if it is required, not shy away from making changes to that document.
Time for a quick supplementary from Mr. Robbins.
Thank the Minister for answering us. This will be my last question time before retirement. Can I ask the Minister again, will she commit to the inclusion of a bypass for Ballykelly and the climbing lane at Gorcorbis on the Limavady to Coleraine route within this plan?
I want to wish Mr Robinson well. In my encounters, he has always been an absolute gentleman, and he has never played the person. He has always just really cared about his constituents and his community, and it constantly shines through. If you were able to bring forward infrastructure projects based on the integrity of members campaigning for them, these would all be built, I assure you, Mr Robinson, but obviously we need to take it within a strategic framework. And so I assure you that these infrastructure projects, these road projects, will be considered as part of that regional strategic transport plan. And of course, even as a relaxed citizen who's no longer in politics, you of course can still make your views known through that consultation process, and I for one look forward to reading your views.
Thank you. And on that note, on that positive note, time is up. So members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please.
It's now time for questions to the Minister of Finance. And can I advise members that questions number 12 and 15 have been withdrawn? And I now call Justin McNulty.
Question Hain, question number 1. A number of measures have already been introduced, including a £2 million emergency fuel payment scheme, a £55 million energy payment support scheme delivered by the Department of Communities, which is benefiting some 280,000 of the most vulnerable from the impact of fuel price increases. As a result of the absence of the Executive, my budget proposals to freeze rates for 3 years could not be agreed. Despite this, on the 2nd of March, I was able to announce a freeze in rates for the next 12 months. This is in addition to the extension of the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, which currently supports almost 29,000 businesses' premises. In conjunction with other measures, including the freezing of housing executive rents, this provides further help for the rising costs being faced by families and businesses alike. An additional £300 million of funding has become available in 2022-23 since the draft budget was agreed for consultation. And while there is no mechanism to allocate this funding in the absence of an executive, I have asked ministerial colleagues to bring forward costed proposals on the supports which their departments can deliver. This will allow us to move quickly once an executive is restored. I will continue to press the British Government to take further measures, including acting on my request to waive VAT costs and excise duties for a period of time.
call Justin McNulty for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer thus far. Minister, you will be aware that the SDLP are working tirelessly to progress emergency legislation to access the £300 million that's been unused by the Executive. We want to allow for emergency financial support to be prioritised and given to people and hard-working families on the ground who need that money now. Minister, will you commit to supporting our efforts?
I would commit to supporting any and all efforts to ensure that we could see money that we have ready to support families is released, and I have no indication yet of the success of otherwise of that particular effort, but of course he will know that the clearest, most consistent way, the most obvious way to allow us to take decisions to spend money to support families is to reform the Executive and sit round the table and all get back to work and take those decisions, and that could be done in an instant. So while there may be other attempts and measures to try and see can we get around these things, and I have tried myself legally on a number of occasions, looked at possible solutions to them, the very obvious solution is the one that's staring us in the face, and that's to reform the Executive.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Minister, last week the Dublin Government cut petrol and diesel excise duties, and we've seen other countries around the world take the same action. By contrast, does the Minister agree with me that the British Government's response to this cost of living crisis is woefully inadequate?
Well, I had an engagement this morning with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury alongside the Scottish and Welsh Finance Ministers ahead of the announcement that the Treasury and the Chancellor of the Exchequer will be made on Wednesday. And I hope that it does begin to address some of the issues that we've been pressing them on consistently, like excise duties, like VAT on energy bills, like the rebate on red diesel, which is affecting rural families and farms and small contractors. And all of these issues, alongside the events in Ukraine, which are putting an even bigger squeeze on cost of living, are all creating a real sense of crisis out there. So there are steps immediately that the British Government could take, and I sincerely hope, as we press them again this morning, that we hear something substantial announced on Wednesday.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I thank the Minister for his answer. Would he support the call on the Chancellor to bring in an essential users rebate on fuel tax to mitigate the high costs which are impacting, for example, the haulage sector and indeed carers who clock up a lot of mileage?
Yeah, there's no doubt that the Chancellor and the Treasury have it within their gift to take measures in relation to this, and I think they need to look at where they're most needed. And I mean, the member has identified people who are essential users of fuel, and undoubtedly an increase in cost reduces the income to those households. In the case of carers, it's not a very substantial income in the first place. So any measure which can be taken, I would support, and we have been pressing them to look at any and all measures they can take between now and next Wednesday. And because we've been pressing for some time in relation to this, and the crisis has been deepening and deepening, and the implications of it for families and for individuals has been deepening, then I would hope that we do see something substantial, such as some of the measures as he has outlined, announced on Wednesday.
Call Andrew Muir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, households across Northern Ireland are facing real dire pressures as a result of the rising cost of living. Can I ask the Minister what efforts he's done in terms of engagement with Treasury to encourage them to abandon the increase in national insurance payments and also to uplift benefits in line with inflation as it currently stands?
Well, as I say, as of this morning, my latest engagement with them, I have been in touch with them on a number of occasions. This cost of living crisis has been gathering since the autumn. I don't believe the correct response in terms, although I very much welcome additional funding to our health system, I don't believe the correct response to that was to try and take it from national insurance contributions. And so we will continue to press them to take all and any measures that they can in the time ahead. I do believe they have some scope to take some measures. I do believe they have to recognise that this crisis is deepening by the day, and the implications for people is becoming worse by the day, and therefore they have it within their power to do some very substantial initiatives in that regard, and I hope they take that approach.
Moving on, I call John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, question number 2, please.
I have taken legal advice on this matter, and I have written to ministers on an approach that would allow the Department of Health to utilise the additional funding related to the increase in national insurance contributions. It is important to say, however, this approach will not provide the same level of funding that the draft budget has set out for health or any other department, and it will not offer the certainty that would have been provided with a multi-year budget. In short, it is no substitution for an agreed budget.
I call John Stuart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's effort on contingency planning, which I hope will allow key services to continue, as well as further spend on waiting list initiatives. But how in particular is the Minister taking into account the unforeseen funding pressures, which could be up to £50 million across the Trust as a result of increased energy costs?
Well, we have asked all of the departments as part of that to bring forward schemes which they might consider costed schemes, although we don't have the ability to allocate them, but I wanted to be in a position, should an executive be reformed, to move very quickly in relation to that, and I don't doubt there are energy cost issues across all of the departments. Of course, the priority, I think, has to be to try and help families that are under pressure in the time ahead. But nonetheless, the Department for Health have been engaging with our officials, and I'm sure they will be bringing forward some sense of where they see the pressures on the department in the time ahead.
I call Liz Kinnins.
And thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, would you agree that the only way to guarantee that available funds get to our essential services, particularly our very much overstretched health service, is if the DUP end their electorally motivated boycott of the executive? And isn't it long past time that the DUP put their selfish party political interest before the people?
Well, I mean, clearly the quickest way to deal with these issues, which everybody are feeling, every single elected representative is in touch with the cost of living crisis in particular, and it's undoubtedly something that's not just begun to be felt, it's increasing on a daily basis, the actual pressures that is bringing around. And you know, when we're into a new financial year and some bills start to come falling onto the doormat, then I think people will really feel a very acute sense of pressure. And of course, we don't have all the funds that we would want to do to deal with all of the issues that we want to deal with, but we do have funding available to us, and there is an opportunity to try and provide some support to families in the time ahead. The quickest way that can be done, I've heard various intricate solutions to all of that, none of which have borne any fruit to date. The quickest way that we can do that is actually get back to work with each other, sit around the table, prioritise the issues as we have done in the past that need to be addressed, and allocate the funding to try and provide some level of support.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, while I agree that collapsing the executive is utterly wrong, as wrong now as it was in 2017 whenever the Minister's party did it, I do hope that he's able to support the SDLP proposal should we be able to get it onto the floor of the Assembly to unlock that money and spend it on cost of living. But can I ask, Minister, have you had any conversations about, should there be further Barnett consequentials at the spring statement on Wednesday, will your department be able to spend them?
Well, I'm tempted to remind him again of his encouragement of us to bring down the executive in 2017. I know he wasn't here personally, but he can check back on Hansard of that time to see what his party's position was in relation to that. I did actually raise this issue this morning in my discussion with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. He was fully aware that the absence of an executive is impeding our ability to actually respond to the crisis in front of us. And I did say to him that he needs to take that into account if there is the potential of some Barnett consequences coming as a consequence of the spring statement, that we would need to try and receive it in a way in which there was some possibility of us being able to spend it. So the officials undertook to go off and examine that, and my own officials will be in touch with him in the time ahead, because as he will know, if it comes across simply as an unhypothecated Barnett, then it requires an executive approval to make sure that it's spent.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you'll be aware that hopefully this week the new cancer strategy will be published. In your response to Mr Stuart, you talked about the departments coming forward and presenting their pressures. Obviously, there'll be new costs within this new cancer strategy, and obviously very timely that we get these implemented. What is the prospect of funding forthcoming for the new cancer strategy without an executive? Thank you.
Well, as the member will be aware, in the proposed draft budget, I had proposed to fund the cancer strategy in full, and that's not possible when we haven't got an executive to agree budget going forward. So what we have been able to do is through the vote on account, is to allow the department to go forward on an assumption of spending of about 45% at its baseline. That doesn't provide any additional money for things like cancer strategy, mental health strategy, elective care strategy, all of those additional things that were costed in the draft budget and provided for. So I'm afraid it doesn't allow us to do those issues. We'll continue to engage with health to see what support we can get them, how we can get them support, because it's crucial that it is provided in the time ahead. But I have to say that from my perspective and from the legal advice I've received, our hands are firmly tied by the fact that we haven't the ability to sit around the table as executive ministers with each other, plan and agree these matters and allocate the funding accordingly.
Jonathan Buckley is not in his place. I call Cara Hunter.
Thanks, Minister.
The draft budget allocated over £300 million for green growth. While this funding was not ring-fenced within the departmental budgets, departments were encouraged to provide details of the green growth projects that are taken forward as part of the budget consultation. In the absence of an executive, it will not be possible to agree a multi-year budget, and therefore any plans to finance net zero targets will have to wait until an executive is established.
I call Cara Hunter for something.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I, like many across this House, was very pleased to vote in favour of the Climate Change Bill a few weeks ago. Does the Minister agree with me, though, that without the long-term funding in place to support us to reach our goals, the new Act could potentially be doomed to fail? Thank you.
Well, I sincerely hope it doesn't, and I mean the intent has to be to get the executive back in place as quickly as possible. It's one of a range of hugely important areas that we face as a society. We have an ability here to take decisions, and even within the limited funding that we have, to try and allocate funding to things which are priorities for us in this part of the world. And that's the essential purposes of us being here, to take those types of decisions. So putting an executive back in place as quickly as possible is the way to do that, is the way to make sure that we finally, having got a 3-year budget, we are able to take advantage of that in terms of planning and setting targets for ourselves in the time ahead. And so the sooner an executive is put back in place to take those decisions, then the better for everyone here.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Very good. And the Minister, you in your answer, you mentioned green growth. Can I maybe just ask you to detail a bit more in terms of what provision and strategy was in the multi-year budget for green growth?
Well, we had, as I say, proposed the £300 million for green growth. We had also considered ring-fencing that, but on the advice of the Department for Agriculture and Environment, it wasn't ring-fenced, or the proposition wasn't put forward, but it was available to be bid for, and of course then that would have formed discussions as part of the budget consultation. My own department releases a high-level documentation, then each department would release some specific proposals in relation to that. So we didn't get to that position because the executive went down, unfortunately. So the sooner we can get back to that, we can actually see what green growth strategies have been brought forward by departments to match the funding that was proposed for it, then the better.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you for your answer so far, Minister. Minister, yeah, so are you confirming that that you have not been asked to scope out likely resource for capital DEL or DERA requirements in relation to zero target by 2050?
Well, as I say, there was a sum of funding set aside, proposed to be set aside for that, and departments then in their own budget planning would have brought forward some propositions as to how they would have spent that. And we didn't get to the stage where that could be done in the detail that we wanted it to be done. So I would assume that if an executive can be put in place quickly, then we get back to that exercise and we see what departments we're going to bid for, and then we see how that matches the targets. But that's a collective decision. This isn't any single department's responsibility. We all have responsibility in relation to net zero, and the executive has set the targets, and then we have responsibility to see what particular projects would lead us most quickly to that area. And so that it clearly is a collective decision, and we haven't been able to get there. And that's very unfortunate, because I mean the impacts of climate change don't wait until an executive is back in place here. It carries on damaging the planet as we speak, and so we really need to quickly get back to those decisions.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, following passage of the Climate Change No. 2 Bill, will the Minister seek to ensure that all future financial decisions are climate change proofed, to ensure we play our part in averting climate catastrophe and also to meet the targets set in that legislation?
Well, I think when the executive has agreed and the bills confirm the agreement of what targets that we're facing, then we have to ensure that all executive decisions meet that, and they play their part in meeting that direction of travel. And so, while I wouldn't have the power to go down into each department and specify how the spending, our devolution arrangements allow a significant degree of autonomy within each department, and that's part of the power sharing framework that we have. But nonetheless, then each department is subject to the legislation, and the legislation has targets in place. Then spending decisions should reflect the desire to meet those targets.
Jerry Carl is not in his place. I call Jim Allister.
The Department has arrangements in place in relating to the use of official vehicles. This is in regard to journey costs, road and weather conditions, speed limits, parking, passengers, use of mobile phones, smoking and adhering to the provisions of the Road Traffic Order 1995, which concerns the consumption of alcohol or the use of drugs.
I call Jim Allister for supplement.
Does the Minister accept that the ministerial car is a departmental asset? So what would give him the right to use it for private business, such as he has done? And does he apologise for such use, given he heads the department that has oversights for how civil servants conduct themselves in regard to the rules?
And as I said in my many answers to the member, I have reimbursed the department in relation to the cost incurred, which was £4.36. And given that he has not only encouraged but provided public support for his friends in the DUP to shut down the executive and by doing so deny us the right to set a multi-year budget, deny us the right to allocate over £300 million to families who are struggling at this time. I think he's a very strange sense of priorities when he's starting to obsess over £4.36.
Moving on, I call Padraig Delargy.
Question 7.
I've been raising this matter with the British Government ministers for 2 years now. The continued lack of detail on shared prosperity funding is concerning. The British Government's engagement to date on EU structural fund replacements has been wholly inadequate, with a failure to recognise the impact of the loss of approximately £80 million per annum to spending power here. Following the receipt of legal advice, I have written to ministers seeking approval to share their high-level department priority investment options with the Department for Levelling Up and Housing and Communities. I would like to thank ministers for their responses and confirm that their departmental information has now been shared. This will enable the Department in London to draft locally specific options to be included on the upcoming Shared Prosperity Fund prospectus and investment framework. I recognise that a lack of detail in the Shared Prosperity Fund is causing significant anxiety for groups, particularly those within the voluntary and community sector, and I and my department will continue to engage with Whitehall on this fund.
I call Padraig Delargy for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer. And a greater role for the Executive and the Shared Prosperity Fund is welcome. But would the Minister agree with me that this still falls woefully short of the British Government's commitment to fully replace the EU funding that we've lost as a result of Brexit?
Yes, I do, and I raised this very point this morning, again, in the meeting that we had with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. The fact that the £80 million, which we traditionally use through the Department of Economy and also the Department of Communities to target skills and assisting people into employment, has not been replaced at all. And the groups that provided that sort of service for us now face the prospect of trying to secure the money from the Department's own budgets, impacting on other services that it provide, or taking a potluck chance in relation to the Shared Prosperity Fund, which they might be successful or might not. And that's no way for those groups to continue to provide the services that they've been providing over many, many years to such great effect. Also, in terms of the tailing off and the netting of the budgets, particularly in relation to farm funding, that will leave us significantly short over the number of years that the previously EU funding would have provided. So clearly, replacement of EU funding may have been written up on the side of a bus, but it hasn't materialised in forms of our own Brexit experience.
I call Matthew Tull.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, this is nothing short of a scandal, what's happened with replacement EU funding. Despite the Economy Minister's desire to sweep this under the carpet and pretend like his department doesn't face a huge funding black hole and community and voluntary organisations don't face a huge funding black hole, this exists. Excuse me. We are weeks away from the end of the financial year. In fact, we're days away from the end of the financial year. What representations has he and his department had from the Economy Minister? Because there are literally community and voluntary organisations out there now who will not be able to make financial plans for next week because they haven't had clarity from that department. What has he heard from the Economy Minister?
Well, the member will be aware that we raised this. This is an ongoing discussion, a topic of discussion for some time, and I had many meetings with people in that sector, and was very much aware of the cliff edge that they're facing, and also the services that they provide to us at a time when there are job opportunities, where our economically inactive numbers have grown, but there are job opportunities out there for people. That this is precisely the type of service that we need to be focusing on at this time. I did offer up, I recognise that the gap that was there. I also recognise that there is a hole in the Department of Economy's budget in relation to previous funding that it relied on to meet these issues. I did offer up a solution to both the Department of Communities and the Department of Economy in relation to putting up funding or giving certainties in advance to the groups that were involved. The Department of Communities took up that option. The Department of Economy wrote to me and said they weren't taking up that, but they would provide the certainty that would be required. So I hope that they are engaging with those groups. I hope that they are getting some level of certainty. I have to say I haven't heard that, but I recognise, as he does, that we're very fast approaching that cliff edge, and that they need some clear sense of how they'll be funded in the next year in order to retain the staff that they currently have and make sure that they're there to provide those services.
Moving on, I call Patsy McGlone.
Ceist Ever Hocht. Question number 8, Mr Deputy Speaker, please.
Last Concordia, with your permission, I'll answer questions 8 and 9 together. The hubs in Ballykelly, Downpatrick, Ballymena and Craigavon are complete and will become operational when appropriate. Progress is advancing well at the Connect 2 hub in Bangor and Omagh, and planning has started for additional hubs in the Antrim Newton Abbey area, Derry, Mid-Ulster, Enniskillen and Uri, all of which are planned to be delivered over the next 2 years.
Call Patsy McGlone for supplement.
Very much. Station Minister, could you give me some details, because up until now Mid-Ulster, which is one of the, as you will know, one of the fastest growing economic areas that there is in the north, could you give us any advice as to when this scheme might take place or start in Mid-Ulster?
Well, I think there was a recognition when we looked at the council areas that had been provided in the first run of this, that Mid-Ulster was a notable gap. And of course, we do want to ensure that there is that ability across all of the council areas. The initial programme for this was mapped on data as to where people were travelling in to Belfast from, to make sure that the areas that had the highest levels, highest numbers of people who are travelling in were dealt with. And we have worked our way through this. We have a very good working relationship with local government, and I'm sure we are engaging with Mid-Ulster Council to identify a suitable location, to work in partnership with the Council to make sure that it fits into their economic development strategies as well. So the purpose of these was to put them town centre, to make sure that they had an added benefit. It wasn't sitting somewhere out in an industrial estate, but they brought people into the town centre. They coincided with Council's own development plans, so they harmonised with that. And so we will continue to engage. Now, the time frame for that I'm not certain, but the sooner we get that level of engagement, identify a site. But we have been pressing ahead with these. There are a number ready to open once we get the back to work announcement from the task force and the Department for Health. And I think they will be a success, and there is a significant level of interest in them. And I think they will actually generate additional interest from people in those areas and create more opportunities in the longer term for people to apply for civil service jobs when 5 days a week travelling in and out of Belfast is not part of that job.
I call Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. One of the main civil service accommodation areas is in Bangor at Rathgale House. Can I ask the Minister whether consideration is being given to relocating within Bangor Town Centre to aid the regeneration of Bangor Town Centre?
Politics is all becoming very local now this week for some reason. But I'm not sure why Rathgale House was chosen, or if there was another option available in Bangor. I'm very happy to go back and check on that. As I say, the broad template is to look for available property, to discuss with the local government to make sure it fits in, to be as town centre as possible. Rathgale House is slightly out of town centre, but to be as town centre as possible, and to ensure that we allow people to have that flexibility to work a number of days a week from their own area, and also provide a space perhaps for local government officials to meet with central government officials, so we can have that kind of break down some of those barriers that there are between the various strands of administration here. So I am happy to check to see was there another property available in Bangor Town Centre, but availability of government-owned property is one of the key criteria as well, and that possibly was why Rathgale House was chosen.
I call Nicola Brogan.
Corla. I'm going to continue the local politics trend and ask you for an update on the civil service hub in Omagh, please.
Yes, I said in my original answer that Omagh is one that is very much they're advancing well at the Connect 2 hub in Bangor and in Omagh. So yes, it's been advanced. It's not up maybe at the same level as the first few that we have done, but it is moving with some degree of progress. And it has been a very useful engagement with Fermanagh and Omagh Council to make sure that we get the right place. I know there's a lot of property in Omagh that's actually government owned, and quite a lot of it is surplus to requirements now, so we only get the place which is the right fit. To make sure it coincides with the development plans for Omagh Town Centre and that it makes a contribution to all of that. So I've been informed that progress is going well there, and I would hope to see some more movement of that in the near future.
I call Mervyn Story.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer so far. He does, in his original answer, talk about when appropriate. Could he elaborate as to what that means, and does it mean when we have in place a proper return to work policy so that spaces that have been identified are no longer continually being vacant?
I think the member's correct. What we're waiting on is the advice. At the moment, the official advice is that people should work from home if possible. And so we as a government department, we can't counteract or countermand that advice. And so I have asked the task force if they're looking at this issue, and they'll obviously discuss with the Department of Health what the latest advice might be. And we're still in. The pandemic is not gone. There's still a lot of people who are contracting COVID-19, and there are still people dying, unfortunately, from COVID-19. So we have to have a cautious approach in terms of emerging from this, although there is a great sense that we are at last seeing a lot of light at the end of the tunnel. And so we're waiting on that advice and making sure that we adhere to that. We have been developing policies in terms of what return to work looks like. Because it undoubtedly will have changed. There is much more opportunity for people to have a flexible approach to work in the time ahead, and we need to recognise and accommodate that. And IT solutions have advanced very rapidly over the pandemic, which allows us to do that. And I think that's good for the civil service generally, because I think that does make the option of working in the civil service more open to more people from more rural areas, peripheral areas, but also to more women. As well, to make sure that our civil service is more reflective of society it serves. So yes, we are waiting on that advice, and as soon as we get that, we will press ahead as quickly as we can.
I call Rachel Woods.
Question number 10.
With your permission, Alaskan Court, I'll answer questions 10 and 14 together. In the absence of an executive, it will not be possible to agree a final budget for 22-25. However, there are mechanisms in place which will allow departments to continue spending to maintain public services. The vote on account, which is included in the budget bill, which has just concluded its passage through the Assembly and is awaiting on royal assent, will allow departments to continue spending until the summer. This on its own may provide time for returning executive to agree a budget and a budget number 2 bill to be passed. However, if that is not the case, then from the 31st of July, the Department of Finance Permanent Secretary may approve the issue of cash and use of resources under Section 59 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 and Section 7 of the Government Resources and Accounts Act 2001. Of course, neither of these allow departments to plan effectively, nor do they provide the additional resources included in the draft budget. I am considering measures that may allow the Department of Health to plan on the basis that its budget will increase by the £400 million generated by the national insurance increases. However, even if that is possible, the lack of an executive will still mean there is a significant funding which cannot yet be allocated in 2022-23, and this includes some £300 million that has become available since the draft budget was announced.
And that is the end of our period of time for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. And can I advise members that questions number 1 and question number 5 have been withdrawn? And I now call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you. The Minister will know access to banking services is very important in rural areas, and a number of banks have closed over the last few years in towns and villages. Can the Minister detail what support his department is giving, which provide people with access to cash in those rural areas?
Well, we have had a number of engagements with the banks, and I recently hosted a banking forum about a month ago, in which we brought together the financial institutions, we brought together the credit unions, we brought together the unions and some of the business organisations, because there is a recognition that a lot of branches have been closing, particularly in small towns, and I know there have been 2 in my own constituency, in Crosswood Lane and Katy, and that has a very significant detrimental impact on the town centre. Unfortunately, at a time when Bank of Ireland in particular was closed nose, it's just announced a massive profit for this year. So undoubtedly communities that feel left behind as a consequence of that will reflect ruefully on the money that's been made by the Bank of Ireland in particular, and it's not unique to the Bank of Ireland that are closing premises across the north. And I understand there is more digital banking now involved and people are less using branches, but you, as I represent a rural community, and these services are essential. So we have been impressing on banks the need to keep supporting particularly rural and peripheral communities. We've also, later this afternoon, will bring forward the rates order in relation to rural ATMs. So we're incentivising people to keep rural ATMs, because that now becomes one of the only mechanisms for access to cash in rural communities, and so that's very important. So in that regard, we're doing what we can to continue to support the access to cash, but we need to continue to press collectively. We don't have responsibility over banks, that lies in London, but we need to press them to continue to support communities, and particularly rural communities.
And I call Browson for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Just in relation to the rates relief, I know that a number of buildings will be included in that, which is good. I know that that may be a small number of buildings which may not actually be representative of ATMs across Northern Ireland. Can you detail maybe why that is the case in terms of those numbers of buildings, and is there anything further that can be done in relation to those ATMs in rural constituencies?
Well, it is a rural ATM support, and it recognises specifically the problems with access to cash in rural areas. It tends to be that urban centres are well enough served by ATM provision. So in order to, a number of rural ATMs have closed, so in order to try and incentivise them, we have given rates relief on rural ATMs. And that is measured by the indexes which say what is a rural ward or what isn't a rural ward. That's what dictates if the location was in what is considered to be a rural ward, then they're eligible for that support. So if more ATMs may open up, and I know even in a situation where banks have been closing them, other companies have been coming in and providing them, then they may well be eligible for the rates relief for rural ATMs. So it isn't a fixed thing. It is based on the meeting the criteria of being in a rural ward and providing that service. But it is specific to rural in recognising that they have particular problems in accessing cash.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Young Corla. Ordinary families and workers are facing mounting, if not intolerable, pressure as the cost of fuel and everyday necessities spiral. And some ministers, like Deirdre Hargey, have shown leadership and compassion by introducing support such as the £200 fuel payment, welfare extensions and rent freezes. Can the Minister outline what additional financial support would have been available if the DUP had not walked out of the executive in an attempt to shore up their own electoral fortunes?
Well, undoubtedly those schemes are very welcome, but we also recognise that they're not enough, and that this crisis has been deepening almost on a daily basis, and the events in Ukraine have only just added to that sense of crisis as well. And so there's clearly a need for more action, and some of that is within the responsibility of the British Government, and that's why I've been pressing them again this morning in relation to taking action. We hope to see some announcements on Wednesday which will have a significant impact on how people are meeting challenges in the time ahead, but we have no indication of whether they will take up that opportunity or not. In relation to further schemes, of course, as I've said many times, we have £300 million which came after the draft budget was announced that we were able to carry over, and I have asked some departments to bring forward propositions to how they might spend that, even though we haven't got the ability to allocate it. But I want to be in a position, if an executive comes back into place, and I sincerely hope that it does in the very near future, then we are already ready to hit the ground running in terms of providing that very necessary support to families and to workers.
Call Pat Sheehan for supplementary.
Would the Minister agree that many of the causes of the cost of living crisis are firmly rooted in disastrous British government policies such as Brexit and austerity?
Order, members. This is question time. Ready to continue.
And that Boris Johnson's government therefore has a responsibility to take action on issues like reducing excise on fuel and home heating oil, abandoning the planned hike on national insurance contributions, and introducing a windfall tax on profiteering energy companies, so that this money can be redirected.
Question, please?
So that this money can be redirected to those who need it most.
Well, have raised some of those issues this morning. I've raised them over a number of months now in relation to that. Undoubtedly, we are finding ourselves in an ever-increasing crisis as a consequence of a series of political decisions, and Brexit has been detrimental to all of our economic issues here. The protocol is trying to mitigate against that and undoubtedly needs work done to it, but it is in effect a mitigation measure. And so, yes, there are opportunities. The British Government do have responsibility in relation to excise duties and VAT on energy bills, and also in terms of the energy companies who've been obviously doing quite well out of arrangements over the last number of years and making significant profits. There is an opportunity to look at what their contribution can be. These are all matters only the British Government itself can address, and that's why we have been pressing them for a number of months now in relation to this, because this crisis has been building since the autumn and worsening as time has gone on. And I hope they take the opportunity on Wednesday to announce some significant interventions in that regard.
I call Podrick Delargy.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, when I worked as a primary school teacher, I saw firsthand the need for free school meals for vulnerable children to be supported. And one of the schemes which had been brought forward was a holiday hunger scheme, which would support children during periods of school leave until 2025. This now can't be guaranteed because...
Can we have a question, please?
This cannot now be guaranteed until 2025 because of the DUP collapse in the executive. Would the Minister agree with me that this is an absolutely disgraceful policy and that it needs to be addressed by the DUP urgently?
Well, I mean, there are a number of I think, additional schemes that were brought forward as a consequence of the pandemic, and the holiday hunger issue was one of them. And clearly, it is a very, very beneficial and a very necessary scheme. There is some, I think, discussion around how far we can ring-fence support for that in the time ahead, and we will certainly do all that we can within the restrictions that are placed on us by the absence of an executive to make sure that critical areas such as that do get the support they need, and we will, leave no stone unturned in that regard. Of course, then, as I've said many times in response to all of these issues, the best and most certain way that we can have of providing a level of support that's needed right across the community is to ensure that we have the ability to sit around the table as a collective with all of our differences, but take decisions, as we've been doing over the last 2 years, take decisions to try and provide support where it is needed most, and that's what we need to do in the time ahead.
I call Podrick Delargy for supplementary.
Yeah, thank the Minister for his answer, and just as follow-on from that, as well as denying free school meals to children, can the Minister outline how many additional resources are denied to the beleaguered health service and its overstretched workers by, again, the DUP's reckless and self-serving actions?
Well, as I say, the draft budget that was proposed did make a very significant allocation to the Department for Health to try and address a lot of the long-standing issues that have been plaguing our health department as a consequence of austerity budgets for many years, and it was to try and finally address the issues of employing people, of trying to fix issues around cancer services, waiting lists, reforming the health service itself. And so all of those things do go on hold until such times as we can agree the allocations that are necessary for them. Health does have the finances to continue to provide services, but we all know, anybody who's in this chamber knows very well, that if health is only treading water, then it's in effect getting worse. And so our ability to try and do anything to support the people who rely on that, but also to support the department and to try and fix public spend around health, needs budgetary approval through an executive process.
I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, after the very successful voucher scheme carried out by the Economy Department, led by a DUP minister, what can you do to assist our high street coming out of 2 to 3 years of the pandemic?
Well, I think that the holiday or the voucher scheme was, by all accounts, was successful, and I'm very glad that it was, because I think it did stimulate some spending on the high street. And I know from talking, like himself, being a rural representative and talking to small towns, they did feel the benefit of that from certainly anecdotal evidence that I've received, and so I'm very glad. Our ability to do extra schemes requires approval, so that's just a fact of life. If we want, and it would be for the Department of the Economy to bring forward propositions to try and support businesses on the high street in the time ahead, But their ability to do that requires approval. If it's a specific scheme that it wants executive funding for, then it will require an executive in place to give that approval. And when we haven't got an executive in place, there is not much more we can do. However, we have been taking forward a rates initiative, and he will know that many businesses will benefit from a further 3-month rate holiday in the new financial year right up to July, and that for a lot of those businesses that will mean they haven't paid any business rates from April 2020 to right through to July 2022, and so that is a very significant saving for all of them. But specific projects and programmes in support of High Street would have to be brought forward to the Department of Economy and approved by an executive.
Call George Robinson for supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, apart from your answer, could I ask the Minister, who have you engaged with to come up with innovative ways to help this sector, where some businesses in smaller towns such as Limavady have had such a torrid time during and after the pandemic?
Yes, well, I did mention that with the rates relief that we're given, we're also, and part of the debate today will be on the start-up schemes, where we're improving the ability of give rate support for people who are doing start-up businesses in the time ahead. And I am very conscious, as he is, and I know that he will be retiring from his post in the time ahead, and I wish him well in the future. He's been a very effective representative for his own community in East Derry. But can I say that we all have a collective responsibility to try and do what we can. We recognise that small towns and small businesses, which are the backbone of our economy here, are under pressure, and whatever measures, be that rates relief, be that schemes to try and improve the high street, to encourage people into town centres, then we have a collective responsibility to try and do that. But some of that will, as he undoubtedly knows, require the ability of us all to sit around a table and agree those schemes and agree what funding is allocated for them.
I call Rachel Woods.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer so far. The Minister will be aware that the Department of Justice is the only one where general allocations are insufficient to cover the baseline cut, and therefore Justice would see a net budget decrease for the next budget draft. This is despite the fact, as with health, which is the main beneficiary, the Justice budget includes legal aid, which is also a demand-led welfare service. So could the Minister detail which departments other than Justice will see a net budget decrease under the terms of the draft budget?
Well, I don't believe that the Justice will see a net budgetary decrease, and we've had this discussion many times. I think all departments receive a budgetary increase over each of the 3 years under the proposed draft budget. And I have met with the people within the Law Society to discuss matters of legal aid and what support could be provided for the department. So she will know that the department has autonomy over its own budget and can prioritise areas that it feels are most in need of support, and that's going to be the choices facing all executive departments, regardless of what budget might finally arrive with us, in what time it may arrive. Departments will then have to prioritise within the funding they have. We don't have all of the funding that we would like to have to do all of the things that we want to do, and that's just been the impact of 10 years of austerity budgets which have cut public services to the bone. So when we do get the opportunity for a 3-year budget, we have to plan and prioritise across the collective priorities of the executive, but then each departmental minister has to prioritise within the allocation they have, and that's where the legal aid issue should and could be sorted.
I call Rachel Woods for supplement.
The Minister for his answer. Legal professionals have warned that the Justice net budget decrease would cause, and I quote, generational harm to the justice system. So could the Minister offer an assessment of how the draft budget may impact on the provision of legal aid as a public service?
Well, again, I would hope none, because I do think that it is within the authority of the Department for Justice, if it considers this to be a serious enough matter, to provide the support that is necessary for it. And across a number of years, as I say, I did do a meeting with those who are directly responsible for provision of services which rely on legal aid, and I had a discussion with them about what is required. And in my view, that if the department themselves consider that to be a priority, that they can find the funding to do that. That's not to say that doesn't stretch other services, and that's going to be the same decision that every single department has to take. When you prioritise something which is of significant importance, then you deprioritise something else, and that's the balancing exercise that we all have to do within the limited financial framework that we have.
And that is the end of our period of time of questions to the Minister for Finance. I'd ask members to take their ease before the next item of business. Order members, the next item of business on our order paper is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions related to local authority meetings order, Northern Ireland 2022, be approved.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister of Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limits for this debate. And now call on the Minister to open debate on the motion. Minister.
Thanks very much. And today I seek the Assembly's approval for the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions relating to local authority meetings, Order NI 2022. The order extends the provision of Section 78 of the Coronavirus Act 2020, which is due to expire on the 24th of March this year. Section 78 provided the Department with an enabling power to make regulations to give councils across the North the ability to hold meetings remotely or by hybrid means during the coronavirus emergency. The extension of this provision will permit the arrangements introduced under the 2020 Act to continue to be used until the 24th of September this year. I welcome the support expressed by the Communities Committee at its meeting on the 16th of March, when in considering the order it indicated that it was content to recommend that the order be approved by the Assembly. This extension will not impose any restrictions on councils or the public. Rather, it will continue to provide councils with the flexibility to hold meetings by remote or hybrid means. The extension, however, is an interim measure until such time as permanent legislation can be made. As you'll recall, last year I brought forward the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill, which amongst other things provided my department with the ability to make further regulations for councils to continue to meet remotely or in hybrid form. From members' comments during the debates of that bill, there was support for continuing the flexibility for remote working for council meetings post-pandemic in certain circumstances. Allowing councils the flexibility to hold meetings by remote means have proven beneficial in terms of inclusivity, allowing those with caring responsibilities or disabilities or from rural areas to participate more fully. I have also received representations from councils and local government representative groups, including NILGA and Solace, asking that the provisions on remote meetings should be extended or made permanent. As part of the development of new regulations, which will be subject to draft affirmative procedure within the Assembly, a call for evidence was issued to gather views on how remote meetings have operated so far. Initial findings from the call for evidence have indicated generally strong support for the introduction of a permanent provision for councils to have flexibility to hold remote or hybrid meetings. However, a number of disadvantages have also been highlighted that will require further exploration. For example, some respondents have raised the issue that some members have expressed the view that meetings are more effective when held physically on site, given the opportunity for more informal interactions and allowing opportunities for relationships to be built and better communication around complex and nuanced debate. Also, it can be difficult to provide effective opposition and scrutiny through remote meetings, or that there is less opportunity for local residents to speak or ask questions. Also, within the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill was considered by the Assembly, issue was raised that there needs to ensure that councillors, whether they attend in person or remotely, will have the same voting, speaking and participation rights. And as you can see, there's clearly a need to engage further within the local government sector on these important issues, and particularly in developing future regulations. And therefore, this extension of the current arrangements will give the Department time to do that. I therefore commend this order to the Assembly.
And I now call Paula Bradley, the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 16th of March 2022 and understands it's to be made under Section 92 of the Coronavirus Act 2020. The regulations will extend the expiry date of Section 78 local authority meetings of that Act by 6 months. Section 78 includes an enabling power for the Department to make regulations regarding remote hybrid council meetings. This statutory rule will make provision for a further 6 months until the 24th of September 2022 to continue to provide local authorities with the flexibility to hold meetings by remote or hybrid means. Mr Deputy Speaker, at its meeting on the 16th of March, members noted the change of name of the regulations to the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions relating to Local Authority Meetings Order, Northern Ireland 2022, but were content that there had been no changes to the policy since the SL1 was agreed. Although the committee noted the need for these regulations to be extended, members discussed the pros and cons of those hybrid meetings going forward into the new mandate, including the need for a more permanent fit-for-purpose legislation. When the committee considered the SL1, it wrote to the Department to ask if there were plans to enable councils to have the option of permanently conducting hybrid meetings in the future. We understand that the enabling power in the Local Government Meetings and Performance Act Northern Ireland 2021 will indeed allow for such regulations, and we welcome that further engagement is taking place between officials and the local government sector. Although the committee supports this extension, members look forward to further consultation and discussions on these matters. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the committee agreed to recommend that the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions relating to Local Authority Meetings Order NI 2022 be confirmed by the Assembly. Mr Deputy Speaker, just then, as the DP's spokesperson on, I was going to say DSD, but it's not DSD, on Committee for Communities. Can I just say that we are disappointed that we are having to further progress the Coronavirus Act for this to continue to take place. It would be much better, as I said in my speech previously, that a more permanent arrangement was in place, and I'm encouraged by what the Minister had to say in her opening speech about the consultation and the results of the consultation. So I would hope that a more permanent arrangement could be found, and as the Minister said, I mean, this has been a lifeline for so many people to be able to come in virtually and through hybrid meetings, whether that's people who were vulnerable during coronavirus or those many people with care and responsibilities. It's enabled them to continue to do the job that they love and that they want to do. So I think that looking at that more permanent model is most definitely something the new mandate needs to get a grasp of. But other than that, just to put that on the record, that we wish it was the permanent arrangement was now in place, but understand the reasons as to why that hasn't happened. So thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And as the chair of the committee, Paula, who I just would take the chance to say, I will miss you, who's been a fantastic chair and a friend. And it's going to be sad coming back here with you not here, Paula. Thank you so much for all your time. You've been very patient with some of us who are a bit newer behind the ears, maybe. But with regards to this legislation, the Chair has summarised it very well. We do extend this period of time until September 2022 for hybrid meetings for our council colleagues and councils across Northern Ireland. Absolutely support this going forward. However, a word of caution. We are hearing from many quarters that after the Assembly elections in May 2022, there may be a period of negotiation. My concern would be that in September 2022, just back after a summer recess period, there may or may not be an executive here to take this hybrid model further forward for those councils or councillors. At this stage, we are coming out of COVID, thank goodness, and I hope we don't have any further ones. But as the Minister has mentioned, there have been many benefits of this legislation in that parents, rural dwellers and other people have been able to take part in meetings that perhaps they may have to have given an apology for. So I'd be quite keen that we don't lose sight of what the longer and the bigger picture is of this, and we do need a more permanent piece of legislation to take this forward in the future for those councillors. Thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
It's quite clear to me that though this proposal has been brought under the guise of COVID, listening to the Minister, it's quite clear that it's not of necessity any longer COVID-driven. It's now driven by a desire to bridge time so that the department might bring in some longer-term provisions, nothing to do with COVID, but to give remote attendance at council meetings a permanency. Not something which I think is a good idea. because I think the idea of electing a council is that they meet as a council, that they meet collectively, and that they have the discussions and the decision making. But one of the things that concerns me the most about the operation of some of the existing rules is that there have been instances where an aggressive chair has overstretched their authority, and when someone was making a point they didn't like, they switched them off. Now, this sort of process allows that sort of behaviour, whereas if that was in the chamber, there would be a lot more exchange which would curb that sort of activity. So I do think that it's a very retrograde step which will take a lot of the presence and impact and indeed status of councils if they can simply meet remotely and not have the appearance of meeting as a council as they should, which does lend credence to what they're doing. So I'm not convinced that this is anything but a guise under COVID, when it's not COVID required, to simply bridge this gap to when the department hopes to bring some permanency for other reasons. I don't think that's the right way to proceed, and I think to that extent this proposal is unworthy.
I now call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Harvey, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thanks very much, and thank you to the Chair of the Committee and indeed the Communities Committee as well, and those who have contributed to the debate today. And obviously, I mean, we do need more time in terms of looking at a permanent change if that's what this House is going to agree going forward. So I don't think it would be prudent to rush through a permanent change now without that work being done. Obviously, I issued a call for evidence in December. Passed. The vast majority of responses, as I say, were strongly in favour of a change in terms of having the flexibility of remote and hybrid meetings in certain circumstances. But there were, of course, also a number of issues raised which members in this debate but also in previous debates raised as well, and they are obviously being raised by local councils and by others also. And it was clear that we need more engagement with local councils to inform what the drafting of regulations would look like. I mean, I haven't been hiding the fact that we're looking at flexibility in terms of a model going forward, but indeed the request for that is actually coming from the councils and councillors themselves. Of course, there will be those who are completely opposed to that, and there will be those who are completely opposed to that in this chamber, but it will be down to those who are elected on the 5th of May and come back into this chamber, if they do come in, to then have that vote and that decision in terms of what way we go forward. But I think it is clear, it has shown that having some level of flexibility around meetings does allow those to be included within them, notwithstanding that we need to look if there's an abuse of that happening, then we need to ensure that we're mitigating against that and we're building in protections. So that's why at this point I'm only asking for this to be extended under the existing Act, that I can extend it to allow that much needed work to be done. So I commend this to the House.
Members, the question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions related to local authority meetings order NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I'm hearing a solitary no from Mr. Allister. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ask members to take their ease for the next item of business. Order members, the next item in the order paper is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the draft Coronavirus Act 2020, Extension of Powers to Act for the Protection of Public Health Order, Northern Ireland 2022, be approved.
And I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there would be no time limit on this debate. And now I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And today members are considering the draft Coronavirus Act 2020, Extension of Powers to Act for the Protection of Public Health Order, Northern Ireland 2022. The order was laid in draft on the 11th of January this year and seeks to extend the Schedule 48 of the Coronavirus Act 2020 and the provisions contained with Schedule 18 of the same for a period of 6 months, from the 24th of March to the 24th of September. Section 48, along with Schedule 18, inserts powers into the Public Health Act Northern Ireland 1967 to make health protection regulations for the purpose of preventing, protecting against, controlling or providing a public health response to the incidence or spread of infection or contamination relating to coronavirus in Northern Ireland. Of course, while the order provides powers to make regulations, it would still remain a matter for the Executive to decide on the need to make further regulations. Whilst that mightn't be a detail that suits the narrative being presented by some, it's a very clear point of fact nonetheless. This is not the first time either that this House has in recent weeks debated extensions to the element of the 2020 Act, yet I am aware, however, of some inaccurate claims emanating from quarters as to the real purpose and rationale of today's order. Whilst, of course, occasionally people will come forward with entirely genuine questions or seek particular points of clarification, not for the first time there are a very small number of people, including some in this House, who really should know better and who are seeking to deliberately misinform and distort the truth on what we are actually doing here today. Yet even after so long, it's clear that some still choose not to let facts get in the way of their own objectives. So just to be absolutely clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to see us permanently cast off the shadow of COVID-19 and the prospect of any further restrictions as much as anyone else. I've seen the real harm both can do. I've looked into enough faces of broken health workers. I've seen the immense societal and economical disruption that it can cause, and probably closer than most, I've seen the damage it can inflict on other key health and social care services. Yet despite the genuine experts who urge cautious optimism, despite all the global evidence we could ask for over the last 2 years, and despite the vast majority of people recognising it would rather utter madness to blindly follow a narrow ideological path in this issue, we still have a very small minority of people who are so blinded by their own opinions, either genuinely held or not, that they can't understand what the actual implications of rejecting this order would be. So I think today's debate is a very useful opportunity to once again set the record straight as to exactly the rationale and purpose of the order. Our primary piece of public health legislation is the Public Health Act Northern Ireland 1967. This Act has provided the base from which we have made coronavirus restriction regulations to protect public health over the course of the pandemic. However, the 67 Act does not provide regulation-making powers to respond to COVID-19 in the same way as our neighbouring jurisdictions in England and Wales can, nor is provided for by similar legislation in Scotland. The Coronavirus Act of 2020 did. However, it allows the use of temporary powers to enable my department to make regulations which are consistent with any provisions made in the rest of the United Kingdom under their existing equivalent powers. These temporary provisions have been used extensively throughout the course of the pandemic in the making and amending of general restrictions and international travel regulations. Around 70 sets of domestic restrictions and face covering regulations have been made to date, along with approximately 64 sets of international travel regulations. While the making of these regulations was something I never envisaged having to do, they were crucial in our fight against COVID. During the course of the pandemic, the severity of the situation changed rapidly over time, and the regulation-making powers enabled by my department to act quickly to introduce legislation that supported efforts to prevent or control the spread of infection, helping to save lives. The Coronavirus Act expires 2 years after commencement, unless Parliament decides to extend it. When it ceases to have effect, all the secondary legislation made to date under the temporary modifications made to the Public Health Act by Section 49 of the Coronavirus Act will also cease to have effect. But unlike other UK jurisdictions, Northern Ireland will revert to a position of not having public health regulation making powers specific to coronavirus, unless and until primary legislation, including such provision, could be brought before the Assembly. In plain terms, if this draft order does not pass in this House today, then after the 24th of March, we will not be able to legislate to protect public health in the event of a worsening of the pandemic. Not only will the powers regarding domestic restrictions be removed, but so too will powers relating to international travel. I have been clear in the past that we thankfully are already in a position where we have revoked all restriction regulations, and with the full relaxation of the international travel regulations having come into effect on the operation at 4 a.m. on the 18th of March, I would prefer not to have any more restrictions put in place. However, the virus continues to pose a risk as it remains in circulation, and it is difficult to predict its trajectory or the possible emergence of new variants of concern. It is therefore imperative we have the necessary powers, should they be required. So if members vote against this order, I hope they will at least attempt to explain why, in their opinion, such essential possible safeguards, hopefully never to be utilised, are no longer required to hold even in reserve. And in matters of such seriousness as this, I do hope they'll engage in more genuine debate than providing just sweeping generalities. Let's also remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the extension of this order was also the collective view of all executive colleagues. I wrote to them on 2 occasions, 12th of October 2021 and the 20th of December 2021, advising them of my intention to lay this draft order. Not a single objection or concern was raised by any ministerial colleague, not one. So to those who will possibly stand up today to protest, I'm not sure where their parties were and their concerns or objections were only a number of weeks ago. It is for the reasons I've already explained that I propose to use the powers in Section 92 of the Coronavirus Act 2020 to extend the operation of Section 48 for 6 months by means of this order, and that's to provide the minimum powers necessary to deal effectively with coronavirus, comparable to the position in other UK jurisdictions. If the extension order is made, the intention would be to use the additional time prepared and provided by the extended expiry date to review and update the 1967 Act, and that's to bring it into line with the other jurisdictions. However, this will require extensive work and will take a considerable period of time, and ultimately it will be a matter for a future Health Minister and Executive to make a decision on that. It had been the intention of the Executive to review the remaining restriction regulations at its meeting on the 10th of February. Having initially tabled a motion to approve that order prior to that date, I took the decision to withdraw this motion ahead of the meeting to allow a full Executive discussion regarding the current trajectory of the virus, and so not to preclude any Executive decision regarding regulations. As we know for reasons taken elsewhere, that Executive meeting never took place, and there still hasn't been one since. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I've said in this chamber just last week, while the legal restrictions may have come to an end, the pandemic certainly has not. And following the revocation of the remaining restrictions and face covering regulations, I still deem the extension of these powers imperative, and as such retable the motion that this draft order be approved. We must have sufficient powers, should the need arise, that we are able to continue our fight against COVID-19, as we have done with great effect from March 2020. Devolved administrations are also working with the UK Government on contingency measures that can be ramped up in the event of another variant of concern which warrants the implementation of travel restrictions. And some aspects of these contingencies will require new travel regulations for which primary powers will be required. Further, and as I've said earlier, even with these powers in place, it would almost certainly be impossible to introduce new restrictions in the absence of an executive.
The powers that would continue to exist if the Minister gets the vote he seeks today, would the Minister be able to exercise those powers in the absence of an executive?
I suppose that's the crux of the debate, where we've actually had to seek legal advice even to lift the last set of regulations. And as I've said, and just in my comment there, even with these powers in place that this order will give today, it would almost certainly be impossible to introduce new restrictions in the absence of an executive. But should this order be approved and the extension of an expiry date of these powers be extended, it is likely that any decision to implement restriction regulations would be controversial and cross-cutting, and as such would necessitate an executive decision, and that is a position that I would support. But finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wanted to reiterate to members that the extension of this order is merely an insurance policy, something that we don't want to have to avail of, but that it is there should the worst happen. None of us in this House wants to see any further restrictions in place, and I certainly hope that we have seen the last of any such measures. However, despite the appeal of some to grandstand on this issue, I simply cannot risk being in a position where we cannot protect public health, as I firmly believe that would be the case if these powers are not extended. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this order to the Assembly.
I call on Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Health Committee.
I'll make some very brief remarks as Chair of the Health Committee and then some comments as Party's Health Spokesperson. The Committee does indeed welcome that we are in a place where restrictions are being eased, and it seems that we are returning to a more normal situation. However, it has been a long and a difficult 2 years. Many in our communities have lost loved ones to COVID. The figure today on the Department website is 3,274, over 10,000 people right across this island. And these have been 2 very difficult years for those people to manage, and our thoughts are with each and every one of those families at this time. We have seen our health workers stretched beyond any reasonable expectation over the past 2 years, and yet they have shown real strength in helping us to get through this pandemic. And let us not be complacent, members. COVID continues to be an issue in our hospitals, with 484 patients today in our hospitals at present. This is a sign that although things are beginning to return to normal, COVID has not gone away, and I would ask people to continue to follow the guidance and advice, including wearing face coverings, social distancing and good hand hygiene. The Committee was first made aware of this rule when we received it as an SL1 in November. Members received a short briefing on the SL1 and asked for some further information, including details of the powers that have been used and further information on what would happen in the event that an executive is not formed after the next election, and in that event, where would responsibility lie for implementation of regulations which may be needed. The Committee received a response from the Minister in January outlining the powers that had been used and those that had not. The Minister also advised that if an executive is not formed or is not in place, implementations of the regulations will remain the responsibility of those mentioned in the regulations, that is, the Department of Health. This regulation was then laid in the Assembly back in January, and there was some confusion in relation to the regulation being scheduled for debate. The Committee was informed that the Minister was intending to bring forward the regulation at its meeting on the 8th of March and was subsequently briefed on the rule on the 15th of March. The Committee highlighted that this rule would allow the Department to respond quickly if other problematic variants were identified and measures were required to be put in place. Members consider this a sensible and reasonable approach and were content with the regulation. I would note that the DUP members present did not take part in the Committee's formal agreement of the rule. And just some very brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson, just to say that while it certainly is very welcome that as a combination of factors of the vaccination programme, better treatments and the enduring work of our health and social care services, we are in a better place. But these have been very difficult and at times very dark days. And I suppose the one thing that we do need to guard against is complacency. And there's an old saying that the time to repair the roof is when the sun is shining, and I think it is incumbent on us to learn the lessons of this pandemic, to work together across these islands and, crucially, on this island to ensure that should there emerge further variants of concern or indeed future other viruses or pandemics, that we will see a situation where we're better able to respond and that we're better prepared. And I would welcome any update from the Minister in relation to the work that's ongoing across the island in terms of, and his own approach to, as Minister of Health, his own recognition that this island is a single epidemiological unit and must work together now and in the future to protect and guard all our populations from disease and viruses.
Can we have Pam Cameron onto our screens? And I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important motion, the Coronavirus Act 2020 Extension of Powers to Act for the Protection of Public Health Order Northern Ireland 2022. And Mr Speaker, the DP members are unwhipped on this particular motion, so I speak as an individual MLA at this time. Mr Deputy Speaker, we understand this particular legislation to extend Article 48 and Schedule 18 of the Coronavirus Act in order to retain powers to make emergency legislation, and those current powers are to expire this Thursday on the 24th of March. This legislation would extend these powers for 6 months until the 24th of September 2022. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are all painfully aware of the outworking of these powers in managing the coronavirus pandemic since 2020, and some of the notable powers contained are 25B, the Health Protection Regulations International Travel, 25C, the Health Protection Regulations Domestic, 25F, the Health Protection Regulations Supplementary, which is used to create offences, 25G, H, I, J, K, L and 25M, Magistrate Court Order powers which haven't been used, 25N, the power to make further provisions by regulations which also haven't been used, 25Q, the Emergency Procedure, allows certain regulations which would otherwise have been subject to the draft affirmative procedure to be made without a draft of the regulations first having been laid before the Assembly and approved by the Assembly. 25R, powers of entry, and 25T, offence of obstruction. We also understand that in other jurisdictions, Mr Deputy Speaker, Scotland intend to make these emergency powers permanent through the COVID Recovery Act, and that England and Wales have permanent powers in place, and that the Irish Republic has extended their remit of comparable powers until September. Mr Speaker, it may have been more appropriate or perhaps desirable that a selective approach had been taken in relation to which particular powers were extended, especially given that not all of the powers have been used. And I would ask the Minister if it is appropriate to extend powers that have not had to be used to date. And I would also ask whether pre-existing legislative provisions covering public health emergencies might be sufficient in governing Northern Ireland through the COVID recovery phase. The Minister will already have outlined the practical difficulties which may exist around the absence of an executive, and it is unclear as to whether he alone can use these powers. And I would appreciate if the Minister can look at these points when he winds on this debate today. Mr Deputy Speaker, I for one completely understand and indeed supported the introduction of these powers at the beginning of the pandemic. I remember well the fear that I felt for those around me who I knew would be more vulnerable to the highly infectious COVID-19. I am very glad that as a nation we acted responsibly and heeded the public health advice and acted in a way which protected each other. Mr Deputy Speaker, we as the Health Committee members have spoken dozens of times on the health regulations within this chamber, often weeks after the regulations had already come into effect. And I know every one of us has been highly frustrated at scrutinising and debating what has already passed, but we also understand the nature of the emergency legislation and why it was appropriate at that time. I believe it is fair to say that everyone in this chamber would choose democracy, timely processing of legislation, vital scrutiny of legislation before those changes become law, as is the normal fashion in any other type of legislation within this House. In short, Mr Speaker, I would not choose to legislate in this fashion under anything other than the most serious of public health emergencies, such as what we have just been through. I trust that this legislation will not have to be used again, given where we are within the pandemic and that we are heading to more favourable weather and hopefully leaving the additional winter pressures behind, which should see some easement in terms of capacity within our hospitals in particular. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I cannot mention hospitals without paying tribute to our incredible healthcare workers. For every doctor, nurse, porter, cleaner, cook, dentist, pharmacist, every individual who played a part and continue to play a part within the incredible vaccine rollout, or within our PHA contact tracing service as well. And we owe each and every one of these amazing individuals a debt of gratitude for their selfless work ethic and for putting others above themselves. And I want to put on record today my thanks to every person who played a part within this sector through what has been the most extraordinary, challenging time in Northern Ireland. And indeed, it's the most challenging time that the world has ever seen. Mr Speaker, in finishing, I want to put on record my thanks to the Minister and to his officials who have worked hard in what have been incredibly difficult times, and indeed to the entire executive who made very difficult decisions which were very often very unpopular. I also, Mr Speaker, want to finish in saying that I will be abstaining on this motion before the House today for the reasons outlined. Thank you.
Could we now have Colin McGrath onto our screens? And I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad to be participating in the debate today. And since the outbreak of the pandemic in March 2020, there have been a number of tools that we have had at our disposal to try and combat the virus. And one of those has been the trust that we have been able to place in the Health Minister through these powers to respond quickly and effectively to the ever-changing nature of the virus as it spreads so rapidly through our communities. The powers given to the Health Minister were achieved through our collective humanitarian and political will. And while I believe that the humanitarian will is still very much strong across the House, regrettably, the political will has diminished in some sections. Should we fail to extend the powers today, they will expire on Thursday, and then we will not have the ability to respond quickly or effectively to the virus, which is still very, very much alive in our community, as I think I can attest to. In our fight against the virus, there must be accountability as well in government. While our response to the virus has been made collectively, it has been the Health Minister that we as MLAs have gone to when we've had questions. It's the Health Minister that has been accountable for these decisions, and that has not been an easy task. Disgracefully, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is one party in the House that has collapsed our executive. They refused to nominate a First Minister, and they have drawn their own red lines ahead of an Assembly election, which may mean that after the 5th of May, who knows what our capacity will be to form an executive once again. As a result of that, should these powers fall on Thursday and there is no executive following the election, there will be no final point of accountability and decision making. And as is quite often the case in these matters, people come to us and complain that they don't want these decisions to be taken. But maybe we could ask the Health Minister to explain this. What's the alternative? If we don't have the capacity to take these decisions, what is the alternative if there was the need? And I would also ask maybe just the Health Minister as well, from his experience, is there any other place that is being left without the capacity to take these decisions? And sometimes whenever everybody else is doing something and then people are suggesting to us that we don't, I think that should be some sort of consideration that is given there. Mr Deputy Speaker, I implore those members who are part of the DUP, who I know hold this humanitarian will very close to their hearts, to see the bigger picture. Their actions will have a wider ripple effect on our capacity to respond to the virus and other issues, not excluding the crippling cost of living emergency that we're facing as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, the SDLP will be supporting this bill today. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion. This motion essentially enables the maintenance of the emergency law around the coronavirus for 6 months, enabling in practice, in the event of a public health emergency arising from a new wave based on a new variant of the virus, the reintroduction of public health measures to reduce its onward infection. It is worth emphasising that in practice, in the absence of a functioning executive, the law will only be able to be used on the same basis as the one on which restrictions were all removed last month, with the written consent of ministers representing all parties in the executive. This renders it, in practice, less than draconian than some like to claim ahead of an election. But it also demonstrates how the uncertainty around the future of a functioning executive is a relevant consideration here. More broadly, I have to say there is difficulty with the key argument against maintaining the law, namely that it is about freedom. We could in fact have argued that when cases fell to close to zero in the summer of 2020, and indeed some did, yet the virus rebounded. We could have argued this time a year ago when the first dose of the vaccination seemed to be reducing not just illness but even spread of the virus, yet the Delta variant emerged and the virus rebounded. We could argue now, yet the truth is we do not know what lies ahead. We see in the Far East death rates connected with the virus spiralling to record levels in some territories, with some uncertainty as to why. And when the departmental official came to the Health Committee last week, I asked for a reassurance that there would be no further such waves here, and of course he could not give such an assurance. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is worth noting at this point that the only thing which is clearly evident about those territories where a further wave of hospitalisation is being experienced is that they are those where vaccination levels, particularly among the older population, are low. Yet us reinforce the point that vaccines work. In fact, vaccines are perhaps the best argument against the extension. All of this would still probably not be enough for us as a Liberal Party to justify maintaining emergency laws at this stage, but for one further vital consideration. We are about to enter the period of an election and then of considerable uncertainty about the formation of a functioning executive, eating into at least some, if not all, of the coming 6 months. One particular party has caused the uncertainty in that regard, and it seems intent on continuing to cause it. Without an executive, if something were to happen with the virus, with no emergency law in place, there would be no practical means of bringing forward executive legislation, nor of managing a swift cross-departmental response. Even if the chances of our needing to do that are low, and who knows what they are in practice, we cannot simply leave ourselves entirely undefended with no future means of defence while there is still a deadly virus out there and so much political uncertainty about it. Therefore, in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, on balance, and with respect for those raising valid views against it, we will not be raising an objection to the extension. Naturally, we sincerely hope and believe it is the last one. Thank you.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this piece of legislation. As my colleague Pam Cameron has pointed out, the DUP members are unwhipped on this particular issue, so I will speak in my individual capacity and as a member of the Health Committee. And from the outset, as this matter deals with COVID regulations and powers, can I take the opportunity to extend my sympathies to those who have sadly died as a result of COVID-19. And I too pay tribute also to our health service staff who've had to cope with pressures in handling COVID and dealing with the pandemic, and who've had a very stressful number of years trying to save lives and who are still under extreme pressure in our hospital settings. COVID is still here. I know, I had it last week and actually lost my voice. Not great for a politician, but I thankfully recovered, and thankfully we are in a better place with the vaccine, and I was very glad to have my 3 jabs, which did minimise the symptoms that I had. And I'm glad that we are in a place where this virus is as such that we are able to relax the restrictions that we did have. However, I also recognise that the restrictions have been draconian at times, and the Minister will know that I wasn't in favour of COVID vaccine certificates, most notably, and as far as I can see, they were ushered in as quick as they were ushered out. And businesses and families have really struggled with the changing nature of the COVID restrictions, have really struggled, in fact, as a whole, with COVID restrictions, and it has had major ramifications on the economy, on our health service, in terms of mental health and indeed domestic abuse. We have to remember home wasn't always the safest place for people. And yet I also understand we have no crystal ball, and I wish that we all did. This legislation will extend Article 48 and Schedule 18 of the Coronavirus Act for a further 6 months to the 24th of September. Now, if I had that crystal ball, we would know what would happen between now and then, but we don't. And I understand that other jurisdictions have mitigated for emergency powers and situations in relation to COVID. As a member of the Health Committee, I understand why this legislation is before us. However, I will be abstaining today, given I do have concerns regarding how these powers may affect lives and livelihoods here. But I also understand that we have to mitigate should emerging variants which come from other countries, and therefore we may need some restrictions in terms of public protections and travel regulations in relation to this. So I welcome my opportunity to outline my views this afternoon. Thank you.
I call Paul Frew.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I first of all pay tribute to all the people over the last 2 years who have worked on the front line, most notably in our health service, and all the side departments that comes off our health service, including pharmacy and home care, and all of those elements that make up our superb health service. I pay tribute to every single one of those people. Some who struggled grievously at the start of this emergency seeking PPE, and who worked not knowing what they were stepping into, what they would face, how it would affect their health, how it would affect their family's health, but yet they marched in to those wards and they cared for those people who were grievously ill. I also pay tribute to those health care workers who some have yet to receive, and there may be no hope in getting it, the one-off reward payment, even though they've done an enormous amount of work, done the same hours as the people beside them, but yet they have failed to receive that one-off payment. Those people feel hurt today. And can I also pay tribute to those people on the front line of our healthcare staff and workers who are still being discriminated against regarding close contacts and isolation periods, just because they happen to not have the vaccination as yet. I think that is a disgrace, and I support those healthcare workers 100%. And I believe those people need to be treated the same as everyone else in order for the health service to function efficiently and appropriately and properly. And they shouldn't be treated differently. And of course, there was the issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regards to the consultation on staff being vaccinated. And of course, that has disappeared out of all psyche. And maybe the Minister could address that issue in his closing remarks as to what his plans are for that consultation and what findings came out of that consultation as to the way forward with regards to staff in our healthcare, on our trusts and their vaccination status.
Order, member. I'm giving considerable latitude to the member, but can I remind him we are here to debate the motion on the draft Coronavirus Act, extension of powers to act for the protection of the public. He's given a historical tour of what has happened on many, many issues. I would ask them to come back to the motion that is before us in this legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will abide by your ruling because I value your role, as I value the role of this Assembly in scrutinising legislation. This motion here today before us will grant the Health Minister, no matter who that is, and his department, extensive, sweeping and draconian power. And I would question, and I would ask the Minister to address in his closing remarks, if he feels that he can't use these powers after today because of the lack of an executive, because the powers are controversial and cross-cutting, I would ask the Minister, how then can he come today before this Assembly when these same powers and this motion is cross-cutting and controversial? How is the Minister the Virus to even ask for this extension? And whilst the Minister said, I think I heard the Minister say that no ministerial colleague of his gave any objections to this extension, I would ask, has any Minister written to the Health Minister about this motion today and about the controversial and cross-cutting aspect to it? And if they have written to him, will he enlighten this Assembly in his closing remarks? But this motion is before this Assembly today. So this Assembly needs to decide what to do. What will this Assembly do? This Assembly is a legislator. It scrutinises and then passes legislation. Rightfully so, it takes its time. Each line, each clause is deliberated on deliberately, and it takes time. It then goes to a committee who deliberately takes its time to make sure that each clause is appropriate. And then it comes back to this place, and we take more time, and we take further stages to ensure that the legislation we pass is the most appropriate and will not cause any harmful effects. But this House cannot say that when it comes to the legislation that has been born out of the Coronavirus Act. Those pieces of legislation, many of them caused great harm. And they were wished up in the morning, they were written up in the afternoon, and they were implemented in the evening. They were enforced that very same day. And at times it was catastrophic for folk. Catastrophic. What will this Assembly do today? How can this Assembly be sure that one person, no matter who that person is, it could be a member of my own party, one department, no matter what that department is, it happens to be health, will act in the best interests of all of Northern Ireland, not only in health, but in economy, in education, in industry, in communities? I will give way, yeah.
Thank you. I was maybe not following every single word you said there, but from what I've picked up, are you suggesting that one minister going forward could function and bring forward regulations unilaterally? Because if that's what you're suggesting, then you haven't been listening to what other people have contributed before you've started to speak.
I thank the member for her contribution. I'm going to try and keep this debate as civil as possible, but obviously the Minister hasn't been listening when in this chamber. The one Minister has moved, amended and enacted legislation with regards to the certification scheme. She will recall, Mr Deputy Speaker, when an executive decided one scheme, and on the Friday before it was implemented on the Monday, the Health Minister amended that scheme to remove coffee shops. Now, I'm happy for the member to give way. I'm happy to give way to the member again if that jogs her memory. But that was one instance where the Minister in question amended the legislation unilaterally on his own. And The power was always there to do that. So we have to ask ourselves the question, is the Health Department clued into all the other factors of government in this place? Do they have the expertise? My suggestion is no. Why would they? Why should they? But yet, this Assembly is going to place the power all on the one person and the one department. How is that democratic? How is that accountable? And how is this Assembly doing its job properly with regards to legislation and scrutinising that legislation? It doesn't make sense to me. And look at the impact these regulations have had. These regulations are so powerful, but yet they can be wished up in the morning, written up in the afternoon, and enacted in the evening, and enforced that very same day. They have the power to close down business, prevented people from earning a living, God-given right, left vulnerable people alone and isolated from other family members, closed down gyms, but yet kept open off sales, closed down schools, closed down active sports when young people were crying out for comfort and friends and mentors, closed down active behaviour. In fact, kept us imprisoned in our homes. There was a time when I had to deal with constituents who had been turned away in their car from attending a loved one, bringing and providing them hot food. And they were turned away a mile from their loved one's house. Now, that wasn't even in the regulations. But that's how the police struggled to enforce draconian legislation that it was never designed to enforce. The impacts on our people have been mighty, and the lockdowns that were produced will have a detrimental effect on people's health for many years. Now, I'm not making light of the coronavirus and the potential danger of people to get hurt and to die. But surely the actions that we take, that we should be responsible for, you have to take into consent the balance that has to be struck between the good you do and the harm you do. And I hear nothing from the other benches about the harms that will be implemented by the powers that have already been used. These powers have discriminated against people, prevented them from going to a restaurant, from their local pub, from venues, just because they happened to wait a while and not take government advice. Imagine that a government would discriminate against somebody because they didn't take government advice. Where do we live, Mr. Deputy Speaker? How dare the government encroach on people like that? People have been treated unhealthy, as if they are unhealthy, having to prove that they're healthy before they can gain entry. What message does that send out? Have to prove they're healthy before they can partake in everyday life, while someone who just happens to be vaccinated can walk in without proving anything? Where was the health in that? Where was the science in that? There was none. It was to put pressure on. That in itself is a place where government should not go. The Coronavirus Act and the extensive and draconian powers that have flowed from it have been a shambles, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So why would this Assembly want to give any sort of extension to that? There must be a better way. Legislation written quickly, without due scrutiny or consultation, was often harmful, incomprehensible, incoherent, confusing, so much so that the enforcement agencies like the PSNI or councils couldn't cope with it, couldn't enforce it properly, and made such a mistake with it that people who broke the legislation, broke the law, didn't face any consequences when it was breached by thousands of people, when they prevented people getting in to their own loved ones' cremations. Think over the last 2 years. Think what we've lived through. Think what people have lived through. And yet this Assembly would grant the same power to the same minister in the same department? I say no, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There must be a better way. There has to be a better way. People fined because they wanted to go into the sea to swim. A police officer saying to the lady, if you leave me now, if you run across that sand and you go into that sea, you expect a £200 fine when you come out of the sea. A family celebrating a child's 1-year-old birthday. 2 parents, 3 grandparents, and a nanny received a £200 fine. Who can afford that in this day and age? But yet that's what these regulations brought. And there's no science behind that. There's no health strategy behind that. It just doesn't make sense, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This motion provides sweeping powers to the Health Minister outside of an emergency. We now know what we are dealing with. It's not like 2 years ago when every single one of us didn't know what was coming down the track. And what was the mantra from the ministers? They will not be used a day longer than required. That day is long gone past, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I say these powers should lapse. There is no evidence from this minister or this department as to why these powers need to be extended. And if they're extended because there might be another variant, there might be another virus, there might be another strain, well then that same pretext will apply in September when we walk into winter pressures and autumn pressures this year. So we can't keep giving an extension to these draconian sweeping powers to the one person and the one department, no matter who it is, and think that things are going to go well. They haven't went well this last 2 years. These regulations have been confusing, incoherent. The police can't manage to enforce them. They shouldn't. Why should they? They're not designed. It's not that type of police force. But yet we're going to give the minister the power, the extension, to keep administering these powers? No. I say we should not. We're on the eve of an election, and we hope to be back in this place. But what if we're not? That power still resides with this department. But it'll be worse than that. There will be no scrutiny at that point. There'll be no committee at that point. There'll be no assembly and no differing voices of dissent like myself. But yet this minister will have power like no other politician, probably in the history of this state. We must think carefully our next step before we go and agree to something like this that has caused real harm, real pain, and I believe caused death. That's the action that this Assembly will take today. And I say think again. Think carefully before we proceed down this road. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Certainly the lone voice of opposition that we've heard to date this afternoon has been certainly looking back quite a bit in his comments. I like to view this bill as looking forward and not looking back. The Minister has made it very clear that he's no desire to impose more regulations or guidance. And you know, maybe the clue is in the motion, the wording of the motion, where it says extension of powers to act for the protection of public health. That's exactly what it's for, public health. And this is a minister acting with prudence to enable measures to be taken in the event of a new variant emerging, and God forbid that that should happen. The minister mentioned it's an insurance policy, and it made me think, if you look around this building, you look in your own office, maybe in your own home, what have you got sitting in the corner? Fire extinguishers. Why do you have them? Insurance policy. In the event of a fire, you will be able to deal with it. Same with defibrillators, which we're trying to put into more and more public buildings. It's prudent. It's planning for something that will go wrong, and that piece of equipment will be there to save a life. And that's how I view the extension of these powers. It's about saving lives in the event of this virus coming back. No. First, if the minister did nothing and there was an outbreak of a variant, do you know who the first people would be to point a finger at the health minister and his department and accuse them of being ill-prepared? Would be the very people who would object to the extension of these powers. These powers are simply a power to react, an insurance policy. And we've heard a lot of tributes paid, and absolutely, totally well-deserved, to the people who work in our health and social care system, the people who, at the start of this pandemic, maybe didn't have the availability because of the circumstances of PPE, but they went in and they fought and they nursed people and they put themselves at personal risk. So what are we going to do? Are we going to say, no, we're not going to extend these powers? Are we going to let our health and social care staff face the potential of another outbreak with absolutely no controls in place to protect them? What a kick in the teeth that would be to these heroes. And what about more families facing the grief of losing a loved one to the virus? While we'd be standing, including the minister, like spectators, unable to do anything to help curb the spread of that new variant. And speakers have said, well, why are you bringing this legislation in? Because you have admitted earlier that you may not be able to use it. That might be true. It might end up in front of a judge. I don't know. But I think it's prudent that it's in place so that if it is necessary to test it in court, it's there to be tested, and I would rather have that situation than simply turn around today and dismiss this extension. And we talked about, mentioned about, this is giving the Minister draconian powers. Well, tell that to the hundreds and hundreds of people who are currently suffering from long COVID. Tell that to the family that I know, 4 young children, all under 12 years of age, who lost their mother and their grandmother within 10 days of each other to COVID. Tell that family that these powers that we're going to give the Minister today are draconian. And we've heard as well that there might be, and I'm sure the Minister will enlighten us, that a Minister in the Executive is trying to stymie this legislation going forward. Well, the message I would give that Minister is, Minister, hang your head in shame. And this is be a Minister who helped to collapse the Executive. And 2 of my DUP colleagues on the Health Committee, who are aware, well aware, having worked in this issue over the last 2 years, know the score. And have both said their party is whipping today, but they are going to abstain. And I say to those 2 members, well done, well done. And Mr. Frew says there's got to be a better way than this. Well, I would suggest to Mr. Frew that perhaps the start of creating a better way would be to get the Executive back in place. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The member has sat down, I'm afraid, and I now call on the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
I'll give way.
Minister, just to put on the record that Mr Chambers is mistaken. It was very clear from 2 of our contributors that the DUP had a free vote in this with regard to extensions. So I just want to ensure that that's corrected on the record. Thank you, Minister.
You're welcome, because I think it was important that we get the fact that the DUP is unwhipped on this matter on the record, because I think that's very worthwhile coming from the Chief Whip of the party. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome today's debate on this draft order and the way that it has been held. The Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of powers to act for the protection of public health, Order Northern Ireland 2022, which seeks to extend the expiry date of Section 48 of the Coronavirus Act 2020 and the provisions in Schedule 18 by 6 months, from the 24th of March to the 24th of September. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll turn to some of the comments that have been made just in the contributions today. The Chair, rightly so, and acknowledging, as he always does in his contributions, refers to the difficult and dark times that this virus has visited on the people of Northern Ireland across our health service, but those who live in it as well, and how complacency now is the biggest challenge that we currently collectively face. And in regards to the support of the committee, and indeed the entirety of the Health Committee on this issue and other regulations and restrictions that we've had to introduce over the past 2 years using these acts. But it is about where we look to the next step in that, and I think, as the Chair recognised, is by the review of the entirety of the Public Health Act 1967, a piece of legislation that was written before I was born. Definitely needs brought up to date to deal with modern day medicine, modern day viruses, and how we react as a society as well. The Vice Chair, Pam Cameron, spoke in regards of what this legislation was actually about, and she listed a number of the parts, and especially, and I think one of the most crucial ones, if not the most significant one in regards to this order, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that was the first one she mentioned, was 25B of international travel. Without this order, we could leave ourselves completely at risk for a variant that could be established at anywhere else in this world, anywhere else across this world, that would be able to make its way into Northern Ireland, where we could potentially see international travel closed down actually across these islands, north, south and east, west, but because this order was not in place, we would not be able to introduce regulations or restrictions on that international travel that would leave Northern Ireland not only susceptible in itself to international travel and another variant of concern, but also be used as a backdoor not just to the United Kingdom but also to the Republic of Ireland as well. The Vice-Chair also acknowledged that there was a number of powers that haven't been used to date that was actually brought in under the Coronavirus Act, and across the other jurisdictions my department has been working with other health departments to ensure that those parts that haven't been used or have no intention of being used will actually lapse at this point as well, because they haven't, and indeed some of them have already lapsed. But I would also note that other ministers from across other departments and other areas are bringing forward even today, different extensions under the Coronavirus Act 2020 in regards to how their departments and how their arm's length bodies are actually working as well. But I think it was also useful in regards to the Vice-Chair, usefully highlighting what is in place in other jurisdictions, as in regards to how Scotland has reacted to this, England and Wales, but also the Republic of Ireland, and taking what is a proportionate response as to the continuation of what may be necessary, but hopefully will never have to be used. The approach, unfortunately, that we have had to take in regards to seeking the 6-month extension of this order is caused by a differential of historic legislative provisions, and as I said, in regards to the contribution from the Chair, that we very much rely on the 67 Act. Colin McGrath asked, the alternative to extending this order today, the alternative is actually to let it fall in its entirety, and then that would leave us, I think, with a susceptibility of being able to bring in emergency regulations should they be necessary, but only should they be necessary in regards to what can be done. And I asked the question, and Colin asked the question, has the emergency powers been allowed to lapse completely elsewhere? Not to my knowledge, Mr Deputy Speaker. In regards to Ms Bradshaw's contributions, in regards to, she spoke of how as a Liberal Party, the Alliance's party approach to these regulations and restrictions in the past, and that always has been noted through the Alliance Party's contributions to these debates, both in this chamber but also in the committee as well, as to how we sought that proportionate response to the entirety of how we reacted to this virus over the past 2 years. And I think that leads into actually Ms Erskine's contribution in regards, and she's right, in regards to the crystal ball, looking forward to the next 6 months, and were these, if we all had that crystal ball, we would know whether this legislation was needed or not. But we don't have that crystal ball. Nor do we have, as some try to react now, to where we are in regards to acting with what we should have done 2 years ago and how we could have reacted. Nor did we enter this pandemic with perfect hindsight as to regards to what was done and could have been done. There will be work done in regards to that, as to how those decisions were made, how those decisions were enacted as well. But I think it's the ability to look to, again, and understand, I think it was Ms Erskine's words, understand the ability to mitigate the additional pressure, should that be of additional variants, or the international implications. And I think that was a theme that's come through from Ms Cameron's contribution as well. And in regards to the actions that have been taken. In regards to Mr Frew's contribution, and Mr Deputy Speaker, no matter what some may think in this place, I value Paul's contribution to these debates, because it is right to be challenged. That is what this chamber is about. But when he spoke often in regards to these debates as well, sometimes it did feel personal, because I am not sure it was because, and he mentioned it a number of times, this health minister or that health minister was always directed at myself. But I'm glad he's changed the message today, that it may not necessarily be me who's in this post. Indeed, I think he said it could be someone from his own party. Indeed, it could be him, depending on the leader of his party, of course, in the selection of that.
Member, if I was Minister of Health today, I would not be bringing this motion forward. Thank you.
I think we guessed that.
I don't think that will be under any illusion. But I would also be in fear of how many people we would have had in our hospitals, how many people would not actually walk in the streets of Northern Ireland today in regards to some of the positions that the member may have taken should he have been in this position. But that's an assumption, and again, it may be unfair in regards to that because nobody knows how each individual who has held this post over the last 2 years, no matter where they are, should have been Northern Ireland or across the jurisdiction, would have reacted. And I think that's what we've also seen in regards, and I think when Mr Frew also talked about the government's approach, what the executive did, I would remind him that his party has, or had, the most ministers in that government, in that executive. So for many, if not the majority of the decisions that were taken, they were made with the full support of his party's ministers. They were actually made, and some of the announcements he spoke towards the end as well about how I had brought all these regulations and restrictions. There was a time when it was actually the junior ministers who led the debates in regards to the restrictions that were brought. Indeed, Minister Lyons, now the Economy Minister, who was at one point standing in this chamber behind these podiums, actually convincing the rest of the Assembly to vote for the restrictions in regards to placing. Now, Mr Frew and some within his party seem to be railing against, although from a historic point of view rather than currently. In regards to some of the comments there as well, and again, Mr Deputy Speaker, there has been much contribution paid and acknowledgement paid to our health workers through the work that they have done over the past 2 years, and they're to be commended and continue to be commended. I know there were some in this chamber seem to speak about their contribution in combating COVID in the past tense. They're still at it today, Mr Deputy Speaker. They're still supporting patients with COVID across the entirety of our sector, should that be in care homes, should that be on the front lines, should that be continuing our vaccination programme as well. In regards to a number of other points that have been raised, and again in Mr Frew's contribution, it was about a collective response over the past 2 years that actually brought us to where we are today. I welcomed that response. I welcomed the engagement and the message that I had from the Members' Party leader in regards to how it was the executive collectively who agreed the emergency procedures, and that included DUP ministers. So there has been some, I suppose, some questions as to where we go and what will happen in regards to the draconian ability that some has mentioned. I think it was Mr Allister who had to start to give us a history lecture about Dracos and who he actually was. Not an approach that I've ever taken, Mr Deputy Speaker, but one as a collective public health response. And I would like to put on record in the absence, and this is the view of not just my department but myself, in the absence of a functioning executive, even if these powers are extended, it is unclear how future regulations, if required, could actually be implemented, since any decision such as this would likely be seen as controversial and cross-cutting, and as such would necessitate an executive decision. So there are the challenges that are already there. Mr Frew asked, had I received any communication, and he asked the question, like many in this place, you never ask the question unless you know the answer. The member already knew that his party colleague, Minister Lyons, had sent me a letter actually just before coming into the chamber in regards to how he has now changed his opinion into the extension of these regulations. Having said nothing when I wrote to him on the 12th of October, having said nothing when I wrote to him on the 20th of December, he wrote me a letter just expressing his concern prior to coming into this chamber. So my officials will, of course, respond to that in nature, because the powers that we're talking about today already exist, and the power to extend for just 6 months at a time already exists, and these features were actually built into the initial legislation, so there is an ability there to extend for 6 months, and that's what I'm asking for today. Mr Chambers spoke and I think reiterated my initial point that I come today seeking this extension of this order as an insurance policy, so that whoever is in this position, whoever needs to, and hopefully they don't, Mr Deputy Speaker, never have to enact or actually utilise the extension that this brings. And I hope that I have answered as many of the members' queries and questions as possible. I want to thank members for their participation in this, and I mean it sincerely, this informed debate, both today and throughout the entirety of the pandemic. I would also once again like to place my sincere thanks on to the members of the Health Committee on the record for their valuable scrutiny of legislation throughout this process. Mr Deputy Speaker, a process that has never been easy, but a process that has been challenging. I'm in this House, and I've said it before, during these debates in regards to how our system has worked, that it needs looked at, it needs reformed so that we can act more quickly in regards to how we actually debate regulations and restrictions brought forward, as is done in other legislatures. Mr Deputy Speaker, on closing this debate, I would again reiterate that while the legal restrictions have been removed, and I sincerely hope there will be no return to them, the pandemic certainly has not ended, and I implore us all to follow the guidance in place and for each of us to play our part in ensuring we are not back here debating any further measures needed to tackle this disease in the future. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this order to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the draft Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of powers to act for the protection of public health, Order NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, I am hearing ayes across the House with some no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. And I would remind you that you should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order, members. Again, could I indicate, members, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. But the question is that the draft Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of powers to act for the protection of public health order NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, here we go. Order, members, order. The following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Alan Chambers and Kelly Armstrong. Tellers for the noes, Trevor Clark and Paul Frew. And again, before the Assembly divides, I remind you, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly has proxy voting arrangements in place, and members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. Remind everyone to maintain social distancing during the voting process, ideally to keeping a 2-metre distance, and please be patient at all times. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members, would members resume their seats, please? Clerk, please read the result.
82 members voted, 57 members voted aye, 25 members voted no. 4 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. And I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before our next item of business. Order members, the next item in the order paper is a motion to affirm a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the rates exemption for automatic telly machines in rural areas, Order Northern Ireland 2022, be affirmed.
And I call the Minister for Finance to move the motion.
Moved. Laskin Corlett.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there would be no time limit for this debate, and I invite the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Today's order extends the rural ATM rates exemption scheme to the 2022-23 rating year. This scheme was reintroduced following the return of the functioning institutions in 2020, having lapsed in 2017. The scheme has always been a small but important measure in the non-domestic rating system, with a policy objective of encouraging and sustaining the provision of ATMs in rural areas by removing any rates liability for these facilities. Previous research and analysis, along with feedback received during the 2019 Business Rates Review, conducted just prior to the pandemic, confirmed the value of and support for the scheme. In reintroducing the measure, the Executive took the view that the policy objectives behind the scheme remained important. On balance, this continues to be the case despite some recent changes in valuation case law. Today's legislation will go some small way towards helping the retention of specific ATMs in rural areas by extending the scheme through to the end of March 2023. The scheme will continue to apply to the standalone rural ATMs that are individually valued in the valuation list, for example in separate units on main streets or completely standalone units. As in previous years, it does not need to apply to ATMs that are located in and valued as part of banks or building societies. Those machines are subsumed within the overall value of that property. The current revenue loss associated with this measure is modest, costing less than $100,000 in foregone rates revenue. Although a modest measure in terms of its scale and cost, the scheme continues to assist the retention of rural ATMs, and as noted in the committee, this is important to many of our rural communities. Turning to the statutory rule itself, Article 1 of the order sets out the citation, commencement and interpretation provisions. Article 2, in turn, provides for the extension to the 1st of April 2023 as the date before which the scheme must end. Article 3 revokes the previous end date for the scheme laid out in last year's legislation. I look forward to members' comments and commend the rates order to the House.
I now call Keith Buchanan, the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for setting out the purpose for and the background to the statute rule which is before us today. I rise to speak on behalf of the Committee for Finance. The Committee considered the rule on the 2nd and 9th of March 2022. Members noted that the rule continues the rates exemption for separate entries into the valuation list associated with automatic tallying machine ATMs in designated rural areas. Members welcomed this continuing measure as a way of providing much-needed banking services for some of our rural communities. However, the Committee was surprised to learn that the number of ATMs benefiting from this measure is only 43 across the whole of Northern Ireland, and this is likely to reduce. It appears that following a court judgment, the numbers of relevant ATMs has very substantially reduced in recent years. This may also be influenced by security reasons, which has led to many rural ATMs being relocated inside shops and thus not benefiting from this exemption. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee will of course be supporting the rule. However, it is hoped that other measures which don't fall foul of the court judgment and which might increase the number of designated rural areas could be explored in order to support banking services across all parts of Northern Ireland. Perhaps in his way the Minister might respond on this issue. Notwithstanding the above, I am happy to advise the House that the Committee has agreed to recommend that SR 75/2022, the rates exemption for automatic tallying machines in rural areas, regulations in Northern Ireland 2022, be affirmed by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Concordia, and I want to thank the Minister for this scheme, and I welcome the opportunity to say a few words on what may seem like a small but it's a very important issue. As an MLA for a rural constituency, I know the essential service that ATMs provide in rural areas. Dwellers still rely heavily on cash to access goods and services, and in many towns and villages, ATMs are the only means of accessing cash. Banking services are changing. All the major banking companies are taking the decision to close branches in many of our towns and villages and to provide online banking services only. These decisions are having a detrimental impact on people who rely on these services. My own home village of Blake lost all of its banking services a number of years ago. Despite a local campaign to have the services retained, the last remaining bank withdrew, and now residents must travel to Enniskillen, 25 miles away, if they require a face-to-face banking service. Similarly, the way we pay for services is changing. More and more, we are transitioning towards contactless or credit cards as a means to pay for things, but not all businesses are in a position to accept credit card payments. Many small businesses or self-employed service providers still require cash payments, and quite often rural areas don't have the broadband connectivity that would enable online payments. Many of the towns and villages that I represent now only have one ATM, and these communities recognise this as the essential service that it is, and any scheme which will ensure the continuation of this service will be very welcome. We also need to see improved maintenance of rural ATMs. When issues arise, such as malfunctions or cash flow problems, this causes huge disruption and often takes a long time to be resolved. Rural ATMs can frequently be targeted by criminal gangs. This behaviour is extremely disruptive and is an attack on rural communities. The statutory rule that the Minister is proposing is the continuation of a rates exemption which is applied to ATMs in rural wards, and it is very welcome. I'm happy to support the SR.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Stand very briefly, obviously support the proposed SR. As the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee said, we discussed this in committee and were unanimous in supporting it. Of course, it is an extension of a relatively modest support, but one that is important particularly for rural areas, as the previous speaker has said. I think it is just worth saying briefly that we've touched on. The Minister touched on the relatively modest amount of foregone revenue, and the Deputy Chair of the Committee talked about the relatively small number of rural ATMs that actually benefit, i.e. are, as it were, subsidised by this. I think what this does call for is, perhaps in the new mandate, frankly, a longer look at what we want to achieve in terms of our banking services here, and particularly access to banking in rural areas. Now, it is true that banking policy is largely a reserved matter, but not exclusively, and the devolved ministers are not without power to engage and lobby with the financial services industry here. We have seen a very large divestment in terms of branch networks. We just heard last week of further closures that will affect HSBC branches, a number of HSBC branches in Northern Ireland, coming on top of obviously just kind of wave after wave of closure, which isn't actually just affecting rural areas. It includes branches in my own constituency of South Belfast. So I think we do need a more coherent, joined-up look at what we want from our from banking services. We have a particular, though as I say, the matter is largely reserved and the policy is run by the Treasury. We actually have a very distinct banking network here in Northern Ireland. We obviously have had a slightly different composition in terms of banks, many of which have been cross-border banks. Some of their activity has actually been impacted by Brexit and by the fact that no special arrangements have been made for the provision of financial services on a cross-border basis. So we've actually seen in large part certain banks, Ulster Bank has largely divested itself from the south. Certain other banks are divesting themselves in large part, not entirely, but in large part of their operations in the north. So I think what that means is that we need a deeper, overdue look at the provision of banking services in rural areas and more broadly. But I'll get back to the matter at hand, which is the passing of this SR, Mr Deputy Speaker, which we obviously support.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Minister for extending this rates relief for ATMs in rural areas. As everyone in this House knows, I'm a rural dweller and I cover Strangford constituency, which is largely a rural constituency, and I have to say that you have to drive 25 miles from the bottom of the Ards Peninsula before you'll get to a bank. And that's something that is making life extremely difficult. And I know in this time when everyone says, well, after COVID, sure, everybody's using plastic. Not everybody. During COVID, I came across hairdressers who rent a chair in a salon who had to use cash because they didn't have one of the mobile bank machines. They lost out on the high street voucher as well. But how are we supposed to teach children about the use of money, actually hard cash, if they can't actually get it in their hands? So having a lack of ATMs does cause problems, and as the Minister has said, that retaining ATMs in rural areas is extremely important. But I have to say to the Minister, and it has been said by Mr O'Toole, we do need to have some sort of a strategy, because I have ATMs where people will not use them in my rural area because they charge £2 if you want to lift £20 out. There's something going on with ATMs wherein if you have another ATM within a 1 mile of the existing of another ATM, then one has to charge and the other one doesn't have to charge. The rates relief is absolutely welcome. I have to say that the lack of banking in rural areas is extremely concerning, especially given the fact that the Post Office will no longer be allowed to deal with people's benefits. I was talking to the credit unions recently and they're thinking about extending to other schemes such as mortgages. But the fact is, credit unions don't have an ATM. Post offices do, if they're not inside the shop. So it's very important that we do give some incentives to those to keep ATMs in rural areas, because otherwise they've just abandoned us. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
And I'd like to thank the members for their comments on the order and indeed on the wider issues, I suppose, affecting the extension of exemptions for ATMs and generally access to services in the rural areas. I believe that the scheme is, as things stand, worth continuing for those living in isolated rural communities and who still depend on the availability of cash from ATMs. And we all appreciate the difficulties that can be encountered in these communities from any measure that could lead to a reduction in availability of ATM, and especially at this time we should do all we can to continue to support them. A number of points were raised over the course of the debate. The Deputy Chair asked about the issue in relation to the impact of that Supreme Court ruling, and that decision in May 2020 significantly altered the approach taken across Britain and here, and how ATM facilities are valued for rates purposes, and necessitated a review of ATMs here. All ATM facilities attached to a supermarket or filling station have been reviewed, and those whose presence represents a mutual benefit to the operator and the retailer are no longer considered separate properties for rates purposes. A further 7 have been deleted from the list, which is in addition to the 34 deleted last year. However, none of the ATM apparatus in these premises has been physically removed from the area occupied by the ATM. It's now included in the rateable assessment of the attached shop. Gemma Dolan raised the issue around would banks remove ATMs if exemption were not applied. And the economics of maintaining the ATMs are changing, and there are real pressures therefore to remove ATMs from non-profitable locations. This exemption provision is therefore modest but important. The British Bankers Association and the Bank of Ireland have previously indicated that the rates exemption helped to maintain the retention of ATMs at existing sites. However, the British Bankers Association did not consider that it substantively influenced the location of new ATMs, but on balance we feel the support, although modest, continues to help ensure the viability of machines that are currently in receipt of exemption. Matthew O'Toole raised the broader issue of banking, and of course we don't have responsibility as he accepts, but we do have the ability to engage and to try and influence banking, and there are unique features to banking here in the north and across the island. And of course we set up in recent times a banking forum which allows the Finance Minister to bring together representatives of the banks and other financial institutions and trade unions and business organisations to discuss many of the issues that are affecting people's access to finance and access to banking services, and the approach has been taken by the banks themselves in recent times. And so I think that's going to be a very useful arena for discussion, and that we intend to continue with that in the time ahead. And Kelly Armstrong raised again the issues, of course, about ATMs and the absolute need for rural communities. There was a discussion in relation to ones which charge as opposed to pardon me, ones that don't. Part of the consultation, the Rural Development Council expressed the view that even a fee-paying ATM is better than no ATM. And on that basis it was agreed that the exemption should apply to all ATMs in designated rural areas, whether they're fee-paying or free. And that rationale remains valid and should continue, especially given the small number of ATMs that are supported as part of this scheme. Of course, I think it would be preferable if they didn't charge in recognition of the vital service they are, but I think the view was that they should still be supported. So, in closing, Lascan Corla, I would ask members to support this measure, and I commend the order to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the rates exemption for automatic telling machines in rural areas, Order NI 2022 be affirmed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on order paper is a motion to affirm another statutory rule, and ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That the Rates Temporary Rebate Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2022 be affirmed.
Thank you, and I would ask the Minister for Finance to move the motion.
Moved, Lascan Corla.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit for this debate, and I now call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Gorbagat, Lascan Corla. Before dealing with the order itself, I'd like to set out some of the background to this measure. The purpose of today's legislation is to reinstate the Back in Business scheme, which had lapsed in 2017. When it returned in January 2020, the Executive agreed to the reintroduction of the scheme, but that was then suspended due to the advent of the pandemic and the implementation of the 100% rates holiday for many businesses, which is still in place at the moment. Today's order re-implements the scheme, which will become operative again on the 1st of May 2022. That operative date will follow the ending of the first month rates holiday for 2022-23 and will then ensure that the scheme is up and running by the time the 3 months rates holiday for 2022-23 ends, that is on the 30th of June 2022. The reintroduction scheme will incentivise the occupation of property on the high street that has been vacant for 12 months. The scheme will be subject to ongoing economic evaluation over the next year to monitor its progress. It was first introduced as an amendment to the Rates Amendment Bill Northern Ireland 2012. At that time, it was introduced as part of a package of measures aimed at assisting ailing businesses and improving the appearance of our town and city centres. Now, 10 years on, and in what is hopefully an increasingly post-pandemic business environment, we again find that those aims are equally valid for today's high street. The original Back in Business scheme has provided a one-year concession that allowed 50% empty property relief or vacant rating charge to continue to apply to the new occupier for 1 year. This was available where a qualifying property had been empty for at least 1 year previously and became occupied again. Today's order extends the duration of that tax concession to 24 months with the aim of building a solid platform for new high street occupation in the longer term following the damage caused by the pandemic. The scheme will help boost footfall in the high streets as people return to shops and workers increasingly return to the office place in the months ahead. I have seen up close the effects of this prolonged period of disruption in my own constituency and in other towns and cities I have visited as part of my ministerial role since 2020. Today's extension of the scheme will allow LPS to continue to receive new applications for the scheme up until the 31st of March 2023. It will help moderate the business rates burden for businesses in these difficult first 2 years, providing certainty in their overheads and helping budget for their businesses. It will also help them to adjust towards full rates liability in due course and grow the tax base. In the interim period, the Department still generates the same revenue it would have had the property remained vacant. The scheme is therefore a win-win, and in terms of the growing economic activity and growing tax revenue. Between 2012 and 2017, when the scheme operated before, there were no instances of it being misused, nor was there any evidence of displacement. As I have mentioned, the reintroduction of the scheme will, however, continue to be monitored through economic evaluation over the course of the next year to ensure that this remains the case. Turning now to the statutory rule itself, members of the Finance Committee have already been advised on its detail, and members indicated at the SL1 stage that they were content for the scheme to be reintroduced and run through to the 31st of March 2023. Article 1 of the order sets out the citation and commencement. Article 2 provides for the amendment of Article 31D of the Rates Northern Ireland Order 1977, substituting the new end date of the 31st of March 2023. Article 2 also makes an amendment to ensure that the concessionary rate of liability will be granted for a period of 24 months in each case. In conclusion, Laskin Comhairle, I look forward to members' comments and commend the Rates Temporary Rebate Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2022 to the House.
I now call Keith Buchanan, the Deputy Chairperson of the Finance Committee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak briefly on behalf of the Committee for Finance. I would like to thank the Minister for his opening remarks. The Committee considered the draft rule at its meeting on the 2nd and the 9th of March 2022. As has been indicated, it is understood that the rule will allow any business which occupies a long-term vacant property valued as a retail unit to pay rates at the vacant rating level, which is 50% for a 2-year period. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee welcomed the introduction of this measure and hopes that further similar steps will be taken to revitalise our city and town centres. The Committee also welcomes the Department's intention to review the effectiveness of this measure during 2022-23. The Committee also sought clarity as to whether the measure will apply to any business which relocates to a vacant premises. The Department has kindly responded on this, and perhaps the Minister might also refer to this in his response. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call Melissa McHugh.
Margaret Laskin Comhairle, agus dús just po lumsa buas a coalition Ira Fahanya Arachis, agus just as the Minister had outlined, this statutory rule will reinstate the Back in Business scheme, which was a scheme designed to encourage new businesses to open up in previously unoccupied premises. The scheme provides for a 50% reduction in business rates for a period of 2 years for any new business which moves into a premises which has been unoccupied for 12 months or more. Now, starting a new business can be expensive and beyond the reach of many. Prospective business owners will have to contend with huge start-up costs, which they must invest without the guarantee that their investment will see a positive return. One such start-up cost is, of course, the rates, if the business is operating from a rateable premises. A 50% reduction to the rates bill will go some way to giving breathing space to any new business and enable it to establish itself and to start turning a profit. The other aspect of this legislation is the boost it will provide to our high streets. Our high streets have suffered badly, particularly during the pandemic. We've seen a rise in the number of derelict properties on our high streets. The rise of online retailers has also had a knock-on effect to bricks and mortar business in our town centres. We all want to see our town centres and shopping areas thriving. This rates support scheme aims to bring vibrancy, footfall and investment back to our high street. The difference that a bustling business can make to a once empty property on a main thoroughfare is striking, and I welcome the reinstatement of this very positive rate relief scheme, and I'll be supporting the motion.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will speak briefly today. In short, we will be supporting the extension of the rates temporary rebate amendment order for all the reasons that have been outlined by others, but specifically for in order to support the high street as we and other areas of non-domestic commercial property as we move out of the COVID crisis. But I do just want to say a couple of things, because while we support the extension of this in principle, I think it's important to draw attention to some of the wider context, because this is a policy which has slightly wider policy implications, as it were, than the previous thing we discussed, the rural ATMs. This is a much more substantial intervention. The cost of the rural ATMs exemptions about 100,000 a year, whereas this costs about sort of tens of millions a year. I think the Fiscal Commission report suggests that this costs around £35 million per annum. The problem with the Fiscal Commission report, which I've been very pleased the Minister commissioned, sometimes the problem with commissioning good reports is that other politicians quote them back to you, but it is a very useful report, and I think it examines these things in detail. So while we are supportive of the principle of this, I think given the cost of this, this is one of the larger areas of sub-parity. It's one of the larger areas where the executive has made a decision, and we've kept making that decision to have a relief in a particular area, or in some cases a more generous area of service provision, but in this case it's a more specific tax relief, that we should have a really thoroughgoing look at how well targeted this relief is and whether it is achieving what we want it to achieve. So I welcome the fact the Minister said that that's going to be reviewed over the course of the next year or two. I think it is really important to state a couple of things. One, rates income is basically, whether that's the regional rate or the local rate, whether it's domestic or non-domestic, in total rates are basically largely the only revenue source that he as Finance Minister has. We need to be better at understanding the effectiveness, first of all, the resilience of the rate space, and we passed legislation earlier this year to ensure that we can defend some of that rate space, and we had to interrogate it, and it wasn't easy in some ways to prevent appeals against changed valuations on the basis of coronavirus. That was to take a responsible decision because we had to defend the revenue base of our only revenue source. I think it's also right to say that as we hopefully mature, said in inverted commas, as an institution, we do need to move towards being able, I hope, to raise more revenue, to take responsibility for more revenue in this place. I think certainly more than one party in this place wants that to happen, but for that to be the case, we need to understand fully the effectiveness of the reliefs that exist at present. I don't know if someone asked me how well targeted and effective this particular relief has been in the years that it's existed at getting new businesses into vacant premises on the high street. I wouldn't be able to point them to a piece of evidence or an evaluation of that. That's not to say it doesn't exist, and I would say I'm sure it has been a factor, and we're supporting its extension. But I think in order to justify this particular extension, this particular relief, we do need to understand in broader terms, because it's costing us £35 million a year, so we need to understand how well it's working. There are other rating reliefs. Obviously, there's industrial derating, which I think has been very instrumental in, probably in particular, parts of the region at helping to support the growth of our manufacturing sector. This isn't about saying that these reliefs shouldn't exist. It's simply about saying that we need a better evidence base, and that's something that's called for in the Fiscal Commission report. So hopefully in the new mandate, when we have I understand we're not going to get the Fiscal Commission's final report until after the election, but I would hope that after that election, hopefully we're all back here and taking responsibility and doing our jobs, that we can prove we can take more responsibility, and hopefully more responsibility for more revenue raising in this place, that we can understand how effective the relief that we're passing today, extending today, actually is at getting support into our high street. It's also worth saying that in terms of how well our high street or high streets are recovering from the pandemic, and the policy interventions that are needed to continue to support that in the medium and long term, obviously it needs to be joined up. It can't simply be about rates relief. It needs to look at the planning process, and my party colleague, the Infrastructure Minister, has announced a thoroughgoing look at that. I'm sure Andrew Muir, who's a regular correspondent on the planning system, will have something to say about that too. So there are a range of things that are impacting on the viability of our high streets that we need to understand. We need to understand how they interact together. So I suppose going forward, it would be helpful to have a more robust evidence base for how well this relief is working. I say that in support of the extension of the order today, but I do very much hope that after the election, officials in the department will be able to provide some evidence as to how all that's working. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this order through to the Assembly here today. And in terms of the previous contributors' remarks, the Alliance Party continues to support a full independent review of our non-domestic rating system, and that's something we feel is long overdue, that is a complete independent review. In relation to the order that's been presented, it's our understanding, whilst not being a member of the committee, but from the examination we've done to date, this will allow new businesses that occupies a vacant long-term property valued as a retail unit to pay rates at 50% reduction for a 2-year period, reinstating the Back in Business scheme that had expired in 2017 due to the absence of an executive. From watching the committee proceedings, I'm aware that they were waiting for correspondence from the department regarding the definition of a new business. And I'd be grateful if the Minister could clarify what this means for established businesses that open a second premises and if they'll be able to benefit from the reliefs within this order. I do welcome this order in terms of the injection it gives to our town centres and high streets who need all the support they can get in light of the impact of COVID-19. And I think particularly of Bangor Town Centre and the support they need in terms of the regeneration and the renewal of that town centre. And I do welcome the recent decision after 13 months delay of the Minister for Infrastructure to approve the Queen's Parade development in Bangor, which will hopefully help towards the revitalisation of that town. It's important to recognise that the impact of not having an executive, it's grateful that we're able to bring this here today, but previously not having an executive inhibited this, and going forward we do need an executive to be able to deliver for people and businesses in Northern Ireland, to deliver for people across Northern Ireland, and therefore I support this order. Thank you.
There being no further notified speakers, I now call the Minister for Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and wind up debate on the motion, please.
I'd like to again thank members for their very useful comments over the course of the discussion and the debate. I do believe that the scheme is worth reintroducing as an integral element in rebuilding the high street as we hopefully continue to emerge from the pandemic. Vacant commercial property acts as a blight on the appearance of high streets across the north, and by reintroducing the scheme we can help ensure that more and more empty commercial properties start to be brought back into use, and this acts to improve the appearance of towns and also creating jobs across the community. A couple of points were raised in relation to it. One in relation to the issue of new businesses by both the Deputy Chair and Mr Muir. The scheme will apply to any new businesses or an existing business which wants to expand and occupy an additional premises. Both circumstances are accounted are covered in the scheme by businesses occupying in the long term. For businesses occupying long-term vacant property, that is vacant for 12 months or more. Matthew O'Toole, I think to clarify the cost of the scheme, it's likely to be given the fact that the properties, if they remain vacant, there would be no income from them. But the cost of the previous scheme, if assessed as a cost, was in the region of £500,000 per annum in the years operated. So the properties supported were 550 properties were supported between 2012 and 2017. And I think he also raised points just in relation to the Fiscal Commission, and of course I think he's right. This is one of our only, very little else in terms of revenue raising options or financial levers that we have, and of course we need to assess carefully how we use these and the evidence then for how the intervention is actually impacting. We will continue to do that. I have to say, if only anecdotally, certainly in any of the visits I have made, talking to town centre organisations and business support organisations, the Back in Business scheme is one that they have continuously raised as one they would like to see back in place, and they feel that it is of significant benefit to try and encourage the uptake of vacant properties, which is, as he will know and all members will know, do blight the landscape of town centres and are a disincentive for people to come into town when it looks like half the properties are vacant. So we will of course assess that to make sure that the evidence does stack up over the course of the period of this scheme and how it runs out. So I'm very grateful, as I say, to members for the support offered, and I would ask them to support the measure itself and commend the order to the Assembly.
The question now is that the Rates Temporary Rebate Amendment Order NI 2022 be affirmed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move to the next item on the order paper, which is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the draft Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension Order Northern Ireland 2022 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion, please.
Moved. Laskin Corla.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and therefore I call the Minister to open debate on the motion.
The order seeks to extend powers in the Coronavirus Act, specifically those relating to death certification and registration, for a further 6 months from the 24th of March 2022 to the 24th of September. These provisions relate to temporary changes to powers contained within the Births, Deaths, Registration Northern Ireland Order 1976, which my department has responsibility for. However, while this is Department of Finance legislation, the inclusion of the temporary provisions in the Act were agreed between 3 departments: Finance, Health and Justice. The temporary provisions were included in the Act to ensure that the certification and registration of deaths and stillbirths could continue during a pandemic situation when all parts of the service were under extreme pressure. The provisions are in 2 parts. Part 1 relates to death and stillbirth certification, including who can sign the medical certificate of cause of death, and when a death or stillbirth should be referred to the coroner. The Departments of Health and Justice, respectively, have responsibility for decisions in these areas. Part 2 relates to death registration, which is the responsibility of the General Register Office within my department. The provisions enable members of the public to register deaths remotely. They allow for the electronic transfer of documents and non-attendance in person at registration offices. They also enable the next of kin to register a death by telephone, as opposed to attending the registration office in person. The provisions do not put any restrictions on the public or the service that is provided. Rather, they build on the positive lessons learned from the Coronavirus Act, which will assist the public to continue to be able to register deaths remotely until September. These provisions have reduced the need for face-to-face contact between the main stakeholders, including medical practitioners, informants, registrars and funeral directors, therefore assisting in reducing the possibility of spreading the infection. In the responses to my letter and draft executive paper on the 21st of January, Ministers Swan and Long outlined their position in relation to the proposed extension of the provisions. The Finance Committee chairman subsequently wrote to Minister Swan and Long on the 4th of February seeking further information on the nature of their concerns and any mitigations regarding an extension to the Coronavirus Act provisions. Minister Swan responded that while he has concerns regarding paragraph 24 of Schedule 13 to the Act, which allows any doctor to complete a MCCD, provided they can state that the cause of death, to the best of their knowledge and belief, his main concern relates to paragraph 26 of Schedule 13. This provision relates to deaths not have been referred to the coroner where the deceased has not been seen and treated by a doctor within the previous 28 days. Minister Swan feels that the current position does not provide an assurance that deaths are appropriately referred to the coroner for investigation, and that the removal of the original requirement increases the risk that untoward activity, malpractice or negligence could be concealed. Whilst he has concerns about the extension of the powers, he accepts that there are also arguments in favour of the extension, and he does not formally object to the extension of the provisions. Also, in relation to this provision, Minister Long has stated that it has permitted the coroner service to continue to deliver an effective and efficient service throughout the pandemic, in light of the marked increase in the number of virtual clinics being delivered by GPs. She has pointed out that the requirement on doctors to immediately notify the coroner if there is reason to believe that the death is not from natural causes has not been changed by the coronavirus provisions, and this duty on doctors still remains. Minister Long has stated that while she supports a return to the usual statutory position at the earliest opportunity, she is content that an extension to the provision on reporting the deaths from natural causes is necessary for the coroner's service until such times as Section 7 of the Coroners Act Northern Ireland 1959 is amended to include virtual clinic within the definition of seen and treated, as a virtual examination is unlikely to satisfy the seen and treated by a doctor within 28 days prior to the death requirement in the Coroners Act. I would add that while doctors may not be referring as many cases to the coroner for review, registration staff registering the death continue to scrutinise every MCCD, with registrars contacting medical practitioners if they believe that the death should be notified to the coroner. This process assists in maintaining the assurance around the cause of death. If the extension is not put in place, the provisions will fall on the 24th of March, and we will revert back to the original provisions in the Births, Deaths, Registration Northern Ireland Order 1976. This requires that for death certification, an MCCD has to be signed by a doctor that has seen the deceased within the last 28 days, or the death has to be referred to the coroner. For registration of the death, it means that the informant receives the MCCD directly from the doctor, then attends in person at the registration office to carry out the registration. Once the registration is complete, they are required to confirm that the registration details are correct and sign the entry. The informant is then given a GRO 21, which provides confirmation that the death has been registered to pass to the funeral director. I recognise that the situation around the pandemic has improved since these provisions came into operation, but systems may continue to be put under additional pressure, and the public may still not be able to attend a registrar's office in person. This could be due to the member of the public or registration staff being ill, self-isolating, or the registration office being closed with a reduced capacity due to social distancing within council buildings. By extending this service to the 24th of September, we can ensure that the administrative processes relating to the registration of deaths and stillbirths can continue to operate even as the status of the pandemic is changing. The extension also gives officials the opportunity to investigate the making of some of the changes permanent, especially the electronic transfer of documents and the amendments required to the Coroners Act as outlined by Minister Long. In conclusion, Las Concorda, I am comfortable recommending the extension of the powers, as they have helped death certification and registration process continue to operate throughout the last 24 months. We have had an opportunity by extending the provisions to continue providing the service, which has been welcomed by the stakeholders, including registrars, the public, funeral directors and medical practitioners. The order has been considered by the Department of Finance Committee and no objections have been raised. I commend the order to the Assembly.
Thank you. And I call the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee, Mr Keith Buchanan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for again setting out the purpose for and the background to the statute rule which is before us today. I rise to speak on behalf of the Committee for Finance. The Committee considered the rule on the 2nd and 23rd of February 2022 and also corresponded with the Department on its content. The rule continues some welcome simplification measures in respect of the registering of deaths using electronic media. The Committee found this uncontroversial but noted that these useful measures will lapse from September 2022. It is hoped that one of the first actions of the next mandate will be to extend these sensible provisions further. The draft rule also continues the waiver on the requirement to advise a coroner of a death where the deceased had not been seen by the doctor in the previous 28 days. Both the Justice Minister and the Health Minister expressed reservations but indicated that they would accept a temporary continuation of these practices until September 22, as indicated in the draft rule. The Committee learned with surprise and some concern that none of the departments or the General Register Office can tell us how many deaths have been registered in these circumstances to date. This is to say that they are unable to clarify how many deaths that there have been where the deceased haven't seen the doctor in the previous 28 days and this had not been notified to the coroner. Mr Deputy Speaker, as this draft rule simply extends existing measures for a short period, I expect the House will provide its support for it. However, I think it is a bad practice whereby this House gives its agreement to legislation and doesn't actually know how many of our constituents it is affecting. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am not saying that there is a problem with death registrations. I am saying that I hope the Minister will provide us with some reassurance on this matter today. I also hope that perhaps he might undertake to separate the two issues, electronic registration and notification of the coroner from each other in future subordinate legislation. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus na siar mar Philip McGuigan hon can't I call Philip McGuigan.
And I welcome the opportunity just to say a few words on the statutory regulation. As the Minister has outlined, this is an extension of emergency legislation which has been in place since the outset of the pandemic. The legislation relaxes the procedures around the registrations of deaths to allow death to be registered via telephone and also to allow documents to be presented electronically. The legislation extends the provision which relaxes the requirement for a doctor to notify the coroner where the death is by natural causes and the doctor has not seen the deceased within the previous 28 days. Under the provision, any doctor may sign a death certificate provided the death is from a natural illness and the doctor can state the cause of death to the best of their knowledge and belief. While it should be acknowledged that this is not the ideal situation and we want to see a return to normality as soon as possible, we must accept that COVID-19 is still with us and unfortunately people are still dying from it. However, it should also be noted this is a 6-month extension only until September, and hopefully by then we have returned to a more normal situation and this emergency legislation is no longer needed in its current form. Happy to support the motion.
Agus na siar Matthew Toole hon can't I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We will be supporting the extension and the draft SR before us today. Obviously, as the Deputy Chair said, this was discussed at Finance Committee some weeks ago. I think, though, it is important to say that while we won't be raising any objections to this being extended, there's a slight, I think there's just still a slight kind of lack of clarity over whether this is simply being extended because we still need the exigencies, as it were, of emergency legislation because we are still dealing with COVID, or because it's bureaucratically efficient and we'd just like to continue it for a bit longer. I think it would be helpful to have a bit of clarity over that, because though this was a useful and necessary step in terms of the simplifying this process in the extreme situation of COVID and making the situation easier to manage, frankly, for all those affected, including people, doctors, and people in the registrars and the coronial service. Actually, this is quite a substantive change were it to be made permanent. So I think we would need more by way of discussion and consultation, both with stakeholders and possibly even the wider public, in terms of the consequences of this. And I would like a bit of clarity about what an extension to September means in the event that certainly my party doesn't want to see, but in the event that we do not have a fully functioning executive by then, what happens? Does the SR simply lapse and we revert to normal? Can if the Assembly is still sitting in some shadow form, as per the legislation recently passed at Westminster, will it come back? Could it come back for an extension, or could it not come back? Could the Minister sitting, sort of operating in shadow form, as it were, not bring it back for an extension? My own view is that, as we hopefully have now moved out of the absolute acute phase of the pandemic and are moving back into normality, that any desire to make this permanent would have to be done in a proper way, through a proper consultative process with stakeholders and the public, explained what was happening. We have no objections to this being extended for a few months, but it would be helpful to understand. But as I say, it's slightly unclear as to whether the main reason for extending it is because we're still at the tail end of COVID, or simply because it's bureaucratically helpful and we'll just extend it for a bit longer. So it would just be helpful to understand what the long-term plan is, particularly if we don't have functioning in the undesirable but unfortunately not unlikely situation where we don't have fully functioning institutions in September. It would be helpful to understand exactly where we'll be with this. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As others have remarked, these regulations allow for the process of registering deaths and stillbirths to be completed without the need for face-to-face interaction. And I must say, throughout the pandemic, this has ensured that deaths be registered without delay and that grieving families can make timely funeral arrangements. And we're all aware of the horrendous circumstances that have unfolded over the last 2 years for grieving families. So the Alliance Party is content that the order is made, but obviously there is issues and concerns to be noted in relation to this. I think it's important that we tried to provide a roadmap for GPs being able to see patients in person as the public health situation permits, and obviously I'm aware of the context upon which this is made and the very high levels of COVID-19 infections in Northern Ireland. These powers will help manage the pressure that is being experienced at the moment by health professionals in the context of COVID-19. If there is not progress in relation to getting GPs to be able to see patients in person in the manner that which we were aware of before COVID-19, I think it's important that legislation is brought forward to allow for virtual consultations to be treated as the same as in-person GP contact, and it's important that that is considered. And touching upon the last contribution, in the context of COVID-19, a war in Ukraine and the horrendous humanitarian situation that's been experienced, and also a cost of living crisis which is crippling families and households across Northern Ireland, I don't think we should even contemplate the idea that there wouldn't be an executive in the next mandate. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. There are no other notified speakers, so Ristella, Iram Swedanata, Arigadish, Conor Murphy. Le conclude Ayano Legis Baracter and Mollaway call Conor Murphy, the Minister of Finance, to conclude on the motion, please.
Again, I thank the members who have commented on the order, and I welcome the expressed support for it. I want to express my thanks to the Chairman and members of the Finance Committee who carried out scrutiny on the order. I know there were some reservations and some questions asked in relation to this. The truth is that in terms of the figures, they're not retained by the Department or the Department of Health. But I do think that part of this exercise there was not a formal consultation but feedback from stakeholders such as registration office staff, funeral directors, medical practitioners, and that has been positive. Undoubtedly this intent, if there is future subordinate legislation and part of this space that we have created with the extension of this order does create some space to allow some of these measures to be put in place, then there should be ongoing consultation, including with the committee, and it will, I hope, on the other side of a mandate, give a committee an opportunity to do its own consultation with stakeholders and satisfy itself in relation to any changes. I would hope at that stage, as I think Mr Moore has expressed, that we would have an executive back in place. If that's not the case, then the provisions lapse and we go back to where we were pre-pandemic. But I do think there is an opportunity, not just for the sake of efficiency of the bureaucracy of this, but actually to get a better system in place, and one which recognises that there are circumstances, and there still remain circumstances, in which access to the services could be impeded as a consequence of the pandemic through people being off ill or indeed an outbreak in a particular office which renders it unable to open. So we still are dealing with that, thankfully not on the same level as previous times, but the intention certainly will be to try and improve on these, use the time that the extension would give us to improve on the situation, and as that would create more space, I would imagine much more consultation in terms of what the final outcome of that will be, and I would hope that we are in a position to put a better system in place come September as well. So I thank the members again for the comments. I would ask them to approve the draft Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Births Extension Order Northern Ireland 2022, and that it should come into operation from the 24th of March 2022.
The question now is that the draft Coronavirus Act 2020 Registration of Deaths and Stillbirths Extension Order NI 2022 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And members, just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Okay, we'll now move to the consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill, and I call Mr Alan Chambers to formally move the bill.
So moved.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 4 amendments which deals with definitions. I remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group they should address all the amendments on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that's clear, we will now proceed. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 4. Members may wish to note that Amendment 2 is a paving amendment to Amendment 4. I call Mr Alan Chambers to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group, please.
So moved, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. And again, I thank the Speaker and the Business Committee's discretion in facilitating the swift progression and consideration of this important bill. I was very much heartened and reassured by the contributions from across the House at last week's second stage reading. This Assembly is at its best whenever it's considering and scrutinising legislation, so it is fitting that despite the obvious problems elsewhere, that in the final week of this mandate we're still able to hopefully pass hugely important legislation such as the bill before us. The rationale of the bill, I think, was well understood and articulated by all last week. During the debate, however, there were a number of important questions asked and points made, which, after engaging further with the Minister and his officials, it was decided would be important to address at this consideration stage. Accordingly, we have the 4 amendments before us today in my name and that of my colleague Robbie Butler. I also want to thank Linda Dillon for her continuing close interest, as well as her decision to add her name to some of the amendments before us. The cross-party support for the bill will continue to be welcomed, I'm sure, by the victims and survivors, many I know who are closely following its passage. Moving to the detail, Mr Deputy Speaker, before us today, Amendment number 1 adds to the definition of relevant document at Clause 2, leaving no ambiguity as to what exactly will be covered by the duty to preserve and when the offence for non-compliance will apply. The proposed definition now includes documents created by a person in communication with a relevant institution. As a result, letters between parents, GPs or priests, for instance, will all be captured by the duty to preserve. It was also considered important that the definition of relevant document also captures communication with the institution itself, and that's what I'm glad to say this amendment achieves. Amendment number 2, Mr Deputy Speaker, is largely technical, but it's important in the context of what Amendment number 4 is seeking to do. That amendment addresses a concern raised during the debate last week that Clause 3(6), as drafted, excluded from the definition of relevant information any information about accommodation or care provided to the child by a natural parent or relative of the child. Ms Dillon, during that debate, made the very valid point that in many cases, when babies were adopted, they were registered to their adoptive parents as their natural child. The point was also made that the fact that care was provided by a relative does not guarantee that an adopted person knows or knew anything about their birth parent or their time in an institution. As such, Amendment number 4 removes this exclusion. Finally, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we have Amendment number 3. This amendment removes the words "for a period of at least 2 consecutive months" from Clause 3(5). In relation to children, what the bill is really intending to capture is information relating to where they lived and how they were cared for when they were separated either permanently or for long periods of time from their mothers. As a result, it is necessary within the bill to provide a definition of separated. Clause 3(5) is intended to exclude more routine separations between mothers and their children when one was ill in hospital or perhaps even staying with another family member over a holiday season. Having engaged closely with the Department of Health over recent days, however, it has been decided that it is still possible, if not probable, that information relating to the care of a child born to a mother who was resident in a mother and baby institution and who was separated from his or her mother within the first 2 months of his or her life will be of interest to a future inquiry. On that basis, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is accepted that Clause 3(5) should be amended to leave out the words "for a period of at least 2 consecutive months." That, I hope, avoids any ambiguity surrounding this clause. Again, I want to thank the Minister and especially his officials who have worked with me, often well out of hours, to help bring forward today's amendments. It is clear that they are as committed to the successful passage of this bill as we, as MLAs in this House, are. We are only a few days away from the prospect of securing final stage approval, and I hope today's amendments help ease a number of the genuine points of concern that were raised in the debate last week. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Linda Dillon, the Adam Chair Linda Dillon.
Thank you very much. First of all, just to acknowledge the proposer and the Department and the Minister and the work that they have done in relation to this. And I think that it is testament to the issue itself, how we have been able to work together, and I think that that's really important, and I really do appreciate that everything that I outlined last week was taken on board, and I have to say that I think that that is a good and a positive sign, and particularly to those victims and survivors out there, because all of those suggestions came from them. So I think it shows that we are very much about the issue on this, in this circumstance, and that there is no politicking, because there is certainly no politics to be made out of the issue or out of the people. So I really do appreciate the work that has been done. Just to say that Amendment 1, Sinn Féin will be supporting this amendment to include engagement with institutions by families, as well as those with the women and girls interned in the institutions. It is vital that victims and survivors can piece together a wide picture of what happened to them in institutions and why they were there and who knew what was happening. Amendment 2, again, we tabled the amendment, and it had also been tabled by the proposer, and again I outlined that as exactly what happened, that the proposer of this actually listened to what was said, so I do appreciate that and thank him for that support. So that will tidy up legislation in line with Amendment 4, which will remove subsection 6 of Section 3, the reasoning for which I will explain further when discussing Amendment 4. Amendment 3, this amendment seeks to remove the provision in Section 3, subsection 5, that a child is only considered to be separated from its mother if they were separated for a period of at least 2 consecutive months. And I do accept the intention behind that was actually there was no ill will. It was well intended, but I'm grateful that the department accepted that it was unnecessary. So I again appreciate that and want to put that in the record. The time limit didn't factor in the reality of the institutions, as children were often fostered out to children's homes for some periods of time before being returned to their mother and baby institution and adopted. Adoptees deserve to know where they were, with who and what care they received for any length of time, be that a week, a month or 2 months. Forced separation of mothers and their children has serious impacts on both, and the ongoing denial of this information is a gross violation of their human rights, as recognised by the Truth Recovery Design Panel report. Amendment 4. This amendment seeks to remove Section 3, Clause 6 in its entirety. We felt that it was important that this clause was removed, and again grateful to the sponsor and the party who've co-signed this. The clause states that information is not relevant information if the accommodation or care was provided by a natural parent or relative of the child. This again had not factored in the reality of the institutions. The reality is that in many cases when babies were being adopted, they were registered to their adoptive parents as their natural child. This was of course illegal and has made tracing the birth parent or the adopted child almost impossible in some circumstances. The issue was recently covered by RTE Investigates documentary called Who Am I? The Story of Ireland's Illegal Adoptions. The documentary included the story of Mary Dolan, a Belfast schoolteacher who found out at the age of 54 that her parents, the couple listed on her birth certificate, are not her real parents. Instead, Mary's mother was an unmarried woman who gave birth to her in Dublin, and Mary was illegally trafficked and illegally adopted in the north. Like many others, Mary discovered that her birthday, the date that she had been celebrating her birthday on all of her life, was not her real birthday. Mary still does not know who her real family are. She is one of thousands, most likely tens of thousands of people who have no idea who they really are. The care being provided by a relative of the child should not be grounds for exception, as this does not guarantee that the adopted person knows anything about their birth parent or the time in the institution. Many children were trafficked overseas to America and Australia, so even if they were with a relative, that does not mean that they are aware of their natural parents. I do appreciate the support that, as again I have outlined by the proposer and the department, by the Minister himself, and I think that it is very fitting that this is one of the final pieces of legislation that will go through this House, when I have been this party spokesperson on victims now since 2017, and I think that some of the work that has been done, and right across every single party, every single MLA and every single party in this Assembly should take credit for the work that they have done, but it's just very sad that we had to do it. It's very sad that people's lives had to be so devastated, destroyed, that the transgenerational trauma that has been caused to them, to their families, and to many generations that might come behind them. But I hope that some of the work that we have done here in this place will give some closure. Not that I believe that many people will be able to get full closure, but I hope that at least we will be able to make their journey going forward a little bit easier. And hopefully, I really, really hope that this will make getting access to records and people finding out who they are, where they belong, where they came from, just a little bit easier. So, Gurmila Mayo.
Can we bring Pam Cameron on the screens, please? I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and hopefully this works. I'm having a malfunction of technology here tonight. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill, as was introduced by my committee colleague, Mr. Alan Chambers. I thank Mr. Chambers for bringing forward his private members bill on what is a very important issue. And whilst we as an Assembly are planning to race this piece of legislation in within the final hours of this mandate, I think this is a really good example of appropriate use of a private members bill in terms of plugging a legislative gap which has arisen as we completed the long-awaited Adoption and Children Bill, where the amendments in relation to the retention of records were ruled out of scope in recent days. And had the Minister's amendments been within scope of that particular bill, we would not have needed this additional legislation. So it is good that we're looking at these important clauses this evening. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we understand that this legislation, if passed, will introduce a legal requirement on all relevant record holders to preserve and not destroy any information relating to mother and baby institutions and Magdalene laundries, and that the bill seeks to deliver a critical recommendation of the independent investigation. The legislation will bring about one of the 5 main recommendations from the Truth Recovery Design Panel to legally secure and preserve all relevant information. This is, of course, based on recommendation 4 by the Truth Recovery Design Panel, and I quote, "The Truth Recovery Panel recommends immediate action by the Northern Ireland Executive, supported by the Northern Ireland Assembly, to create a statutory requirement on all relevant record holders to preserve and not destroy any information relating to mother and baby institutions, Magdalene laundries, workhouses, adoption-related institutions and baby homes, and their policies and practices, including personal records. The requirement should extend to all state and non-state institutions and agencies, officials, representatives and professionals that service them. It is entirely appropriate, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we recognise that the passage of time is a risk to the preservation of these records, and that there is an urgency to act now for the preservation of those records to ensure they're not damaged, lost or destroyed. We all witnessed the public apology made through our ministers within this chamber to those who were hurt and harmed by these institutions. Let's now add a little more to that by processing this bill apace. And turning to the amendments before us, Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 1 in the name of Mr Chambers and Mr Butler to Clause 2, page 2, line 9, after with insert a relevant institution or with. This change relates to the 2 conditions that a document must satisfy in order to gain protection under the bill. Clause 2C currently stipulates that a document created by or on behalf of someone who has been in contact with a resident of a relevant institution is covered. This amendment extends the scope of Clause 2C to ensure anyone who has been in contact with the relevant institution is also covered. This does seem appropriate. It provides greater certainty, and there may be situations where third parties or other public bodies outside of health or welfare have been in contact with mother and baby institutions, and these interactions should be in scope. In terms of Amendments 2 and 4 by the same members and also with the support of Ms Dillon, both in relation to Clause 3. Clause 3, page 2, line 24, leave out, but this is subject to subsection 6, and also Clause 3, page 3, line 19, leave out subsection 6. Clause 3.6 states that information is not relevant if care or accommodation was provided to the child by a natural parent or relative of the child. Amendments 2 and 4 remove this exception, and we're supportive of these changes. The current wording may not reflect that some babies were wrongly registered to adoptive parents as their natural child. It is also not certain that just because somebody has been living with a birth parent or relative that they have knowledge of their time in an institution or recourse to deal with abuse or treatment at that institution. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, looking at Amendment 3 by UUP and Sinn Féin, which also seeks to amend Clause 3, page 3, line 17, and leave out for a period of at least 2 consecutive months. Under Clause 3, information is deemed relevant and therefore protected under the bill if it relates to any period subsequent to a mother's stay in an institution where the mother and child were separated. Subsection 5 defines separation as situations in which a child was provided with care and accommodation by a person other than the mother for a period of at least 2 consecutive months. Amendment 3 removes this minimum period requirement. And we recognise that the current proposal has already been reduced from 6 months in the Adoption and Children Bill. So we do want to ensure that we strike the right balance between ensuring individuals can find out where they were and what care they received, and ensuring well-intentioned care arrangements are not wrongly targeted. But Mr Deputy Speaker, I will finish there at this consideration stage of this important piece of legislation. I think after all those individuals involved have suffered, it is vital that we do all we can to ensure that these documents, which are important, not just for legal reasons, but also for their historical and emotional value, are indeed preserved. So, Mr Speaker, I and my party support the bill and the amendments before us this evening. Thank you.
Agus na siar mar Sinead McLaughlin. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
And thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. This private member's bill, introduced by Alan Chambers, is absolutely necessary, and the provisions need to be brought into force as soon as possible. The preservation of documents which contain people's histories, lives and experiences must be an imperative for all of us. Victims and survivors have told us that they were not believed, that people did not understand what happened to them, that their identity had been taken away from them, that their families had been torn apart. These documents are the proof that what they say happened really happened. They are the link to their identity. They are the evidence of where they come from. Victims and survivors of these institutions have suffered enough. We owe to them to do all that we can to preserve these documents. The bill and the amendments had the full support of the committee. I'd like to say a few words on behalf of my party. The SDLP supports the consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill. We support all of the amendments as listed. We believe that these amendments provide a tighter bill, rules out any ambiguity and tidies it up and creates good law. It is vital that we do everything that we can to support victims and survivors in their search for the truth. These documents are vital to give individuals back their identity. The SDLP support this bill and welcome it into its final passage towards the end of the week. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the bill and the amendments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it bears emphasising that bodies such as the Youth Justice Agency and Compensation Services have been cooperating fully with the Victims Payment Board with regard to the provision of records as requested. All Crown Court and custodial records in the possession of the Youth Justice Agency are in fact marked for permanent preservation. Bodies such as the Victims Payment Board do not fall within any executive department, and Amendment 1 helps to re-emphasise that the requirement here goes beyond executive departments and the Northern Ireland Civil Service. The question here, which is almost posed by that amendment, is whether this needs to go further with reference to records and documents held by what would now be called voluntary adoption agencies and perhaps even the third sector more generally. I do wonder if we need to do more to define relevant institution and not just relevant document in Section 2. Specifically, for example, what do we do if an agency has been reinvented, or indeed if it no longer exists? Where are their records and what can be done to ensure their preservation? Furthermore, there is a hint in all the amendments that the legislation is not as extensive as it could be. For example, children in mother and baby homes were often transferred over the border, not least in cases where a diocese extends across the border. However, this will in all likelihood be ongoing limitations to the reassurance that relevant documents in Section 1 will in fact be preserved where, for example, a child was no longer resident in Northern Ireland. There remains a fundamental question around the acquisition and subsequent preservation of records from other jurisdictions which affect children born or later resident in Northern Ireland. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do also wonder here if we need to go a little further to ensure that the bill encompasses records kept into this century. 3 amendments touch on this point. Amendment 3 removes the 2 consecutive months as it is recognised as inappropriate. Amendment 4 removes unnecessary specifics, and Amendment 2 is consequential to this. However, have we done enough to amend the relevant period defined in Section 2, subsection 6 and applied in Section 3? To touch on a previous point, but to re-emphasise it again here, some institutes accepting children from Northern Ireland were open as late as 2006. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to raise another point I raised in last week's debate, and that was around the establishment of the repository. And I think the member from North Belfast, Carol McKillen, mentioned that there was plans to house this potentially within Plenary. Between last week's debate and this week's debate, some of those affected by the mother and baby homes contacted me because they were concerned about the full independence of such an arrangement, not least because if it was housed within Plenary, then it would be subject to limitations in terms of freedom of information requests, and these can be... Yes?
Paula, thank you for giving way. It's just to give reassurance. Plenary is governed by all the ECHR articles, including 2 and 8. Once you do a freedom of information request, your file's open for everyone. I introduced a non-FOI route, which is just open to yourself, and there is compellability. So it's not like Plenary can decide to withhold. If they're going to withhold anything, it's only under Article 2 redactions. That's all.
No, and I appreciate that being read into the record. As I say, I think there's a lot of Same with the institutional child abuse victims and survivors. You know, there's an unease around government procedures and whether or not there's full transparency. So I think that, as I say, there are a lot of people watching on with interest as to how we're handling this very, very sensitive part of their journey. So moving on, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are questions which have been raised as part of this legislative process. I fully accept that we are a long way from an ideal process right now. However, we need to be very aware. As I say, there are many issues and voices which need to be heard, but will not be heard as we rush through this over the next week. The bill, as it stands, would on balance be better than no bill, but whether it is in this or the next mandate, we still have work to do to improve upon it and the other recommendations within the panel's report. We absolutely must not bank this and walk away. There remain, even within the passage of the bill as amended, very serious ongoing issues of document preservation. The most fundamental of these is how we ensure the preservation of relevant documents, even if these documents are not held within this jurisdiction, and even if they are not held by a public body. I would urge an incoming Executive Office Committee to take this forward as a matter of highest priority. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Minister of Health, Mr Robin-Swan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I just rise to support Amendments 1 to 4 by my party colleague Alan Chambers, who I think has set out their purpose in some detail, so I'll not rehearse that explanation. But the amendments before us today have come about, as other members have said, as a result of constructive cross-party input to this important legislation. And I think this serves further evidence of members' joint commitment to do everything possible to ensure that the information that will be central and critical to a future inquiry into mother and baby institutions, Mangdale and laundries and workhouses in Northern Ireland is preserved. Also, as pointed out by Ms Bradshaw during the second stage debate, the information that this bill is intending to protect is a vital part of the life story of victims and survivors of those institutions and their relatives, because this bill will ensure that information is available for them to access as part of the process of establishing their identity and what occurred at that stage of their lives. So, prompted by the second stage debate, Amendment 1 expands the definition of relevant document to Clause 2, and that includes communication between individuals and a relevant institution. And this will mean that the duty to preserve documents will not only apply to letters between individuals such as parents, medical professionals or clergy and any relevant institutions. This will be in addition to communication between those individuals and residents of the institutions that were already covered by Clause 2. So it is entirely sensible that such sources of potentially useful information should be protected in law. Therefore, I support this amendment, but having listened to Ms Bradshaw's concerns that maybe it isn't far enough, I look forward to seeing her amendments in regards to actually clarifying something that she doesn't think is already covered either in this amendment or was already there in Clause 2 in regards to other institutions. Because if you take Amendment 2 and 4 together, it also widens the application of the duty to preserve documents so that all relevant information, and that includes information about accommodation or care, that's provided to the child by a natural parent or relative of the child. And again, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to Linda Dillon for her constructive recommendations on this matter. And actually the example she gave at second stage of circumstances where it would not be appropriate to exclude from the scope of the legislation information relating to a child's care or accommodation by a parent or a relative, and that's why I intend to support Amendments 2 and 4. Also at second stage, Ms Dillon raised a further concern that a child must have been provided with care and accommodation by someone other than their mother for at least 2 consecutive months. And that was in order for the mother and child to be deemed to have been separated for the purposes, it was actually for the purposes of Clause 3(4)(b). And I accept that imbalance. It is appropriate that the minimum 2-month period should be removed, and therefore again support the amendment number 4 brought forward in the members' names. Members will not need reminding, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the deep significance of this legislation for victims and survivors of the relevant historical institutions and their families. And as I said at second stage, the swiftest possible action must be taken to secure the truth, to secure the accountability and to secure justice, the justice that they deserve. And I believe that the amendments before us today will further support that goal. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the continued all-party support for this bill and the amendments brought forward in the name of my party colleague, Mr Alan Chambers and Ms Dillon. and I wholeheartedly support those amendments.
I call Alan Chambers to weigh in.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm certainly very pleased this evening to have brought forward these amendments to take account of concerns expressed last week by Ms Dillon, and I appreciate her articulating those concerns last week. If ever, Mr Deputy Speaker, there was a bill that gave this House cause to act in common cause and harmony, this is it. This bill will help reveal many hitherto untold truths for many individuals who have been denied this truth to date. It will be a wonderful legacy for this House in this mandate to have produced this legislation that hopefully will offer hope and the prospect of peace of mind for all the victims who deserve no less. It will also facilitate, Mr Deputy Speaker, any future inquiry to uncover the many examples of abuse and negative treatment and neglectful treatment of victims whilst in care. The victims deserve nothing less than the full truth. I thank you, members, for your support in embracing this private member's bill, and I'm sure, like myself, you will all be looking forward to Thursday evening when we can finally say that this is now legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now work our way through the amendments here. Amendment number 1, as proposed to clause 2, page 2, line 9, insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended. The question is that clause 2 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 4. I call Mr Alan Chambers to formally move Amendment number 2.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 24. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call Mr Alan Chambers to move formally Amendment number 3.
So moved, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 3, line 17. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call Mr Alan Chambers again to move formally Amendment number 4.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 3, line 19. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3 now, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clauses 4 to 9. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for the question and stand part. There being no objections, the question is that Clauses 4 to 9 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Long title. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. As the further consideration stage of the bill is scheduled for Thursday, the 24th of March, the deadline for amendments is tomorrow, Tuesday, the 22nd at 12:30 p.m. Thank you, members. Just take your ease as we move to the next item of business, please. Members, we now move to the further consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill. I call Rachel Woods to formally move the bill, please.
I beg to move that the further consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill be now taken.
Thank you. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity today anyway to discuss the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill. Members will of course be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill is therefore concluded, and the bill now stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. We now move to the further consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill, and I call Ms Aisling Riley to move the bill. Éireann Sir Aisling Riley leis an bhile chur chuntásí. The hall.
Moved.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group containing 3 amendments which deals with parking charges on commencement. I would remind members again intending to speak that during these debates on the single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in the group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on the amendments will be put without further debate. If that's clear, we now proceed. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 and 3. Within this group, Amendment 3 is consequential to Amendment 1. I call the Minister of Health to move formally Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Moved.
Okay. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to be here to debate this very important issue. And could I start by commending the sponsor of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill, Ms Riley, for her work on this bill to date, and I'd also like to commend members of the Health Committee for their commitment in the scrutiny and progression of the bill. Having worked closely with the Office of Legislative Counsel, my proposed amendments to Clause 1 are to provide technical refinement and improvement, while continuing to place a duty on the Department of Health and Social Care Trusts not to charge for car parking. Clause 1 amendments have been designed solely to ensure that the prohibition, with all the necessary details included, works properly in practice once the bill is commenced. The advice from the Office of the Legislative Counsel is that the fuller details surrounding the prohibition do benefit from adjustment, so as to ensure that the prohibition is delivered in the best way possible for the sake of giving the bill all necessary legal and practical certainty. The prohibition can be stated in freestanding text in the bill without inserting the text into the existing legislation, and this is the benefit of letting the bill do the whole job by itself and without causing the readers of legislation to refer to different legislation once the bill is actually enacted. The prohibition can be stated without referring to the underlying mechanisms by which charges could otherwise be imposed, and that's whether by Health and Social Care Trusts themselves or through third-party arrangements, So sub 1 in the new clause 1 gets straight to the prohibition so as to cover in fairly neat terms everything that's done by subs 1 to 3 in the existing clause 1. The result of amending clause 1 is that, just as in the existing clause 1, no one can charge for parking of vehicles by workers, patients and visitors at hospitals. Workers, patients and visitors in relation to hospitals are still mentioned expressly, but there's a better focus on who these people are. So, for example, A, the reference to workers is expanded so as to clarify that all relevant workers of different kinds are covered. That includes where described as employees or service providers, or B, that the reference to visitors is embellished so as to ensure that only bona fide visitors are covered, but while making sure that those people who are dropping off or picking up workers, patients or visitors are similarly covered, just as actual visitors are. Again, hospitals as type of institutions needed to be defined, and this is done by adopting a definition that was actually recognised in the 1972 order that's cited. And this ensures that the references to hospitals are to be taken fairly widely for the purposes of making sure to catch wider facilities than just ones for inpatient treatment. So hospitals where the prohibition applies are, of course, to be our National Health Service ones, and that is achieved by referring in the definition of hospitals to those under the responsibility of health and social care trusts. There is some useful narrative added for ease of understanding by reference to hospital premises as to what hospital car parks are and what sort of parking in hospital car parks is legitimate in context, and that's, for example, when attending hospitals for relevant reasons as workers, patients or visitors. Subsection 4 in the existing clause 1 has not been included in my amended clause 1 because the bill is purely about the prohibition of charging itself. So the availability of parking capacity is something that lies and is for due consideration outside the strict confines of the bill. So the prohibition of parking charges is not to be taken by a health and social care trust as the basis for reducing the amount of parking space to be provided at a hospital for the benefit of people who have reason to attend the hospital in a relevant capacity. But it should not limit the ability of the trusts themselves to determine from time to time, in light of all relevant factors, what represents the appropriate amount of parking space to be provided at a hospital for the benefit of such people. And it is hoped, with real-life end users of the bill in mind, that the new clause 1 is simpler to follow on its own terms and in ordinary language. Mr Deputy Speaker, amendments to clause 2 are in relation to the commencement date, and following consultation with the Health and Social Care Trusts, I am proposing an amendment to the commencement date of the bill, which would extend the time length of time available to the Department and the Health and Social Care Trusts actually to implement clause 1 of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I am proposing that the Act come into operation at the end of a 24-month period following royal assent. The bill currently states at clause 2 that this Act comes into operation at the end of a period of 6 months, beginning with the day on which it receives royal assent. Deputy Speaker, proper consideration needs to be given to what alternative arrangements need to be put in place to manage and control spaces in hospital car parks, and that should the charges be abolished through this bill. Alternative parking management solutions would need to be carefully researched to establish how effective they would be at controlling the management of spaces, congestion and the cost implications. At present, there is not enough space to provide free parking for everyone, particularly at sites where space is limited, so sufficient time is required to put in place any necessary provisions to deal with capacity. Our Health and Social Care Trusts remain concerned that if the bill is enacted, that the time frame currently proposed is actually insufficient for a careful considered plan to address capacity issues. It has always been the primary objective of the Health and Social Care Trusts to ensure that persons invited or in need of their services can safely access our sites with minimal delay. So should the legal requirements simply require that hospital parking be free, the only means to deliver this objective within the current stipulated time frame would be to open the barriers without any capacity controls, and that will inevitably lead to operational issues and access concerns. An extended implementation period would allow our Health and Social Care Trusts, in partnership with my department, to regionally agree and finalise a new policy to direct and drive consistency across all hospital sites. And this will also enable staff, patient and visitor involvement and the collaboration with other related departments and that's in regards to infrastructure and public transport solutions, but also climate change commitments. Our Health and Social Care Trust will also need to identify how best to facilitate access to car parks for patients and their relatives while preventing parking by staff or others for whom the facilities are not intended. So this solution will need to be applied to all sites where demand for car parking exceeds the number of available spaces. This solution would need to take account of the urgent nature of many attendances and the capacity of all motorists to engage with the necessary technology. So this will require research and scoping, an equality assessment, consultation with all stakeholders, preparation of a business case and securing the necessary funding, a procurement exercise, a programme of installation for the infrastructure across all sites, recruitment of personnel as necessary for each site to operate the verification arrangements, implementation of any new systems, awareness raising of the new arrangements, followed by a period of monitoring and modification as necessary. An enforcement process to issue clamps or vehicles parked on site and not registered will also need to be developed. The Belfast Trust have also advised that once parking charges are abolished, due to the current capacity issues, it would still need to apply a form of access control to ensure that car parking is available for service users when needed and is available for those staff who are not able to avail of alternative travel options. This will require the full implementation of new staff car parking access criteria across all sites where car parking charges currently apply to staff, and it's estimated that could take up to around 9 months for full implementation. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, anything less than the 2-year implementation time would most certainly cause major disruption to the running of hospital car parking sites, which would have a real detrimental impact on service delivery on these sites. My department has previously outlined potential areas for further clarification and discussion prior to the implementation of the bill. Significantly, that the department is already facing a substantial funding gap in its future year's financial position, and given existing financial commitments, the department will need to identify funding to absorb the loss of revenue from the abolishment of car parking charges. At present, there is also not sufficient space to provide free car parking for everyone, and that's particularly at sites where space is limited. So implementing free car parking provision prior to giving the matter due consideration may actually have unintended consequences. So an extended implementation time frame would allow my department to prepare for a reduction in income, identify any as yet unidentified costs associated with passing this bill, and identify other spending that may need to be stopped to make the abolishment of parking charges affordable. So in addition, given the current COVID-19 pressures on the department and trusts and severely stretched and under-resourced staffing levels, the staffing resources are currently not available to ensure full implementation of a new car parking policy within 6 months. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 3 is actually in relation to the long title. The change of the long title is merely technical to reflect the restating of the provisions to reach the result wanted. Currently, the long title states prohibit the imposition by health and social care hospitals of charges for car parking and for connected purposes. This amendment proposes to leave out by health and social care hospitals for charges for car parking and for connected purposes, and insert of charges for parking vehicles in hospital car parks. Therefore, the long title will read, prohibit the imposition of charges for parking vehicles in hospital car parks. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend these amendments to the Assembly.
Agus nis éireann ar Liz Kimmins on Cancha, and I call Liz Kimmins.
And I want to start off by thanking my colleague Aisling Riley for bringing this really important bill to the Assembly, and I'm delighted that it's got to this stage, and it's definitely due to the hard work that she has committed to it and her predecessor, Fran McCann. It's long overdue that action has been taken with regards to hospital parking charges, and it's something that as elected reps, as members of the community, we know the impacts of those and how they can have a real toll on staff, patients and their families alike, and particularly around staff. And we are talking in the context of a rising cost of living on a daily basis almost at this stage. We should be doing all we can to try and reduce costs, particularly those costs that arise for them travelling to work and trying to go about their daily job. So certainly I think it's something that's really important when we look at that and in the current context. From my own constituency, and in particular around Daisy Hill Hospital, we have seen the importance of having safe, secure and parking for staff. So there is a safety element to this. In recent weeks, as soon as the 31st of January, actually, we had an incident where a doctor was going on shift to Daisy Hill Hospital and was mugged at her car because she had parked out on the road outside of the hospital and was attacked on her way to work to save lives and protect the lives of others. And because there was no free parking or access, no parking near the hospital that she could avail of for that long period of time, she was attacked as a result. So I think it's important to note that context for staff, and I think that particular incident has sent shockwaves through the community, and also it has left staff, and many of them have been in contact with myself, feeling very, very vulnerable, very, very fearful that if they don't use the paid facilities there, which are incurring huge costs for them on a daily basis, they are at risk of something similar happening to them. So whilst there are free parking in the area near Daisy Hill, it still means that those going on shift, whether it's very early in the morning, as many of them are, or very late at night, coming at times where it's quieter, they feel totally vulnerable and more at risk at those times. So if we are successful and this bill passes, that would be hugely welcomed by the staff in Daisy Hill, and I know that for a fact. Similarly, we had seen in recent weeks where a number of staff from Daisy Hill had their cars clamped because they weren't able to get parked and had to park where they could, and they ended up clamped, whether it was for staying over the time or for parking somewhere where they shouldn't have been parking. And not to condone that, but it emphasises the need for proper parking for staff to be able to access. So for those reasons alone, I think it is important that we're looking after the welfare of staff, that we're helping to ensure that they aren't experiencing increased costs to what is already a very difficult time, and that we're doing all we can to acknowledge and emphasise the hard work that they do on a daily basis to look after all of us, to protect the lives of others, and to put on provide an invaluable service that we couldn't do without. Because we do repeatedly talk about how grateful we are for the work that our frontline workers do, particularly as we've come out of COVID. So I think this is one way that we can show our appreciation of this in the longer term and acknowledge that work that they've done. And similarly, the removal of parking charges will be beneficial to patients, particularly those who are attending hospital on a regular basis. We talk about cancer patients, dialysis patients, all of those. And I know from my own family experience the toll that this can have when patients are required to attend hospital for full days and things like that, and how that can have such an impact on the household income, particularly when they may already be experiencing a reduced income due to the impact of their illness on their ability to carry out their employment, and also other family members who accompany them to appointments and provide important support. So I think when we look at it in that context as well, it's something that we really need to be thinking of going forward. So just again to reiterate my support for the bill and to welcome the support of others, and hopefully we can get this through to final stage fairly quickly.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I suppose there isn't a person here in the chamber who wouldn't agree that the removal of car parking charges for patients, and in particular our frontline healthcare staff, isn't the right thing to do. We should be looking at this, and I will be supporting the amendments. However, I just want to put on record some of the difficulties and concerns I have on the bill. However, I am grateful to the Minister for his amendments, which make clear who will benefit from free car parking charges. Income from parking charges pays for maintenance, lighting, security, resurfacing, parking enforcement, secure bike storage and showers, as well as contributing to patient care. It has been stated that in 2018 to 2019, hospital car parks generated 7.5 million from charges, but that the cost of operating the car parks was 8.8 million, a deficit of 1.3 million. It's my understanding that this deficit is charged to the Health and Social Care Trusts. Therefore, this is money that cannot be generated into patient care. To absorb the cost of car parking and maintenance for such car parks could strip vital monies out of our already bruised health service. So it'd be good to know what this may mean for our health budget and our health service going forward. When you look at the transport issue for patients and the workforce, I know in my area of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, getting a bus straight to the hospital is simply non-existent, and people must therefore travel to the hospital via car or taxi, whether they are patient, visitor or staff member. Therefore, to help with prioritising sustainable travel in the face of climate change, I would like to see the Department engage also with the Department of Infrastructure to ensure better transport provision to our hospital sites. This will help as well with our health transformation, and that is something for me that is important and will also help end a postcode lottery in my area. In 2008, the Scottish Government abolished car parking charges at NHS hospitals. However, this decision did not extend to 3 hospitals operating under a PFI scheme. In 2021, the Scottish Government then purchased the 3 car parks at PFI sites at a cost of £35 million to ensure free car parking at those sites also. So have we been able to scope out what the cost may be as well in relation to any PFI sites that we have in Northern Ireland, given the timescales? Capacity issues, as raised by the Minister as well, of car parking spaces at sites is a concern, and my fear is that hospital sites could easily become glorified park and ride facilities. However, I think Amendment 1 of from the Health Department does go some way to dealing with that, as it clarifies who will be able to avail of free car parking and who is a visitor. It's crucial that we deal with capacity issues because access, especially for our emergency services vehicles, is vitally important. And when you look at areas that are congested, how dangerous it is for ambulances carrying patients who are seriously ill, trying to get them to accident emergency sites with cars blocking the sites. Every minute counts, not least as well for those patients who are trying to access appointments and who may miss appointments as a result of capacity and space issues in car parks, and that is an unintended consequence of free car parking for all and the capacity issues, because missed appointments, as the Minister will know, is also a colossal cost to our health service. We all agree that a route... Yes, of course.
Member acknowledged, and those capacity issues certainly do exist. However, they're not the fault of the staff, and they shouldn't be dealt with on the backs of the staff in terms of being an extra cost to them.
No, absolutely, and I fundamentally agree with what the member has just said there. You know, I don't think that that's, you know, the staff's problem, and I'll come to that, you know, later on. But certainly we have to look at this in the round, and there is those capacity issues there that need to be dealt with. We all agree that a route and branch review of car parking charges at hospitals in Northern Ireland is needed, so that people are not disadvantaged in any way, as we do accept different trusts have different policies. So at this opportunity, I do want to thank the bill sponsor for her engagement with the committee. And during the evidence sessions, we heard from the bill sponsor that technology has been used in other places, which would help rectify some of the issues that we discussed during the Health Committee, such as the automatic number plate recognition. However, I would just point out again, this has been, it hasn't been without its challenges as well elsewhere. You know, I do question, does it suit an ageing and growing population? In the case of pre-booking slots, will people properly engage with the system? And is there also a need for the Department or Trust to provide significant capital investment to implement that wider use of the technology? And that capital investment simply is in short supply when we needed to plug gaps in our frontline services. Now, it may seem that I spoke very negatively about the bill, but I do feel that those are concerns that need to be put on record. Because for me, of main importance is that there can be no doubt free parking at hospital sites will remove an unfair burden on our wonderful NHS staff and very ill patients. Those staff shouldn't have to pay for parking, and it is unfair that they're expected to do so, particularly at times when they're coming in to fill gaps in the workforce at sometimes very short notice. I'd also remind the House that we continue to remind very ill patients as well that they can benefit from reimbursement schemes in terms of cost to hospital settings, and we must ensure that people know about that scheme and that it reaches those who need it. So therefore, I agree that staff and those who are extremely ill should not face the burden of paying what is classed as an additional tax. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, very briefly, I will outline that my party and I will be supporting the amendments brought forward by the Minister. Amendment 1 is a genuine and well-intentioned attempt to mitigate unintended consequences. However, as I outlined my concerns, it remains to be seen whether it would be challenging to enforce this, particularly given that any system for checking staff ID, appointment letters or registrations would be resource intensive and potentially you could find that there would be lost receipts and things like that. We are supportive of the amendment, but it would be helpful also for the Minister to elaborate how the principle behind it would be operationalised. In terms of Amendment 2, which increases the lead time from 6 months to 2 years, my party will also be supporting that amendment. This would give trusts greater flexibility, I believe, to plan and mitigate risks of any new system and potentially look at options for enhancing parking provision, which will inevitably be needed. So it would be interesting to know whether the 2-year lead-in time is in part influenced by the duration of the current private parking contractual obligations, or whether it is to deal as well with the capacity issues, or it could be both. Therefore, with Amendment 3, we will be supporting as it reflects the changes ushered in by Amendment 2 and 3. I hope this sets out my concerns, but my overall support for the bill and its intentions. And I do sincerely hope that in practice it will work for our hospital sites and for the betterment of all. Thank you.
Justin McNulty I call Justin McNulty.
Within the last month, there was what I can only describe as pandemonium at Daisy Hill Hospital. A private contractor came in and started clamping cars. Nurses, doctors, porters, hospital staff cars were clamped. This was a complete slap in the face for our frontline health workers who have been pushed to the limit throughout the course of this pandemic. On that day, a community mental health nurse who had patients to visit had her car clamped and was unable to get the clamp removed, even by police who had no powers of enforcement. People's lives were literally put at risk as a consequence. Now, I do know that responsible car parking, and I'm not saying for a second that this lady was not parked responsibly, but responsible car parking will still be very important, as parking helter-skelter cannot be allowed, obviously, because of the implications in relation to emergency vehicles and for patients as well. There was another incident at Daisy Hill where a member of staff, a medical team there, was attacked as she tried to enter her car. Now, it was a very, very frightening incident for that lady and for her colleagues, who felt very fearful about having to travel long distance to their vehicles. So there's a huge safety implication of this legislation too. So I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate today on the further consideration stage of Hospital Parking Charges Bill. The amendments which have been brought forward by the Minister of Health are positive development in the progression of this bill. The SDLP has supported this bill vociferously since it's been brought forward. We believe in the spirit of this bill, and I believe that its delivery will assist many in our community as we continue through the cost of living crisis. The amendments which have been proposed help clarify matters which were of contention for the Department, and I believe these to be a fair compromise. One important point within the amendment is the inclusion of subsection 2, which clearly details a person is not defined as a visitor simply because they park in a hospital car park, but rather there must be a clearly defined purpose for working in the hospital, providing services at the hospital is a patient or is visiting a patient. This is to be welcomed and shows clearly that such consensus is possible in this place and ultimately makes for better legislation. The SDLP will support Amendments 1, 2 and 3 today and continue our support for this bill.
I now call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Amendment 1, I think, does meet the needs of the good intent of this bill by excluding many groups, particularly staff, of having to pay a charge to park at hospitals. It also, I think, goes some way to help avoid abuse of the system. In relation to Amendment 2, throughout the journey of this bill through the Health Committee, I have expressed concerns that the 6-month period of coming into operation after being granted royal assent was too tight and could perhaps lead to chaos with such a short lead-in time. And I know that we were told that the system of number plate recognition, for instance, which was deployed in some Scottish hospitals, would be a helpful and useful logistical process to use at our hospitals. But we've since learned through the availability of a research paper that indeed a lot of problems are being experienced in Scotland and in other locations where that system of number plate recognition is deployed. And, you know, given the current world state, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we could see delays of producing mechanical controls that may have to be manufactured bespoke for each entrance at each site, and no doubt materials are going to be short throughout the world over the coming months, given the situation in the Ukraine. The Minister mentioned the budget, and that's really a very, very important aspect of one of the consequences of bringing this bill in such a short period of time, over 6 months. And I know that at the current time, given the budgetary difficulties that this Assembly is experiencing, maybe, you know, the next 6 months is not the time to be imposing such a dent into the Department of Health's budget. So I think we do need to take account of that particular issue. Now, these amendments, they're certainly not designed to undermine this worthy bill, but to make it more deliverable and fit for purpose from day one. The Ulster Unionist Party supports all of the amendments, but we also fully support the good intentions this bill brings to this House. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the bill and all of the amendments from the Minister. With regards firstly to Amendment 2, we were not able fully to debate these issues at consideration stage, but I had long thought that we needed to review the commencement date. It would have caused foreseeable detrimental impacts if unintended consequences were could have happened, and if we hadn't have left it at 6 months or even to reduce this period. Fundamentally, the bill's objectives are sound, and I commend both the original and current proposer for pursuing the key principle within it. However, in the form the bill originally took, it was not the best piece of legislation it could be in order to achieve these stated objectives. There were obvious consequences which would have meant that the outworking of the bill would be quite difficult, different from what was clearly intended, with parking in fact made more difficult for some when it was actually needed. For the sake of brief clarification, I think we should be clear that we heard in committee and from other research that free car parking is defined, is definitely deliverable. It has, after all, been delivered in Scotland and Wales. However, it was also made clear in evidence given to the committee that the process of delivering it was not always smooth. Difficulties have applied, particularly in urban areas near city centres, and we could never claim that these difficulties were not unforeseeable if they had have happened here. The particular risk was the unintended consequences that hospital parking simply ceased to be available for those who need it. Let us be clear, that's what this is all about. The Minister was quite correct in his contention that the only way to deliver free hospital parking on the day after royal assent, or even within 6 months of it, would be simply to lift the barriers. There would then be absolutely nothing in the bill as originally drafted to stop someone parking in the city hospital in my constituency to go and work and therefore avoid car parking charges elsewhere, or shopping on the Lisbon Road, or other pursuits that had nothing to do with accessing healthcare. This would simply see hospital car parking crammed early in the day, full of people with no connection. This would be a clear detriment to HSE staff, patients and visitors who have good reason to be there at particular times, but who would then potentially face long waits just to get parked. Nevertheless, we need to be clear that other parts of the UK abolished car parking charges 7 years ago. I think we do need to send a clear message that the wait here in Northern Ireland has to end. The Department and the Health Trusts have had those years to prepare. They even had the clear indication during the pandemic that free parking for staff should be deliverable. That is why I do not want to walk away from this mandate without a piece of legislation which delivers free parking as a bare minimum for HSE staff and regular visitors to hospital. And I believe the bill as amended delivers that. Alongside Amendment 2, Amendment 1 is about accomplishing the optimum balance where free car parking is assured in law, but also that reasonable time and clarity are given for arrangements to make it a reality without those unintended consequences. We also need to consider contractual obligations around car parking already entered into, because the last thing we want is for part of our health budget to be taken up over the next year with money being given out to contractors for services which are no longer required, nor indeed even permitted. I think Amendment 1 therefore provides useful additional clarity about what constitutes a legitimate user of the hospital's parking facilities, and Amendment 3 is of course consequential to the other two. If I may make one other point in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the amendments also help avoid another potential unintended consequence of the bill, which might have seen people parking in hospital car parks, particularly in and around Belfast, who do not need to be using their car at all. Potentially, at least, therefore, the amendments also make this bill environmentally sounder. In future, we do need to proof legislation amendments for this type of issue. In closing, I welcome the Minister's intervention in bringing forward his amendments with a clear detail from the Minister about how it will now deliver a bill in a way that it was always supposed to deliver parking for HSE staff and for patients. Thank you.
And I will keep this quick. I want to begin by thanking my colleague Aisling Riley and her predecessor Fran McCann for bringing this bill before the House. I think the House is united in seeing it as such an important piece of legislation, and one which will make a real impact in the lives of everyone across our society, but particularly the frontline workers who have done so much always, but particularly over the last 2 years. It's something which I know Aisling has talked a lot about. It's very important in her constituency. It's also very important in my constituency, and as I mentioned, for people across the north, because there are so many people in Derry and indeed from across the north who travel for healthcare, who travel on a regular basis, and this is a way of taking some of that burden off them. There's financial pressure, but there's also the worry about getting parked, about arriving in time for their appointments, and this helps to alleviate some of that burden. One other real strong point of this bill for me is, as has already been mentioned by some of my colleagues, is about the cost of living and about really putting money back into the pockets of workers and of families, of making a substantial difference to frontline workers, to porters, to cleaners, nurses, doctors, and all those who work in our health and social care system, in our hospitals, and about making a real difference to them. So I'm proud to support this bill, and I hope that others in the Chamber will do so as well.
agus níos iarm sir Chonsknor and Villa Shin Aisling Riley on Kainshai. Call the sponsor of the bill.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak to this private member's bill, my private member's bill, the hospital car parking charges, at this further consideration stage. The bill, when drafted, is about abolishing hospital car parking for health and social care workers, patients and their families. Parking charges have for too long been an unfair tax on frontline health workers who have been holding our health service together. Patients shouldn't be penalised for their ill health when accessing vital hospital services, and this bill, as Padraig has said, will put money back into those patients' and workers' pockets. At a time where the cost of living is ever increasing, where our health workers are under ever increasing pressure, this bill can and will make a real difference. This bill will remove that unfair additional tax on health and social care workers, and this bill will remove any additional financial burdens placed on workers, patients and their families whilst accessing hospital services as a result of hospital parking charges. The ethos of the National Health Service is that health is free at the point of delivery based on need, not on the ability to pay, yet at the very first point of access, staff, patients and their loved ones are faced with a financial barrier. I am pleased to hear that the Minister supports the intent of the bill, and I have worked closely with his department over the past number of weeks and months, and I want to thank the Minister and his department for that continuous open door and open dialogue throughout this process. I also want to thank the Health Committee for their scrutiny and their work on this bill also over the past number of months. We are legislators and we want to make legislation that impacts on people's lives for the better. That's exactly what this bill is intended to do. The committee heard from a range of groups such as the Royal College of Nursing, allied health professionals, various health unions, Marie Curie, and received further written submissions from groups that were all in full support of this bill. I also met with Macmillan, Unite, Unison and Rural Women's Network, who all expressed their full support for this bill. And I want to thank each and every one of those groups for taking the time to meet with me or write and give oral evidence at committee. Some of the evidence that we heard were as follows. Allied health professionals representing 13 medical professional groups ranging from physiotherapists, radiographers, occupational therapists explained that exorbitant costs of making multiple site visits through each working day to various hospitals really hit them hard in the pocket. Marie Curie told us this bill imposes financial pressures on terminally ill patients, their carers, families and loved ones. These pressures are worsened by the frequency many patients have to attend hospital. Indeed, some carers even told us that they are unable to visit a sick family member due to the costs imposed. And we all know a bit of TLC from close friends and family is important to the recovery process of any patient. Patients with motor neurons disease say that hospital car parking charges are in the top 10 most expensive regular costs that they face on a monthly basis. Workers feel that they are bearing the brunt and subsidising the health system, which has been under-resourced for years. And we heard from workers who are paying up to £60 a week on hospital car parking. How can that be fair? Unions report that during exit interviews, car parking charges are often raised as a reason staff are leaving the health and social care sector, and we all agree that retention of staff is critical. At a time when there are significant workforce shortages, we must create conditions to make the sector more attractive for workers. We must recruit and we must retain, and we must take action to make the hospital and healthcare centres places where people want to work. Many of our health and social care workers are amongst the lowest paid in our workforce, working long hours, sometimes in the most stressful environments. During the pandemic, we saw firsthand the sacrifices and the endurance of our health and social care workers, and it is true to say that our passage through the pandemic might have been a lot worse were it not for the sacrifices of those workers. Instinctively, we all knew that when we were applauding them on a Thursday night, but applause simply isn't enough. I welcome again the cooperation of the Minister and his department, and we will be supporting the Minister's amendments today. I recognise that these amendments will ensure that the department can work to practically undertake the changes that scrapping hospital parking will bring and put these systems in place and clarify some concerns that were raised at committee stage by some members. We're not reinventing the wheel on this legislation. It has been done in other jurisdictions, as some have said, and is currently going through in Westminster. So we must learn those lessons from other jurisdictions, particularly Scotland and Wales, and how they were able to introduce and now to operate free hospital car parking for workers and patients. At Cloncorla, I will finish with this quick comment. Illness is neither an indulgence for which people must pay nor an offence for which people should be penalised, but a misfortune, the cost of which should be shared by society. Gormaigat.
I now call the Minister of Health, Dwayne.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the members for their contributions to date. And again, I just want to put on record my thanks to Ms Riley for her engagement on the open door that she referenced in regards to the interaction between my department officials and her as the bill sponsor, and of course her predecessor, Fran McConnell, for originally bringing forward this bill. It's clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, just how many important issues this bill touches, as has been raised today. Again, at further consideration stage, they were raised at the initial stages as well, and how important it is, but also that we get this right, because what we're talking about here today will impact on the lives of staff, on the lives of patients, and on the lives of visitors. And everyone knows that attending hospital can be a very stressful time. If parking becomes unrestricted, there's a concern that spaces will be filled in the morning, and this will only add to the anxiety of a hospital visit. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know from personal experience of trying to get a car parking space at the Royal Children's, and you see the sign as you enter the car park, if you're delayed for your appointment, ring this number, because it already is such a regular occurrence. So that's why we take, and why we're asking for the amendment for the extension of 2 years, to get procedures and things in place to make sure this actually works as intended. And as I said earlier, there has been reference made by I think a number of contributors in regards to working with the Department of Infrastructure, but also Public Transport Solutions, to make sure that while we enact this bill, we also recognise our climate change commitments that have been made by members and parties around this House in other pieces of legislation, to make sure that everything works in conjunction. So proper considerations needs to be given to what alternative arrangements would be put in place at each site, because each site will have its own different challenges and opportunities to actually manage and control spaces in our hospital car parks should car parking charges be abolished via this bill. And that's why my amendments, if you remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, and those in the House will, when my amendments actually at consideration stage weren't taken in full, it was why I didn't bring them at this stage. But I think the amendments that have been brought at further consideration stage, the comments made by all parties and the support that has been indicated has been welcomed. And my department, should this legislation be enacted, will be duty bound and actually legally required to comply with any changes to legislation, and they will work with Health and Social Care Trust to implement the changes as directed by this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move the amendments in my name.
Thank you, Minister. We move Amendment 1, which has already been proposed, to Clause 1, Page 1, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to move formally Amendment 2.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, Page 2, Line 2, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Health to formally move Amendment 3.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to the long title, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the further consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. If members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Thank you. Okay, members, we'll move to the further consideration stage of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill, and I call Mr Chris Little to formally move the bill, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the further consideration stage of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill be now taken.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group with one amendment which deals with commencement, and I would remind members, once the debate in the group is completed, the question on the amendment will be put. If that's clear, we'll proceed. We now come to the single group with one amendment for debate. I call Chris Little to move amendment number 1, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank their House for their forbearance today. I know it's been a long day. Hopefully this will be a straightforward session. I welcome the progress of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill to further consideration stage and move the single amendment, Amendment 1, which amounts to a few minor non-substantive stylistic changes of the existing language and substance of Clause 3, further to amendment at consideration stage, which relates to the commencement of the provisions of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill. Deputy Speaker, this single amendment, and indeed this Fair Employment School Teachers Bill, is the product of hard work and cooperation between myself, the Executive Office Committee, the Department of Education and this Assembly, and as such commands cross-party support. I therefore commend this amendment to the Assembly for approval, and I hope that we can move this Fair Employment for School Teachers Bill for final stage consideration on Thursday and deliver fair employment for all teachers before the end of this Assembly mandate. Thank you.
Okay, agus na siaran Sir Sinead McLaughlin hon caint. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Committee of the Executive Office, I would again like to thank the bill's sponsor, Chris Little, for his persistence with this bill. It was one he was not prepared to give up on at all, and the committee supports him in that ask. Reflecting on the evidence we have received from ordinary teachers and other members of the public, we know that this is the right thing to do. Of the exception, they said, it has passed its sell-by date. It is anachronism. It is grossly discriminatory and totally unnecessary in this day and age. It is barbaric to select teachers on the basis of religion. This is 2022. Need I say more? The bill has also sparked a number of related debates. At a consideration stage, the question of the Certificate of Religious Education was raised. Again, one of the respondents...
Could I just remind the member we're just discussing this amendment, please?
Yes, I'm coming to that. Okay, I will...
Better come to it rapidly.
At consideration stage, the question of the Certificate of Religious Education was raised. Again, one of the respondents to the committee called for views, gave an answer to this, saying that Catholic schools did not employ teachers on the basis of religion. They require teachers to have a qualification which is open to people of all faiths and none. These and all the questions to be discussed and considered in the 2-year transition period between the bills coming into law and the provisions coming into force. We at committee were happy to support the bill and the technical amendment, which does not detract in any way from the amendment recommended at the committee stage and moved at consideration stage. I would like to say a few words on behalf of my party. The SDLP supports the technical amendment and looks forward to this bill moving forward to its final stage. And thank you for your patience, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Agus na siaram Sir Pat Sheehan. I call Pat Sheehan.
I welcome the opportunity to speak here this evening. I want to commend the sponsor of the bill, Chris Little, and my fellow committee members on the Executive Office Committee for ensuring that this bill was, let's say, it was hurried through, but that's not a bad thing in these circumstances. The amendment, as the sponsor has pointed out, is stylistic in nature. It's a tidying up amendment, and we have supported this bill all through its passage so far, and we support the inclusion of this amendment.
I call Harry Harvey.
And thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. As was noted at consideration stage, I and my party continue to support the passage of this bill. The 24 months will be useful to provide schools with the space to prepare for the introduction of this legislation. It will also allow for positive conversations with various stakeholders. It is also worth noting the consensus generated across all political parties for the implementation time extension to this bill. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I now call Justin McNulty. Sir Justin McNulty.
I thank the bill sponsor, Chris Little, for bringing forward this bill. Chris has been persistent and determined to get this over the line, and he deserves enormous credit for that. I also know it's going to be one of your last sitting days, Chris, so I want to wish you well. We've worked well together on committee, and you've been a very, very good, balanced and fair committee chair, so thank you for your efforts in that regard. I believe there is now, and always will be, a place for faith in our education system, but I also believe that to discriminate against or prevent someone from getting a job in a school or indeed any place of work based on that person's religious belief is wrong. And as I said at Education Committee before, I cannot believe that such legislation is still on our statute books. It is outdated and should be removed. I want to build a fairer, better and more equal society. I want to build a society that shares and provides opportunity for everyone who opts to call this place home. I want to build a society that embraces those of Christian faith, other faiths and indeed those with no faith at all. I want to build a society with an education system that at its core promotes equality and nourishes ambition and opportunity. We must lead by example. The exemption of teachers in schools from the FIDO legislation has passed its sell-by date. I therefore support the bill as amended and I am looking forward to the bill passing its final stage.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the Alliance Party, I stand in support of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill. Kind of would need to do that because I've co-signed this amendment, but to say that the proposer of the bill has said that this is a non-substantive stylistic change that's being brought into Clause 3. It's something that tidies up Clause 3, and there's not too much more to say on that other than it has cross-party support. And if that passes today, then hopefully by the end of this week, rather than continuing to allow employers to discriminate, we will now bring teachers into the fold and give them full protections of the Fair Employment Order. Thank you.
I now call on Chris Little, the sponsor of the bill, to wind.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I thank all members for their contribution this evening, which is consistent with the positive way in which we've all worked together to progress this important bill. I'd like to reiterate my thanks to the Executive Office Committee Chairperson, Sinead McLaughlin, MLA. Thank you for recognising my persistence. I've with ease recognised the skill, the good nature and the proactiveness that you showed in facilitating such a positive Executive Office Committee stage for this bill. I thank also Pat Sheehan, MLA, for his support throughout the progress of this bill. An important Executive Office Committee member during that committee stage. I'm grateful for his support for this bill. Thank Harry Harvey for his comments this evening, which emphasises the amendment that has been made to the bill to extend that commencement phase to 24 months, which gives employers an important period of time to make the adjustments that are needed in order to commence the provisions of the bill. Thank my Education Committee colleague, Justin McNulty, MLA, for his kind words this evening. It has been a pleasure to work with you, Justin, particularly on the promotion of physical education, and I have no doubt that you'll champion that issue and so many others for children and young people in the next Assembly mandate. I agree with you the importance of faith in our education system, indeed in our society, but of course that there should never be religious discrimination, and that we do need to have fairness and equal opportunity for all. I thank my Alliance Party colleague, Kelly Armstrong, MLA, for her support this evening. I hope your support extends slightly further than me managing to persuade you to co-sign the amendment. I've no doubt that it does. I'm very grateful for the constant support that Kelly has been throughout the passage of this bill, and on more than one occasion her and her team giving me some helpful advice in how to work towards the passage of legislation through this House. Deputy Speaker, very grateful for all those comments this evening and for the support for the bill. I hope that does mean that we will be able to progress to a final stage debate and approval of the passage of this bill before the end of this week and the end of this mandate. Thank you.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the further consideration stage of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. I now come to item 7 in the order paper of the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.